Nationalism, Democracy, and Development. State and Politics in India. Editors. SUGATA BOSE. AYESHA JALAL. 1. Nationalism, Democracy and Development. SUGATA BOSE and AYESHA JALAL. Nationalism, democracy, and development, variously defined, have capped the agendas of states and societies which emerged from Western-colonial rule in the aftermath of World War II. In the early years of independence, the ideal of democracy was unproblematically seen as the mediating link between the emotion of nationalism and the promise of development. Although chalking a democratic path to development became the concern of most post-colonial nation-states, the relationship between democracy and development has never been a simple one of means and goal. The establishment of a democratic process or its restoration after brief or lengthy spells of dictatorship has often had to be a primary political aim in the post-colonial world. Even where formal electoral exercises have regularly taken place, the absence of development in the sense of an equitable and just distribution of resources has not infrequently put a question mark on the quality and substance of such a democracy. The complementary, contradictory, reciprocal, and symbiotic aspects of the complex relationship between nationalism, democracy and development can be better delineated through a new and imaginative set of inquiries informed by theory and an openness to comparison that is firmly grounded in the empirical context of one of the most important countries of the developing world. The denial of democracy as well as development had been the strongest condemnation of the colonial state voiced by the forces of anti-colonial nationalism. Yet nationalism, as a good deal of recent theoretical literature on the subject has been reiterating, is a truly Janus-faced phenomenon. Its emancipatory potential was vitiated in large measure. On the distinction between formal and substantive democracy, see AYESHA JALAL, Democracy and Authoritarianism in South Asia, A Comparative and Historical Perspective, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1995, Introduction. By the homogenizing and hegemonizing agendas of the nation-state. Justified in terms of a liberating ideology of nationalism, these processes were sought to be sustained and promoted through barely modified institutional structures inherited from the colonial era. This institutional legacy at once qualified the democratic claims of the nation-state, even where it succeeded in setting in motion electoral processes based on universal adult franchise. While the structural continuities led the post-colonial nation-state to assert its distinctiveness through a developmentalist ideology, the strategies of development reinforced the centralizing and bureaucratic tendencies that nationalist movements had so strenuously combated in the quest for freedom and democracy. Official nationalism as articulated and practiced by the post-colonial state became increasingly far removed from the ideals propagated in the anti-colonial period. The failure to assure substantive democracy and equitable development for significant segments of civil society has resulted in the discrediting and delegitimizing of state-sponsored nationalism. Among the most dramatic manifestations of this have been conflicts along lines of class, caste, and community, as well as claims to distinctiveness, and at times sovereign national status, put forward by a variety of disenchanted social groups at the regional and sub-regional levels. The paradox of the inclusionary rhetoric of singular nationalism contributing to a rage of exclusionary aspirations has yet to be fully grasped by scholars and policy makers alike. Instead of acknowledging the flaws in the idioms of inclusionary nationalism, state managers have responded to exclusionary challenges by reinforcing the ideational and structural pillars of the nation-state. The disjunction between official policies and societal demands and expectations has never been more critical. While the deepening malaise of the modern nation-state is scarcely in doubt, the diagnoses and prescriptions remain matters of considerable disagreement and debate. Some have detected the roots of the problem in the very condition of modernity as transposed and superimposed by colonialism on the subcontinent. This large critique of modernity has fostered a rejection of the very goal of development and its accompanying justificatory values of science and reason. The ideal of democracy has nationalism, democracy, and development. 3. Not been tarnished in quite the same way, but its Western transplanted forms have met with their share of skepticism. Attempts to resurrect the values of authentic tradition to obviate the ills of modernity may have their attractions. Yet they are grounded in many of the same ahistorical and essentialized assumptions about Indian tradition for which Western Orientalist scholars have been roundly castigated. There is a gaping chasm between particular critiques of development directed by the modern state and the general critique of modernity and its core values embodied in science and reason. Instead of sliding into a self-indulgent and politically disabling negativism, it seems more appropriate to take up the intellectual challenge of re-evaluating nationalism, reinvigorating democracy, and reconstituting development. A historical analysis of anti-colonial nationalisms in the South Asian context makes it amply clear that there were many contested visions of nationhood and alternative frameworks for its realization. Democratic norms could be subsumed under a singular conception of the allegiance of individual citizens to the nation-state only at a price. The multiple communitarian affiliations, religious, linguistic, regional, class and caste of its people, called for a more nuanced configuration of the relationship between nationalism and democracy in the subcontinent. At the same time, discrimination and exploitation based on class, caste, and gender, as well as inequalities along lines of community and region, made it imperative to forge a conception of substantive democracy linked to equitable development. Notwithstanding the rhetoric of official ideologies, nationalism, democracy, and development, more often than not, became hostage to the power of centralized post-colonial states. Simultaneously, there was a dynamic process of adaptation and appropriation of the values of democracy and development by a variety of non-state, political actors who forged solidarities along regional, communitarian, class or gender affiliations. A reconceptualization of the webs that tie together nationalism, democracy, and development needs to place the problem not in the context of the tradition versus modernity dichotomy but within the dialectic of dominance and resistance, as well as in the context of the imbalances of privilege and deprivation at different levels of the society and polity. Objecting to modern constructions of nationalism, democracy, and development as signs of the rude invasion of a globalizing hegemonic culture leaves most of the impediments to popular democratic development untouched. Restoring these categories within a purified indigenous cultural domain might only go a few steps further in entrenching established patterns of dominance and privilege. The celebration of the fragment in a postmodern vein against monolithic modern structures of state and economy may draw attention to the evils of the modern. It does not expose to the full glare of criticism the inequities concealed within the fragment. The critique of all that was wrong with colonial and post-colonial modernity misses its mark when it is launched as an undiscriminating assault on the modern and remains quite incomplete by being located within the cultural domain alone. Anti-colonial nationalism did not occupy the moral higher ground through its claims of cultural exclusivism. While there was a fair measure of culturally rooted anti-modernism in some strands of nationalism, this did not amount to a lack of selective and creative receptivity to certain aspects of modern humanist values that strengthened projects of internal regeneration and reform. The acceptance of certain aspects of social change tended to reinforce the ability to contest Western colonial power in the domain of politics and the state. And it was a commitment to this political contestation and the willingness to reject the colonial model of the state that imbued nationalism with ethical and legitimizing authority. The particularities of the post-colonial transition in the subcontinent favored the appropriation or imitation of the colonial state's institutional structure and ideology of monolithic sovereignty. Instead of molding the inherited state apparatus to better reflect the emotions that had fired the nationalist movements, the imperatives of strategically placed elites in the late colonial era allowed the state to hijack the very idea of the nation and become the sole repository of legitimate nationalism. The critique of the modern nation-state has to focus on the equation between the nation and the state forged at a crucial moment in subcontinental history. India's partition along ostensibly religious lines gave added weight to notions of unity, integrity, security, and stability. On both sides of the divide, making these the key ingredients of dominant nationalist ideologies. Without recovering the alternative configurations of the relationship between the nation and the state, the recent upsurge in crafting culturally sensitive, democratic development strategies may well compound the modern nation-state's crisis of legitimacy. Culture, quite as much as nationalism, has always been a contested site where social groupings of differential power and privilege have vied for supremacy. To treat it as the seamless web binding the nation to revive faltering development agendas is to invite even greater polarization than already elicited by the state's flaunting of a singular and uncompromising nationalist ideology. This is not to say that democracy and development in South Asia, or indeed anywhere else in the world, can be wholly devoid of cultural moorings. But to present culture as the panacea for all that has gone wrong with past strategies of development is to refy it as an autonomous and undifferentiated category rather than view it as a process which is inextricably connected with the changing material domains of politics and economy. The rhetoric of cultural authenticity does not address, and in fact conveniently glosses over, the issue of persisting material deprivations that have made nonsense of the modern nation-state's developmentalist ideology. Arguments about cultural specificities may well be a useful weapon against the inexorable process of globalization. Yet they are all too frequently deployed in favor of a form of cultural relativism which, in denying the encroachments of universalisms, ends up turning specificity into a value meriting uncritical acclaim. Against a background of specific but also generalizable social injustices and economic deprivations, those entreating South Asia's policy makers to take refuge in uncompromising cultural relativism are contriving to prolong the current developmental depression. Far more relevant to the concerns of a democratic rejuvenation of the idea of development is the question of negotiating and accommodating the panoply of cultural differences within the nation-states. The challenge is to creatively blend individual and collective rights without refying any particular category as the basis for collective or communitarian identity. This would have the effect of liberating culture from the homogenizing designs of the modern nation-state, turning it into one among several defining elements of democratic rights. It is precisely the inadequate institutionalization of the democratic rights of citizens which, paradoxically enough, has been encouraging the undue privileging of notions of cultural community divorced from the material domain of political economy. The quest for substantive democracy has been in large part a material struggle for social and economic security that could provide more meaningful content to culturally informed values and a sense of human dignity. Democratic development can be a worthwhile ideal only if it addresses material and cultural concerns by assuring individual and group rights at different levels of the polity. This volume addresses a set of connected historical, political, economic, and philosophical issues that are central to the problems of nationalism, democracy and development in India. The articles taken together help to sharply delineate the structural and ideological dimensions of the late colonial and post-colonial state in India. They also contribute to the larger theoretical debates on nationalism by disentangling some of the analytical confusions in the recent literature on the relationship between nation and state. The binary opposition between secular nationalism and religious communalism is also called into question in this book in radically new ways. While maintaining a critical stance towards the centralized post-colonial state, the contributors engage and disagree with several aspects of the recent cultural critiques of modernity, nationalism, and development. Conscious of the dangers of the fragmentalist onslaught on state monoliths playing into the hands of a conservative elitism in the name of freeing the economy from statist control, this book moves towards offering alternative theories of state. The destruction of the Babri Masjid in Ayodhya on December 6, 1992 rudely jolted scholars and intellectuals out of any residual sense of complacency they may have had in addressing the crises afflicting the state and politics in India. This volume opens with an essay by Amartya Sen which examines nationalist interpretations of India's past, the intellectual critiques of these interpretations and the contemporary political preoccupations that have given these scholarly debates their topical salience. In order to undertake this examination, Sen first sifts through a number of key methodological issues. His discussion of epistemology, positional objectivity, and practical reason leads him to make a case for the greater relevance of resorting to practical reason and going beyond pure epistemology and positional observations in the current debate on identities in India. He shows how a certain external orientation in interpreting India's past has tended to accentuate the insistence on difference with what is called the West. The substantive sections of the paper analyze the strategies devised by anti-colonial nationalism to negotiate the problem of external and internal difference and the shifts in the positional perspective on the question of national unity in the post-colonial era. Sen dissents from the now influential intellectual position which puts forward a program of identification leading from a state to a nation-state and then to a very limited view of national identity. He also notes the potential of the state to play a protective role vis-a-vis inequities within the community. The idea of the nation, Sen argues, cannot be reduced to a state-seeking project, particularly a state that is violent and authoritarian. Cultural critiques of the nation-state, including those undertaken from a subalternist position, failed to take account of the lack of material entitlements and intellectual opportunities in a context of persistent deprivations and inequalities. The real failures of the Indian nation-state lie in these domains, which would seem to call for a censure of governance rather than denunciations of modernity, science, and reason. The loss of the liberating element in the idea of the nation had much to do with the structural and ideological inheritances from colonialism. David Washbrook identifies communalism as one of the two legacies of the dominant British ruling tradition bequeathed to post-colonial India. This tradition held that members of civil society could only represent particular, sectional interests and privileged the state which alone was seen capable of representing the whole of society by standing above the domain of politics. The second legacy of this brand of political philosophy and practice was an inflated role for the bureaucracy in making policy. Washbrook draws a distinction between representative and democratic politics and shows how British conceptions and institutions of state and representative politics influenced and compromised post-colonial India's quest for democracy and development. Yet, these Western modular forms of the state did not go uncontested in the era of anti-colonial nationalism. The relationship between nationalist thought and colonial knowledge is re-examined by SUGATA BOSE. The construction of nationalist ideologies is explored in his essay Along the Fault Lines of Nation and Gender, Nation and Class, Nation and Religious Community, Nation and Linguistic Region, and finally, Nation and State. By recovering multiple representations of nationhood and contestations over the nature of the state, Bose calls into question the teleological readings which conflate the nation and the state before the historically decisive moment of independence and partition. AYESHA JALAL points out the need to subject the entire notion of Muslim communalism in colonial and post-colonial South Asia to probing analysis. Dissecting the dominant historical and political discourse on communalism, she shows how it essentializes the religiously informed identities, politics, and conflicts it claims to be explaining and combating. Her argument draws a distinction between a religiously informed cultural identity and the politics of cultural nationalism. Contrasting the inevitability of a Muslim identity, variously defined, with the impossibility of a super-regional and specifically Muslim politics in the subcontinental context, her paper demonstrates the largely arbitrary, derogatory, and exclusionary nature of the term communal as it has been applied to individuals and political groupings claiming to represent the interests of Indian Muslims. Secular and Hindu nationalists have been complicitous in placing the burden of the loaded negative baggage of communalism on South Asia's Muslim minority. The ideology of Hindutva, Sumantra Bose argues in his essay, shares significant common traits with the monolithic, unitary conception of Indian nationalism that has increasingly served as the official ideology of the post-colonial Indian state. Adapting theoretical formulations of Antonio Gramsci and Juan Linz, Bose delineates the roots and contours of the organic crisis of the Indian state. He shows the relationship between secularism and communalism to be dialectical, not adversarial, and characterizes Hindu nationalism as the highest stage of anti-democratic state centralism. The heterogeneity of Indian society remains, however, a formidable obstacle in the path of religiously based majoritarian nationalism. This paper also uncovers the links between shifts in political economy and the creation of a constituency for the project of cultural nationalism. Jyoti Ghosh provides a critique of much of the existing literature on development that fails to draw the theoretical and analytical connections between the state and the macroeconomy. She explains shifts in government policy in terms of the changing interaction between the state and social, economic, and political processes. The absence of any genuine asset redistribution contributed in no uncertain way to the failure of the early development plans. Ghosh notices a growing convergence of increasing authoritarianism of the state with the liberalization of the economy, turning the state itself into a private property of the elite. Pranab Bardhan turns his attention to a fundamental critique of the state and its developmentalist agenda that has not been addressed by most development economists concerned with narrower debates about liberalization. He finds much that is persuasive and valuable in what he terms the anarcho-communitarian critique of the modern state, but also underscores several problems and glaring inadequacies in the anti-statist position, which tends to gloss over local oppression in communities or families. Bardhan demystifies simplistic notions of the virtues of decentralized development and puts forward a qualified defense of the state's historic role and future potential in improving people's livelihoods in a complex economy. In so doing, he rescues the normative ideal of development from the condemnation it has suffered at the hands of the scholarly community of anarcho-communitarians whose queries have borne a trace of patronizing elitism. The denial of substantive democracy and development, this book argues, is at the root of India's economic ills and myriad social and economic conflicts. It has played an important part in the subcontinent as a whole in giving rise to a number of post-colonial nationalist movements. Some of these are in defense of, and others determinately set against, established juridical states. While a decent ring of decision-making processes is crucial for the pursuit of democratic development, this should not be confused with the recipe of simple decentralization or fragmentation. The purpose of decent ring would be to shift the locus of developmental initiatives from centralized state monoliths to the broad base of civil society. But it would be taking too naive a view of South Asia to ignore the anti-democratic credentials of key segments of civil society which in order to maintain their privileges would staunchly defend the centralized post-colonial state. The project of democratic development, if it is to give itself a chance of success, cannot afford to operate in the fragmentary mode. Democrats interested in sustaining development have little option but to be all-encompassing in their approach to the ultimate objective of reconstituting a decolonized state on a genuinely popular basis. Students and scholars of South Asia face the challenge of creatively blending cultural and political economic analysis in order to rethink outmoded notions of monolithic nation-states and sovereignty and reconfigure the relationship between the search for national self-expression and democratic development. This volume will have served its purpose if it acts as a spur to that effort. 2. On Interpreting India's Past. Amartya Sen. Introduction. We live in the present, but that is a tiny bit of time it passes as we talk. The current moment, vivid as it is, does not tell us much about who we are, how we can reasonably see ourselves, and where we would place our loyalties if and when we face divisions. Our identities are strongly influenced by the past. The self-perceptions that characterize a group are associated with, and to a great extent defined by, the shared memories and recollections of the past, and by the agreed priorities and implicit allegiances that draw on those evocations. While this applies generally to all societies, the past becomes a particularly sharp battleground when contemporary debates invoke the past to redefine a collectivity and to allege the centrality of some particular features and the unimportance of others. This is very much the situation in India today. The tentative understandings that had become intellectually dominant during the national movement, and which had provided what was claimed to be a workable basis for the polity of the newly independent and freshly separated India, are now being subjected to severe questioning. The nationalist interpretations of Indianness, perhaps the most influential version of which is reflected in Jawaharlal Nehru's discovery of India, have been bruised fairly extensively by a variety of challenges. To dismiss these challenges as arising out of political motivations and contingencies, such as the priorities of the newly empowered Hindu politics, or the demands of communitarian confrontation, is to minimize the force of the intellectual questioning involved in these confrontations, and to overlook the political motivation that underlies also the classical nationalist interpretation itself. Insofar as some of the redefinitions that are being advanced are arbitrary and ad hoc, and governed by the immediacy of the political agenda of particular movements, these proposals might well be seen as foundationally weak. But even when this is the case, this fact would not, by itself, re-establish the intellectual standing of the classical nationalist interpretation. There is no escape from re-examining the theoretical underpinning and the cogency of the nationalist approaches, along with investigating their practical relevance and import. The substantive purpose of this essay is to examine the nationalist interpretation of India's past and some of the challenges that have been presented to it, and to relate them to the contemporary preoccupations that are active today. I shall argue that some parts of the established nationalist conceptions survive better than others, and the vulnerabilities are not quite the ones that seem to receive the most attention. It is important to distinguish between the different aspects of the classical nationalist interpretation and to see their respective roles and congruity. As a background to this substantive exercise, it is necessary to sort out some methodological issues involved in these interpretative programs, and this too I shall have to attempt. The methodological issues are taken up in the next section. But before that I should make a clarificatory remark. The limits of national identity can be compared with the identities associated respectively with 1. The more restricted boundaries of communities and groups within a nation, and 2. The more inclusive coverage of broader categories, such as the identity of being an Asian, or even that of belonging to the human race. Critiques of nationalism from the former more restricted perspective would tend to take quite different lines from those presented in the latter more inclusive contexts. Recent demands for re-examination of the classical conceptions of Indian national identity have mostly come from the former viewpoints, for example, emphasizing the fragments, as they are sometimes called, over the nation. This essay is concerned entirely with those lines of critique, and does not consider the important challenges to nationalism coming from broader identities. It is, however, worth noting that classical Indian formulations of nationalism often did emphasize the importance of broader concerns that go beyond national limits. In one form or another, references to such constraints can be very clearly seen in the writings of Gandhi, Tagore, Nehru, and others. The anti-colonial nationalists often had strong global commitments, while invoking the unity of the nation in pursuit of demands for self-determination. Positional objectivity, epistemology and practical reason. There are two methodological claims presented in this section, dealing respectively with 1. The relevance of positionality in the objectivity of observations and the knowledge they yield, and 2. The importance of practical reason, and decisions about actions and rules, in judging alternative perspectives and their respective claims to our attention. I begin with the first. I have argued elsewhere that the objectivity of an observation or an analysis can be judged not only in uncompromisingly universalist terms, what Thomas Nagel has called the view from nowhere in his perspicacious exploration of the demands of objectivity, but also with reference to identified positional perspectives as the view from a specified and delineated somewhere degree. Positionality can influence both I. Observation of events seen from a particular position, and 2. The overall assessment of an event, from a particular perspective, taking note of different observations. To illustrate the positionality of observations with a physical example, consider the recognition that a distant object looks smaller, or more specifically, the contingent truth that the sun and the moon look to be of much the same size from where we are, that is, on the earth. These observations and their epistemic ramifications have objectivity, but that objectivity relates to observational acts from specified positions. The sun and the moon may look very different in size from, say, Jupiter. The nature of the observations and the conclusions drawn are inescapably influenced by the position of observation. These positional features need not be related to our subjectivity, as they may not satisfy the defining attributes of being subjective, such as 1. having its source in the mind, and 2. Pertaining or peculiar to an individual subject or his mental operations degree. Rather, they are positional characteristics of actual observations and the objective interpretations of those observations. The similarity of the observed sizes of the Sun and the Moon from the Earth does not originate in our mind. Even the nature of the solar eclipse brings out the substance of positional projections. Nor are they peculiar to individual subjects, since a normal person placed in the same position, with standard eyesight, should be able to replicate similar observations. Positional objectivity is an interpersonally shareable understanding, assuring that objectivity in any form must minimally demand. But that shared understanding is specifically in terms of the view from some identified position. The interpretations of history and of culture are peculiarly degree. The Shorter Oxford English Dictionary, Volume 2, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1975, p. 2167. There are many interesting epistemological issues raised by the positional view of objectivity, which I shall not pursue here, but on some of which see my Positional Objectivity, 1993. The approach was presented and developed in my Storrs lectures at the Yale Law School in September 1990, and at some stage the revised lectures will be published as a monograph. It is in the queue behind a forthcoming monograph on rationality. It is possible to include among the positional parameters some specific characteristics of the mind that influence observation or assessment. If that were done, then the resulting conclusions would be, in one sense, subjective, and yet in another sense, positionally objective with respect to the specified positional parameters, including the mental ones. Indeed, through parameterization, all subjective influences can, in principle, be brought into the framework of positional objectivity. In some contexts, this type of dual interpretation would have some advantage, but in many contexts, it would be a nuisance, since it would lead to ambiguities related to the overlapping categories of subjectivity and positional objectivity. There is, thus, some merit in imposing strict constraints on what can or cannot be included among the positional parameters. If the specially subjective characteristics were excluded, then positional objectivity and subjectivity would not have any overlap. To illustrate in terms of visual observations, the physical position of the observer vis-a-vis the object could then be included among the positional parameters, but not such subjective features, mediated by the positional features of observation and interpretation. Each individual thing about the past that is observed can be understood in a particular way depending on the nature of the questions that engage and motivate the inquiry. For example, facts that are of interest for an anti-colonial national movement need not be of similar interest for a separatist program related to the predicament of a particular community. Indeed, from the totality of the things observed, selections can be made and weights attached most often implicitly through the positional perspectives used in the analyses. To dismiss these positional variabilities as mere subjectivism would miss out something substantial in the nature of objectivity. Not all of objectivity is about the view from nowhere. Some relate to a specified somewhere, and it would also miss the strongly impersonal quality of positional views, since different persons can occupy the same position and replicate the same observations and the implications that follow from them. On the other hand, positionally objective observations cannot be taken to be position-invariant objective truths. To illustrate again with the same example, the positionally objective conclusion that the Sun and the Moon are of much the same size when viewed from the Earth does not entail that they are of the same size in terms of all criteria of measurement. To identify the two notions of objectivity would be to miss out on the crucial role that positionality plays in the nature of these investigations. The objectivity of a particular perspective does not, by itself, establish its epistemic status beyond positional contingency, as being overcome by fear, or in a state of extreme anger. The dual interpretation and the disjoint interpretations are both analytically fine, and the choice between them is mainly a matter of convenience and helpfulness. Some grounds for preferring the disjoint view were discussed in an earlier paper, Positional Objectivity, 1993. The use of the idea of positional objectivity will be mainly in that line in this essay. Characteristics such as basing observations on particular records, or assessing different observations on the basis of practical priorities of importance for an anti-colonial national movement, and so on, can still be included within the body of positional objectivity, but not personal mental quirks, or for that matter, such attitudinal characteristics as an unwillingness to look at the facts. From a variety of positionally objective understandings, we can move in three distinct directions. The first is not to move at all, and to let the matter end there. There will be no positionally independent bottom line. The second is to seek some interpositional invariance, the genuine search for the view from nowhere. This second exercise is of great importance in epistemology and metaphysics, and I have tried to outline elsewhere the nature of this transpositional exercise. There are important moves we can make in seeking such position invariance, particularly in terms of the coherence of different positional views. The third move, also in search of a transpositional assessment, would be to shift the choice away from pure epistemology, and also metaphysics, to practical reason, and to view it in terms of their respective implications for action and to evaluate them in that light. It is this last approach, invoking practical reason in addition to epistemic concerns, that I shall particularly explore in this paper. There is, of course, a role of critical reasoning in examining the facts of the case in choosing between different perspectives of observation, but that reasoning cannot ultimately escape the discipline of 1. Acknowledging the differences, particularly in weighting and emphasis, of distinct positional views, and 2. Examining the practical consequences of adopting one perspective rather than another. Even in terms of the physical analogy invoked earlier, whether we take the virtual size of the sun and the moon to be the same or not should depend on what we wish to do with that understanding. In observational optics from the Earth, for example in predicting a solar eclipse, the presumption of equisized and potentially congruent projections of the two bodies could indeed be useful. In contrast, in calculating the gravitational pull of these two objects on a spacecraft that we might send off for a planetary probe, we would be well advised to take note of differences in size, in particular the immensely larger mass of the Sun vis-a-vis the Moon, the equal projections from the Earth being recognized as a contingent function of their respective distances. The problem of our identities also involves both epistemology and practical reason. It is inevitably influenced by the positionally objective observations of our history and culture that can be made and the limited understandings that these positional observations provide. But the epistemology of our identities cannot come to a final stop with any given. See My Positional Objectivity, 1993. See also Nagel, The View from Nowhere, 1986, and Susan Hurley, Natural Reasons, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1989. Positional observation, and there remains in particular the possibility of reasoned choice in taking note of the implications of these understandings for the lives we can lead and the societies we can have. Indeed, I shall argue that a good deal of the debate on identities in contemporary India calls for more explicit reference to practical reason rather than pure epistemology, even when armed with positionally objective visions. We are not settling issues of pure knowledge only important as the positionally grounded cognitive exercises are. External orientation and emphasis on difference. It is not remarkable that the leadership of the Indian national movement favored an aggregative, cohesive, and on the whole sympathetic view of the past of India. This is standard fare for movements of this kind. And it is to the credit of the leadership of the movement that there was a conscious effort to resist the temptation to make excessive use of the rhetoric of India's golden ages and ancient wisdoms, or to get too stuck in the magnified image of the carefully chosen appreciations of India entertained by people elsewhere, though such accolades were plentifully cited by different nationalist authors in the period of the movement for independence. In Nehru's own writing, there is understandable pride in some of the achievements of the civilization of the Indian subcontinent, but he also warned against the tendency to quote foreign appreciations of India's past, while suppressing the criticisms and censures that had also been expressed in considerable abundance. In The Discovery of India, Jawaharlal Nehru put it thus: there is a tendency on the part of Indian writers, to which I have also partly succumbed, to give selected extracts and quotations from the writings of. In the context of presenting two specific case studies, Susan Bailey has drawn attention to the general importance of understanding the far-reaching role of memories, real or imagined, of victimhood of members of one community at the hands of another, war, victimhood, resistance, and remembrance. Two case studies from the Indian subcontinent, mimeograph summary, University of Cambridge, 1995. As Bailey notes, South Asia's political life has been strongly influenced by carriers of remembrance who see their landscape as a giant battlefield full of sites of heroic bloodshed and unavenged crimes against their communities and their respective divine warrior protectors. p2. The likely effects of focusing on such memories well illustrates the relevance of practical reason in the selections that are inescapably parts of understandings of the past. European scholars in praise of old Indian literature and philosophy. It would be equally easy, indeed much easier, to give other extracts giving an exactly opposite viewpoint. There is, however, one shared feature of the nationalist tradition, including Nehru's corrective, that deserves noting here. Much importance is attached in interpreting India's past to what people outside the country thought of it, in description, in praise, in criticism. This is to some extent true of indigenous, nationalist writings in other countries as well, and as an antidote to insularity, there is perhaps some merit in this outward alignment. But this sensitivity to foreign understanding assumed extraordinary importance in India given its colonial and dependent status in the period in which the nationalist understanding emerged. I shall call it the external orientation in interpreting India's past. I shall also argue presently that this feature has had a considerable engineering impact on the ways in which Indian culture and history have been standardly characterized in the colonial and the post-colonial period. This is a diagnosis that is shared between the approach presented here and the standard post-colonial literature. However, I shall also argue that the external orientation has often had the impact of making the interpretation of India's past more inward-looking, emphasizing differences rather than similarities in cultural history. The undermining of an independent understanding of the pre-colonial past has quite often taken the form of a breathless search for difference from what is called the West. The influence of the West has sometimes taken this dialectical and largely negative form, rather than leading to a reconstruction of India's past in ways that are similar to a Western outlook. The resulting emphasis on difference has descriptive as well as practical relevance to different interpretations of India's past. While this focus on difference is, I believe, a characteristic, inter alia, even of anti-colonial copyright nationalist interpretation, it is often seen rather more plentifully in some of the communitarian understandings that challenge the nationalist view today. Indeed, in the effort to correct the classical nationalist picture in a more indigenous direction, in searching, for example, in Parth Chatterjee's language, for our modernity, the effect has been, at least, partly to exaggerate rather than ameliorate the difference-seeking distortions that had already existed in the classical nationalist picture. Classical nationalism, diversity and national unity. As far as the substance of the nationalist interpretations is concerned, there was a systematic attempt to focus on unity, rather than discord, within India. This too was, to a great extent, a reaction to the colonial thesis of India's hopeless divisions, which needed an imperial hand for the establishment of peace, order, and cohesion. The divisiveness that gave Britain its strongest argument for staying on in India as the ruling power protecting each group from the marauding other had to be denied in the classical nationalist thesis, which argued for the non-necessity of any such external imperial force for safeguarding India's unity. However, the nationalist leadership could hardly deny the existence of different religions in India, or obliterate the battles that had occurred earlier between the different communities, for example, between Hindus and Muslims, and within each of these broad groups. The argument was, rather, that despite this diversity, there was an essential unity. And that this unity was not accidental, but some reflection of the unifying tendency in Indian culture. Mahatma Gandhi's inclination was to see in Hinduism some overarching value that transcended sectarianism and provided a cultural basis for tolerance. Search for truth might be that uniting factor, Gandhiji thought, in a passage that even Nehru found rather implausible. Its essential spirit seems to be to live or let live. Mahatma Gandhi has attempted to define it. If I were asked to define the Hindu creed, I should simply say, search after truth through nonviolent means. Hinduism is the religion of truth. Truth is God. Denial of God we have known. Denial of truth we have not known. One problem with this view at the level of practical reason is the usurping role that Hinduism itself is made to play here in the synthesis of the nation as a whole. The exclusionary implications of this role, for example, for the Muslims of undivided India, would impose a heavy political burden as the prospect of independence as partition approached. But no less importantly at the level of epistemology. One could scarcely ignore the deeply questionable nature of these claims, for example that the denial of truth was, in some significant sense, unknown in Hinduism. After some critical analysis, Nehru found this Gandhian characterization to be no definition at all. But while Nehru was unwilling to place Hinduism in that privileged position as the source of the unitary impulses in India, he did not doubt the unitary impulses themselves. Whatever the word we may use, Indian or Hindi or Hindustani, for our cultural tradition, we see in the past that some inner urge towards synthesis, derived essentially from the Indian philosophic outlook, was the dominant feature of Indian cultural, and even racial, development. Each incursion of foreign elements was a challenge to this culture, but it was met successfully by a new synthesis and a process of absorption. Was this really such a special feature of India, not easily observed elsewhere? Haven't many other cultures also seen diversity, invasion, and absorption? This is a big issue and not easy to settle, and I shall not attempt here to answer that epistemological question in terms of transpositional objectivity in cross-cultural comparisons. But what is easier to see is that from the positionality of a practical commitment to a national unity, and to writing and theorizing on the history of India with an overarching involvement in that commitment, many of the uniting features in the diverse history of the subcontinent would appear to be particularly important to understand and emphasize. The nationalist perspective was also much influenced dialectically by the claims made on behalf of the British Raj convenient for the imperialists of a hopelessly divided India, with different communities at loggerheads with each other. In asking the question as to whether Indian history indicates that such internal divisiveness is inescapable in India, the point could certainly be honestly made that there was no such basis for expecting perpetual hostility between different religions or diverse regions. For this it was not necessary at all to claim that a tendency towards unity and a broad synthesizing priority are very special characteristics of Indian culture not to be much found elsewhere. If that implication seemed to enter the claims, as it certainly did, this was largely the result of the dialectics against the imperial view, which was bent on arguing exactly the opposite. The temptation to affirm uniqueness can be easily eschewed, in the perspective of today, without having to deny the elements of truth and importance in the pointers to India's historical unity, rather than its divisions. The implicit pride in the special character of India's absorptive culture played an important psychological role in trumping the imperial claims of pervasive disunity of India. And politically, it fitted in well enough with the historical observation that there was indeed much unity in India despite the undoubted presence of many religions, diverse languages, and other differences on which the imperial theory had relied so heavily. So there was both an element of truth in the claim about the synthesizing tendencies of Indian culture, and much practical usefulness in focusing on and particularly emphasizing that particular element. The cliché that the unity of India derives from the unifying influence of the British rule is widely repeated even now. An example was the reported invocation of this conjecture by the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh in a meeting of potential British investors, in London, in June 1995, to persuade the British capitalist to invest in a country of their creation. That story of British construction of India has been repeated often enough to acquire some plausibility, as repeated tales often do. Despite Homer's disclaimer in the Odyssey, what's so tedious as a twice-told tale? But, surely, the concept of the Indian subcontinent as an integrated unit is not at all new, and has been implicitly invoked in many contexts over the millennia. The idea has not only influenced the conception of the natural boundaries over which an emperor, such as Chandragupta Maurya or Ashoka or Akbar, would seek to establish command, but has also shaped the nature and domain of various economic, cultural, and social movements. The idea of an Indian identity must not be confused with that of an Indian nationhood. For one thing, the concept of nationality is a relatively recent one, and it would be as absurd to ask what sense of Indian nationhood the Mauryan or Mughal Indian had, as it would be to seek the recognition of a Greek nationhood among the ancient Athenians or Spartans, or a German nationhood among the Visigoths at the gate. For another, a proto-political identity can well stretch beyond contemporary national boundaries, and given a suitable opportunity, it can even be used in particular contexts to construct a supranational political unit, as is currently happening in the construction of a united Europe. The form that the search for unity in Indian diversity took in the classical nationalist theory was, therefore, over-demanding and over-exacting. Claiming that the synthetic virtues of Indian culture were very special, almost unique, was also quite redundant. But what has to be noted are, 1. The plausibility of the positional view that saw a remarkable unity in India, astonishing in a country with more diversity of languages and religions than perhaps in any other in the world, and, 2. The practical urgency to focus on that unity in defending the nationalist demand that the British quit immediately, despite the oft-repeated imperial claim that the Raj was the architect of a united India and the indispensable guardian of its wholeness. Decades of historical work and cultural analyses in post-independent India have by now brought out the naive simplicity of the alleged overarching unity of Indian culture and history. They do require us to qualify and perhaps even to abandon the unproblematic belief in Indian unity on which anti-colonial nationalists chose to focus. In presenting her illuminating studies of present-day India, what Veena Das calls an anthropological perspective on contemporary India, she cannot but put much more emphasis on the things that divide India, rather than what is common across the board. What we are noticing here is a shift in the positional perspective. The old classical nationalist view that tried to soften the differences whenever they were visible represented a perspective that had considerable veracity and positional relevance, and also practical value in the context of pre-independence politics, particularly, given the priority of ending British rule, with its claim of authorship of a united India. Neither the contingent relevance, nor the impermanent usefulness, of this line of vision need be denied for a contemporary understanding of India, more cognizant of divisions and fragments that make up the nation. The question that remains, however, concerns the concept of the Indian nation seen in terms of practical reason. I think it would be a mistake, for reasons I have already discussed, to see the nationhood of Indians as following simply from a position-independent, objective reading of Indian history. National unity as a concept is a relatively recent one anyway, and has much malleability in it, in line with the sense and practice of actual politics. The question of practical reason is, thus, central. Is the focusing on the idea of an Indian nation useful at this time, and is there enough empirical basis to make that idea plausible, without having to claim that it is inevitable? I believe the answers are very firmly positive in the context of communal divisions, which can be both violent and brutal, as our experiences have brought out over the recent years. To this we have to add the issue of fairness involved in the need for symmetric treatment of different religious communities, which is a political norm of some importance, and which requires the acceptance of something that unites, rather than divides, the members of different communities that make up the citizenry of India. I have argued elsewhere that the idea of secularism, which is inherently incomplete, can be best interpreted in terms of such a symmetry, rather than as something which makes the state not only neutral but also uniformly hostile to all religions. In the demand for that symmetry there is the need for an overarching concept of being members of a nation, who are to be treated with symmetry. In this sense, there is still much use for the classical nationalist concept of an Indian nation, and that concept cannot be overridden by a foundational political identity of being a member of a religious community. In our personal and social life, The religious identity could even be prior for many people. I say this on the basis of reflective rather than experiential knowledge, since the identity of a religious community does not speak to me, but that is a separate issue from the demands of identity in the context of political unity and entitlements. Mahatma Gandhi was right in making a distinction between the influence of his own religion on his personal conduct and social behavior, including holding open prayer meetings, and the political fairness of individually wanting that members of all religious communities in India be treated symmetrically. Gandhiji was shot by a Hindu activist who could not stomach the latter. Insofar as that political virtue is both important and in somewhat doubtful supply in contemporary India, there remains cogency as well as practical merit in the conception of a nation on which the classical nationalist theory had put so much emphasis. The positional perspective today is somewhat different, and so are the demands of practical reason, but acknowledging these facts does not undermine the continuing relevance of that classical notion. In the next section, some of the contemporary challenges to Indian secularism are examined, particularly in the light of the readings of India's past. The nation and the communities. The classical nationalist view took the membership of the national polity to be deeper and more forceful in the political context than a person's religion or membership of a religious community. There was a general presumption of a separation of spheres by which religion might have a major role for the religiously oriented in the personal and social activities of persons, but the political identities of the very same persons were taken to be more oriented towards the nation, rather than being grounded in their religious creeds. A good illustration of this framework of classical nationalist ideas is the notion of a nationalist Muslim around the time of the partition of India. The term referred to Muslims in the subcontinent who gave priority to being Indian in their political identity, no matter how religious they might have been in personal and social life. They were thus not attracted by the idea of Pakistan as a Muslim polity, and typically resisted the partition of India much more strongly than the Hindu secularist did. It is this feature of the classical nationalist view that has been subjected to the most forceful attacks in recent years. There have been at least two distinct sources of assault. First, the newly powerful forces of so-called Hindu nationalism, such as the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, the Shiv Sena, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, the Vishva Hindu Parishad, VHP, have asserted, in one form or another, the priority of a Hindu identity. The Indian identity, when it emerges, is meant to be intermediate through that route, and Indianness is, as it were, built on the religiously secure foundations of the different persons' primary religious identities. The second line of critique, presented by communitarian intellectuals, has taken the form of arguing forcefully for the general importance of community-based identities, not just religious ones. It has stressed the immediacy, relevance, and richness of belonging to a particular fragment, rather than to the more remote collectivity of a nation. It is important to re-emphasize here that the challenge to the classical nationalist interpretation comes, in this line of critique, precisely in the political context. It is not about the general importance of religious beliefs or other community-oriented concerns in personal or even social behavior, but the specific relevance of that identity in political matters, with or without involving the state. This distinction was discussed in the last section, in the narrower context of characterizing secularism. This assertion of priority tends to come not only from religious sectarians, particularly, in recent years, the so-called Hindu nationalists, but also from those who have been especially worried, often with good reason, about the overpowerful role of the state, as opposed to community, and about the violence committed by the state, on the basis of its unequal power. The idea of a nation is often taken to be presupposing the discipline of a nation-state. For example, in criticizing the use of the concept of imagined community by Sarvepalli Gopal and Romila Thapar, Veena Das first notes that the concept is applied to modern forms of religious community but not to the nation, and goes on to conclude, thus, the claim of the nation-state to an eternal status, as something that goes back into the past and extends into the indefinite future, is not subjected to critical scrutiny. Critical Events, 1995, p. 46, Emphasis added. That jump from the nation to the nation-state is a leap across a considerable conceptual divide. The concept of the nation, thus, is made to take on whatever abuse of power and of violence that may be attributable to the nation-state. Here we come into a headlong clash with the ideas underlying the classical nationalist conceptions of a nation reflected in the nationalist movements. The particular communitarian conception of the nation, which we are discussing here, gives it immediately a forcefully statist orientation, and the very idea of giving priority to political unity across religious communities and other social divisions, thus, acquires an inescapably harsh and austere form, with the full potentiality of authoritarian abuse. The classical nationalist conceptions did not involve this intrinsic inseparability of a nation from a nation-state *. Indeed, as Nehru did explicitly claim in his paper The Psychology of Indian Nationalism, published in 1927, what is at issue is the mentality of New India *. It is certainly true that in the emergence or consolidation of any national unity, the nation-state may well have an important instrumental role, but the state need not be central to the conceptual foundation of this unity, nor account for the constructive emergence of the sense of a national unity, and thus of nationhood. The concept of a nation reflects a sense of political identity that is not split up into belonging to distinct communities, and can in principle admit anyone, irrespective of communal background, by virtue of a shared sense of political identity. The non-statist conception of the nation is, thus, well captured even by Arthur Miller's somewhat whimsical witticism that a good newspaper, I suppose, is a nation talking to itself, and this informal line of reasoning would not really be improved by a program of identification whereby we, 1. First identify a state, then, 2. Diagnose it as a nation-state, and then, 3. Derive the identity of a nation from the limits of that nation-state. To take a different type of example, it is not a category mistake to think of the Indian nation prior to 1947 as encompassing the residents of the so-called native states, such as Travancore, and also the non-British colonial territories, such as Goa, even though they did not belong to the same state in any sense at all. What is crucial is the sense of political identity that cuts across communal and even state boundaries, and while one object of that political identity may be the determination to construct a nation-state in line with that identity, it is not necessary to begin with any conception of a state before having an idea of a nation. Thus, the immediate ascription of the power, authoritarianism, and propensity towards violence, that are attributed to a nation-state, to the very concept of a nation is achieved somewhat arbitrarily by jumping over important conceptual divides. There is also the further and altogether different issue that even the state, capable as it is of authoritarianism and violence, may sometimes have a protective role against the coercions and inequities that many traditional communities standardly impose on less privileged members, such as women, or female children, or those who belong to the lower tiers of the collectivity. Classical nationalist theory did undoubtedly foresee a role of the nation-state against such injustice. While that theory was probably less forthcoming on the violence done by the nationalist state than would have been justified, and that can certainly be seen as an inadequacy of that theory, it would be no less a mistake to assume that violence and injustice cannot have its origin in the community itself. The classical nationalist theory had various biases, and in the context of addressing the problems of contemporary India, it is necessary to expose and criticize those biases. But it is also important not to throw away the baby with the bathwater, particularly through arbitrary ascriptions across conceptual divides. There was considerable cogency as well as practical sense in the classical nationalist conception. The confounding of the concept of the nation with the characterization of the nation-state, tempting as it may be, is not a strong enough basis for making it impossible to think of the nation, without setting out, at once, the troops of an authoritarian nation-state marching against dissidents. We have to take more note of the purpose and rationale of the idea of a nation, with and without the operation of a nation-state. Again, the central concern turns out to be practical reason, rather than pure epistemology. Diversity of relevance. In this penultimate section, I take up the question of the changing relevance of different issues over time, a concern that relates closely to the variation of positionality in objective assessment. The nature of the questions that are urgent to address does shift with the change in focus of contemporary problems. The confrontations of yesterday may be archaic today. This issue has been encountered already in a limited form in trying to make sense of the classical nationalist interpretation, when the historical context of that theory had been important. To consider a different type of problem, we may note the fact that much of the Indian history of the last 2 centuries seen contemporaneously cannot but focus on the issue of colonialism. The nature of the colonial rule itself has been the subject of sharp differences, varying from 1. Seeing colonialism as a reforming process, 2. Seeing it as a system of economic subjugation, or 3. Seeing it as a history of the cultural hegemony of the imperial powers established over the dominated societies. There have also been differences in this context between presenting the history of resistance to British colonial rule with a concentration on elite Indian leadership, including the establishment of the Congress in 1885, and seeing it in terms of the movements of the non-elite masses, the subalterns, as they have been called. Many other differences on lines of historical analysis have also emerged in the context of interpreting colonial history and seeing the present in post-colonial terms. These issues retain their importance and will no doubt do so for a long time to come. But meanwhile new questions have arisen and become prominent for which the nature of the older classifications may not exactly fit. One of the central issues in contemporary politics in India is the relevance of science and technology, sometimes called extremely misleadingly Western science and technology. This has become particularly important in the context of a deliberately cultivated hostility to science, including some use of what can only be described as obscurantism. That contrast will undoubtedly grow in importance in India, as it has in many other countries as well, sometimes accompanied by fundamentalist religious politics. In that context, the hostility to what is seen as modernism, which has been a concomitant feature of anti-colonialism, may have the effect of confounding the lines of the present debate. This point can be addressed only after noting the positive achievements of the shift in historical tradition that has occurred. One of the major accomplishments of recent Indian historiography has been a change in focus from an exclusively elitist view of history to one in which the masses, particularly peasant masses, are seen as central agents of change. Ranjit Guha, one of the visionary historians of our times, had motivated this departure in his work by identifying a lacuna in this respect. As he put it in his introductory essay in the first volume of the Subaltern Studies, the historiography of Indian nationalism has for a long time been dominated by elitism, colonialist elitism and bourgeois nationalist elitism. Both these varieties of elitism share the prejudice that the making of the Indian nation and the development of the consciousness nationalism which informed this process were exclusively or predominantly elite achievements. Considerable efforts have been made in the recent years to rectify that bias and to fill the gaps through subaltern history. It is important to note that the specific problems that Ranjit Guha was addressing were the emergence of Indian nationalism, the history of the national movement, and India's confrontation with its colonial rulers. It does not slight the nature of that inquiry to suggest that the political divisions that can be observed in India today incorporate many different elements, not each of which is best addressed in terms of the dichotomy between the subaltern and the elite, even though that basic distinction will continue to figure in some of the elements that characterize our present dissensions. One of the interesting features of the way the work inspired by the subaltern movement has tended to develop is its marriage with what is often described as postmodernism. An identification of the elite as the vanguard of modernity would make that alliance, in some ways, quite natural. The association of subaltern history with the rejection of modernism thus has an understandable basis, but the school of postmodernist literary theory has also presented other reasons for being critical of favoring the modern over the traditional. It is not my purpose here to address that general subject, but I do want to make a comment on an associated feature of it, namely the coolness, sometimes even hostility towards science that accompanies these literary and intellectual movements. In the context of present divisions in countries such as India, this coolness or hostility can have rather momentous consequences. A particular line of connection here concerns the reaction to colonialism, which has had the effect of making India's reading of its past and special involvements go in a more spiritual rather than scientific direction. Parth Chatterjee discusses the origin of this attitude very well, and I quote here from his The Nation and Its Fragments, although I shall draw a somewhat different conclusion from this analysis than he does by my reading. Anti-colonial nationalism creates its own domain of sovereignty within colonial society well before its political battle with the imperial power. It does this by dividing the world of social institutions and practices into two domains, the material and the spiritual. The material is the domain of the outside, of the economy and of statecraft, of science and technology, a domain where the West had proved its superiority and the East had succumbed. In this domain, then, Western superiority had to be acknowledged and its accomplishments carefully studied and replicated. The spiritual, on the other hand, is an inner domain bearing the essential marks of cultural identity. The greater one's success in imitating Western skills in the material domain, therefore, the greater the need to preserve the distinctiveness of one's spiritual culture. This formula is, I think, a fundamental feature of anti-colonial nationalisms in Asia and Africa. To a great extent, I agree with this, and it fits in with the thesis of external orientation which was discussed earlier on in this paper. I would like to see the relation between India and the West in more dialectical terms, involving a two-way relation, which I have tried to outline elsewhere, but I have little quarrel with Chatterjee's diagnosis as one important clue to what happened in India, and elsewhere in the colonies. Certainly, this focus on the spiritual side aided, in some ways, the emergence and sustaining of self-confidence of a subject nation. In the context of today's battles, however, that route to self-confidence extracts a heavy price, making the progress of science and technology that much more difficult and giving more force to backward-looking politics than it could otherwise have had. The rearrogance of the confrontation of the colonial era partly ends up being a roadblock on the way to India's ability to make the best of what science and material knowledge can offer at this time. If this diagnosis is right, then the question does arise as to whether it would not be appropriate, in reinterpreting India's past, to move away from this devised spiritual image of Indian culture. But would it be possible? How would it fit into a historical understanding of Indian culture? Also, since science has often been pursued by the upper classes, would not such a shift in focus take us away from the masses to the elite, thereby delivering us back to old-style history of rulers and aristocracy? In answering these complex questions, I would like to make 4 observations. First, as I had argued earlier, the interpretation of a culture and of tradition is not just a matter of epistemology, but also inevitably involves practical reason. If contemporary science and technology are important for the future of India, we are not shackled by any necessity to establish a great scientific past to be free to focus on the role of science today. Yet the resistance to what is seen as Western science or called Western rationality gives the historical interpretation a social and cultural importance that cannot be entirely ignored. This takes me to the second point. It is important to recognize that the spiritual interpretation of India's speciality was itself a result of its colonial past, to which its dialectic relation with the West contributed. The issue, thus, is not one of an invention of a non-existent past, but looking at other parts of the past which were underemphasized through the modalities of colonial confrontation. Indeed, a significant part of what is seen as Western science and technology were directly influenced by contributions from elsewhere, including Indian mathematics which reached the West through the Arabs. Third, the role of the elite is a difficult issue in dealing with history. It is, I think, a mistake to be so anti-elitist as to miss out an understanding of the role of the elite in the generation of science and knowledge that ultimately affects the lives of all the subaltern as well as the elite. This is an issue that was well discussed by Marx himself, and certainly his rejection of what he called in words that infuriate many postmodernists the idiocy of village life relates to this general issue. Fear of elitism did not, happily, deter Joseph Needham from writing his authoritative account of the history of science and technology in China, and to dismiss that work as elitist history would be a serious neglect of China's past. Finally, the persistent deprivation of the subaltern does not take the exclusive form of a denial of their role in the making of history. There are real deprivations of material well-being as well as denials of intellectual opportunities, including the negation of the chance, even for the most talented among the non-elite, to pursue science and technology. To do justice to the subaltern, the material circumstances and intellectual opportunities they have right now would have to expand. This task is altogether different from that of giving due recognition to the historically important role that the subalterns had played in colonial struggles and in other changes in the past. Substantive inequalities and deprivations of the present also deserve serious attention. It can certainly be argued that the continuation of educational and social inequalities in India has been helped by the tendency of classical nationalist theory to focus on an automatic tendency towards unity and to underplay differences and disparities. Despite his continuous use of the rhetoric of education for all, Nehru and the party he led put very little emphasis in practice on universal education when they gained office. The implicit concentration on a seamless unity, which was discussed in other contexts earlier on in the paper, might well have hindered a concerted effort to remedy the deprivation of the educationally neglected. But the eradication of this deprivation is not helped just by admiring the non-elite and their role in history, while leaving unaddressed their real deprivations that continue into the present. And in this context, a methodology that has the effect of undermining the importance of science and technology in the guise of rejecting modernism might well be deeply counterproductive. The original motivation of subaltern history is not subject to this charge, since doing justice to the past need not prejudice fairness in the present. But the marriage of that historical tradition with anti-modernism links the two enterprises. While the problem here arises to some extent from the befuddling notion of modernity itself, and thus can be attributed to the theories of modernity that preceded postmodernism, the anti-moderns of today seem to join their hands effortlessly with modernists in seeing the concept of modernity as unproblematic. The anti-modernists are against it, while the modernists favor it. In the process, the status of science evolved in different places at different times as an engine of social change, is deeply undermined. When in the 11th century, the Arab-Iranian mathematician Al-Biruni came to India, and studied extensively Indian mathematics, astronomy, general sciences, linguistics, and history, he already spoke of the real deprivation of those castes who are not allowed to occupy themselves with science. That substantive deprivation remains largely untouched even today, after nearly a millennium, with half of the adult population of India, and nearly two-thirds of the adult women, still illiterate, and there is very little evidence, except in some specific regions, of a serious effort to bring education and science to the large mass of the citizens of India. In the context of this overwhelming failure, to undermine the importance of science itself is to work for inequity and injustice, rather than against it. And insofar as the dereliction of policies towards general education in India is part of a failure of the state machinery, what is needed is a censure of governance, not an undermining of science. Concluding remarks. The interpretation of the past has importance both because of its contribution to our self-understanding, and because of its relevance in addressing contemporary problems of practical importance. The methodological approach underlying the analysis presented here has drawn on two general claims: 1. The relevance of practical reason, in addition to pure epistemology, in addressing issues of identity and in interpreting the past, and 2. The need to take note of positional perspectives in understanding history. Neither claim undermines the pertinence of truth and veracity, nor dismisses the demands of objectivity in knowledge and understanding. The difference lies, rather, in the discipline of selection, in particular in the construction of a coherent and cogent picture, 1. Based on different and possibly diverse positional observations, and 2. Taking note of the practical implications of different criteria of selection. Many things have happened in the past, and even though some claims can prove to be false in a way that others are not, there is still no escape from selection and discrimination among the class of non-false statements in reading the past. In judging the relevance of particular observations, we have to place them in the context of the positionality of the observer and the analyst, and also pay attention to the cogency of different perspectives in terms of the priorities of practical choice. The classical nationalist approaches developed in pre-independence India have to be understood and judged in terms of the tasks that were then faced, and then have to be reassessed in the light of the problems faced contemporarily. I have tried to argue that despite many lapses, which can be readily identified, there was epistemic merit as well as practical value in the classical nationalist approaches to Indianness, and furthermore, there are merits in some of these visions even in the context of the current challenges faced in post-independent India, particularly arising from divisiveness, sectarianism, inequality, and communal tension. The denial of these merits are based, in many cases, on a factual neglect of the richness of India's history, and sometimes on conceptual confounding, for example between the concepts of a nation and a nation-state, which are related but non-congruent. There were also many strategic elements in Indian self-definitions that played a significant part in the confrontation with Western imperialism. They are part of what was earlier described as external orientation in the reading of India's past. These features too are subject to contemporary reassessment and scrutiny, in terms both of epistemic cogency and practical reason. For example, the brandishing of India's spirituality vis-a-vis Western materialism, built on very selective readings of India's intellectual past, may well have served some useful purpose in resisting Western dominance, but half a century after independence, that focus, I have tried to show, can be deeply counterproductive in contemporary India. The representative nature of this selective image was open to doubt even when this line of reasoning had proved rather effective in the assertion of India's independent standing, but that practical justification has weakened over time, without its gaining in epistemic strength through more historical evidence in that direction. The selectional priorities, despite the neglect of much contrary evidence, might have had some practical justification in the context of battling the Raj to establish an independent India, but with the change of challenges and priorities, the retention of the same emphasis and reading today would be hard to justify. The interpretation of India's past cannot but be sensitive to the concerns of today. Our identities cannot be defined independently of our traditions and past, but this does not indicate a linear sequence whereby we interpret our past first, and then arrive at our identity, equipped to face contemporary issues. On the contrary, our reading of the past and understanding of the present are interdependent, and the selectional criteria that are central to interpreting the past have to take note of the relevance of the different concerns in the contemporary world. While we cannot live without our past, we need not live within it either. The rhetoric of democracy and development in late colonial India. David Washbrook. At first sight, the reasons for discussing democracy and development in the context of the late colonial Indian state may seem very curious. Not only did the latter do very little to advance the causes of either, but, being a British colonial state, it held only the most limited understanding of them. The concepts of democracy and development are not the first to come to mind when considering the history of even the domestic British state during this, the interwar, period. Yet, from another angle, India's experiences in this era of democracy and development, and of the relationship between them, may have been extremely important in setting the agendas of the future. For, try as it might, the British colonial state could not shut out the insistent demands on its policies and practices made in the name of these core values of the 20th century. A rising nationalist movement at home and deepening struggles with fascism and Bolshevism abroad forced it to revive Britain's formal credentials as a liberal power, while depression, war, and a rapidly changing structure of the international economy wrecked the old colonial system and obliged consideration of how India might be developed within the framework of a new one. The epoch witnessed a broadening of representative, if not particularly democratic, forms of government in the economy. If, however, the colonial state had to accommodate these pressures from the beginning of the 20th century on and could not, as it undoubtedly would have liked, preserve indefinitely that combination of bureaucratic despotism and free market economics that had characterized the 19th. It was not without means of containing them. Institutionally, it retained a firm grip over the apparatuses of governance and, ideologically, it possessed far more experience than any of its opponents, at least inside India, at redefining the terms democracy and development, those most flexible of concepts, to make them compatible with continuing authoritarian rule and the privileging of narrow vested interests. It conceived a series of strategies, symbolized perhaps by the amazing 1935 Government of India Act, designed to extend representation and promote economic growth without, apparently, changing any of the basic relations of power and wealth constructed under its long period of rule. Democracy and development here were meant to be imprisoned within the structures of the colonial past. At one level, at least, the strategies plainly failed. In 1947 India acquired freedom with a commitment to universal democracy and to planned national development, which went far beyond anything evolved under the late colonial state and, indeed, represented policies deliberately conceived in opposition to its highly constraining influences. In many ways, the stroke of midnight on August 15, 1947 shattered the links between the colonial past and the national future. But at other levels these conservative strategies were extremely successful and may be seen to have come down to independent India, patterning some of her own responses to the problems of later years. The success derived from the extent to which the strategies became embedded in institutional practices and professional ideologies taken over wholesale by the newly independent state and exercising subtle, often unseen, restraints on the imagined freedoms which India's politicians thought they had won. There is perhaps no clearer indicator of this subtle post-colonial influence than the ultimate fate of the 1935 Government of India Act, originally designed to undermine the national integrating functions of the Congress, to submerge the voices of demos beneath those of executive authority and aristocratic privilege and to keep India tied to the apron strings of Westminster. The act did not entirely die with the rule of the King Emperor. When India wrote her own constitution in 1950, she took more than 250 of its clauses straight out of the relevant parliamentary publication. Included among those clauses were the ones which Mrs. Gandhi later would use constitutionally to suspend the constitution and to revive a form of president/viceroy's rule first seen in 1939. Extensive though the contributions of British scholars to political theory may be, they have rarely offered much elucidation of the concept of democracy. Even the most celebrated essay on the subject in the English language preferred the title on representative government and, though regarded as radical in its mid-Victorian day, can scarcely escape the charge of elitism brought against it latterly by Maurice Cowling, among many others. Over the course of the 19th century, the dominant British liberal tradition succeeded in appropriating the term democracy from 18th century popular radicalism and giving it a quite different set of meanings. Democratization now came to refer to that slow process whereby ruling elites co-opted into the functioning of the state successive layers of sub-elites who were to prove their responsibility by providing consensual support for the judgments of their masters. And a very slow process it was too. Britain, the mother of liberty, achieved full adult suffrage only in 1928, scarcely a generation before India and many generations after the majority of societies in Western Europe and North America. Moreover, what relationship the suffrage has to organization and exercise of state power, and whether it is meaningful to conceive of the existence of democratic rights, as opposed to concessionary privileges, remain open questions. Britain possesses no written constitution and, in the light of several legal judgments of recent years, it is arguable whether subjects possess any rights at all, even of interrogation, against the executive authority of the state. Conceptually, the dominant British political tradition has always been inclined to conceive of the state as prior to the interest of any of its constituent members. As a result, arguments about the virtues and vices of democracy, even, for that matter, Mills, have tended to be couched in terms, not of inalienable human rights, but of what would better facilitate the functioning of the state and the maintenance of social order. This has had several serious consequences for the nature of British political structure. First, it has meant that the symbolic and the executive elements in the state have taken precedence over the representational and the legislative. The former, the monarchy, bureaucracy, law and armed forces, stand for continuity, order, and guardianship over the whole of society. The latter are merely transient and particularistic which, if not watched carefully, will bring about disruption, i.e. change, and chaos, i.e. a realignment of the social order. This position has two corollaries. First, of course, it imputes a demeaned function to politics, including democratic/representational politics. These last are held to reflect only sectional, if not individual, sets of interests, to be potentially corrupt and to threaten the workings of good government. In the British state, tradition, being above politics, as the monarchy, the civil service, etc., represents a higher, more legitimate, condition than being in them, and the final accolade sought by every major politician is to be regarded as a statesman who has risen out of the day-to-day, hurly-burly of the political process to join the other metaphysical beings protecting the continuity of the state. The second corollary is that, in the British tradition, representational/democratic politics take place inside a highly conservative institutional and ideological straitjacket designed to constrain most of their urgings. The tightness and strength of the straitjacket may be judged from the extent to which it has enabled an extremely narrow gentry stratum of society to repel, or accommodate, the challenges of industrialization, urbanization, and mass society until very recently, without losing its cultural hegemony. A further consequence for British political culture has been the tendency to conceive of democracy instrumentally, in terms of the ends which it will achieve rather than the rights which it reflects. And, most usually, those ends have been concerned with deepening state power and control over areas of society inaccessible to it before. The co-option of sub-elites and their incorporation into state processes as representatives for wider constituencies has been particularly efficacious in this regard. While, at one level, modern British history may be a history of progressive democratization, at another it is also a history of expanding state authority and coercion. In a large number of cases, ranging from local government to school boards to police committees, the two have been but opposite sides of the same coin. These rather lengthy remarks about the meanings of democracy in British ruling culture may seem out of place in a paper supposedly dealing with India. But they gain their relevance from the extent to which the pressures and strains pushing late colonial India towards democratization were mediated by a state apparatus heavily influenced by this culture. In India, no less than, indeed somewhat more than, in Britain, the executive elite sought to deflect demands for democracy into recipes for representation and to preserve the supposed autonomy and integrity of the state from the insistent importunings of mass politics. As in Britain too, one part of the tragedy of modernity may be the remarkable extent to which they succeeded. Institutionally, India's pathway to democracy could hardly have been less promising. The first representative institutions were introduced to strengthen the colonial state after the shocks caused by the mutiny. Most famously, they consisted of governors' councils where prominent notables were invited to offer advice to the ICS so that the latter could keep in touch with native opinion. The notion that the real function of representation was advisory, while policy was made by the bureaucracy, remained basic to British schemes of democratization right up to the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms of 1919, if not indeed the Government of India Act of 1935. It was, of course, later challenged and in large part overturned by the very different conception of representative democracy held by the national movement. However, at least two legacies of this initial ideology of representation were bequeathed to India even beyond 1947. It was over the question of who had the right to represent whom that the issue of communalism first entered the structure of the state. Familiarly, the introduction of principles of separate representation for Hindus, Muslims, landholders, etc., has been seen as a peculiarly colonial device constructed by the British for the purposes of divide and rule. From a broader angle, however, it may be seen, more simply, to reflect British ruling elite ideas about the nature of representation itself. By definition, members of civil society could only represent specific and sectional interests, since it was axiomatic that societal integration took place only through the state, and thus the state executive alone could represent the whole society. To conceive of the possibility that any member of civil society, Indian or other, could represent his whole society would have been to undermine the functions and legitimacy of the entire British ruling tradition. It was, and remains, a crucial strategy of this kind of state, to preserve its authority, that civil society be seen as naturally divided. When independent India inherited a large part of the ideology and apparatus of the late colonial state, it also inherited this necessary strategy. In seeking to understand the post-colonial intensification of communal strife, it may be important to consider not only developments in civil society but also the sources wherein the post-colonial state tries to ground its legitimacy. The second and related legacy was the inflated role accorded to itself by the bureaucracy and judiciary, as the proper makers of policy and the guardians of society. Although, from the time of Cornwallis, bureaucrats and judges had tried to give themselves this status, their success had been limited by the fact that they were, technically, the employees of a joint stock company whose primary function was to make money. This situation changed with the abolition of the company and with the introduction of representative institutions, against whose implications the bureaucracy now had to define its own place. It also changed, it might be added, at this time with the rise to power over Oxford schools of Jowett and the beginnings of a service ideology for the British civil service itself. The later Victorian ICS, as the whole of the British establishment, developed a high-flown rhetoric of impartiality and guardianship, which served to protect its moral authority, and quasi-hereditary elite status, from the challenges of rising democracy. To a degree, that rhetoric, and the ideology behind it, continued into the post-colonial era, where it was used to delegitimate programs of radical change in everything from the law to the linguistic basis of the state. Indeed, once the Indian National Congress became the state, the pretense of being above politics plainly passed into its own ideology of leadership. Yet perhaps the most significant paths towards Indian democracy, as opposed to democracy in India, were laid by post-mutiny developments in much humbler areas. The mutiny created not only a moral and political crisis in the colonial state but also a financial and economic crisis. The new crown state was saddled with burgeoning debts but had to be cautious in increasing taxation lest it foment further revolt. It also had to abandon the highly extractive fiscal policies of the company era, which had brought several parts of the Indian economy to ruin, and to find ways of reviving and stimulating an economic growth without which India would have been a very poor imperial asset. To help it out of these problems, the colonial state turned to democracy, or rather to representation, at the local level, thereby initiating a series of strategies which continue to affect the Indian polity. The task here was to extend and offload many of the petty functions for roads, sanitation, primary schools onto locally elected and co-opted native boards and municipalities. Once these were in place, taxation could be increased by means which made it appear that Indian society was taxing itself, and much time-consuming local administration could be passed to unpaid politicians. That the extension of these responsibilities should not involve any meaningful shift in power, however, was guaranteed by a complex system of controls, which kept budgets and administration under central surveillance and dependent upon handouts of official patronage, and by a construction of local political structures, which kept them parochial, divided and distant from the real centers of power. As early as the 1860s, the British began to discover forms of representative government, which were largely compatible with their continuing overrule and which, over the next several generations, they steadily expanded, in part to meet cheaply the many new tasks being asked of government but also in part as a response to oppositional demands for the widening of democracy. The hope was that India's democratic urges could be contained and ensnared in these institutions, which serviced the colonial state's needs, that they were incapable, except in a few cases, such as Calcutta, of providing launching pads for a broader oppositional politics and were controllable through networks of resource distribution. In the later colonial period, whenever the national movement asked for democracy, the British replied by offering devolution, and their model, conceived after World War I, for their progressive withdrawal from India was based upon steadily expanding the principles of so-called local self-government from the bottom of the Indian political pyramid upwards. As a strategy for preserving British authority to the last possible minute, for undermining the functioning of any meaningful national politics, and for creating a context of relations in which the jibes of bureaucrats at the corruption and particularism of politicians became almost self-fulfilling prophecies, it needs to be said that these ploys were only too successful. In 1937, the Indian National Congress, albeit against the advice of its High Command, voted to buy the British conception of democracy as devolution and entered the institutions of representative local and provincial self-government. The result was a very sorry period in the history of the national movement. Concern to offer consistent and united opposition to the British disappeared amidst unseemly scrambles for patronage, bitter factional feuds over the status and fruits of office, and sharpening communal antagonisms. Gandhi's call in 1939 for the resignation of the ministries came not a moment too soon to rescue the Congress from itself and to restore the ideals of the freedom struggle. However, the political model had been established and, after 1947, it was clearly used by the new Congress state to develop the machine system of politics, based upon patronage links between central and local government, which sustained its power until the 1960s. A further corollary to these politics was the elaboration of a highly problematic system of pseudo-federalism. Faced with the uncomfortable prospect, after World War I, of having to concede broader rights of representation, the colonial state developed a strategy of retreating to the center. It seemed to concede the principles of democratic right by establishing franchises, legislatures and ministries in the various provinces. And, after 1937, even handing over powers of what it called self-government to them. This gave the emergent Indian constitution the appearance of a kind of federalism. But it was a very peculiar kind, for, of course, all the most important powers of government, fiscal, military, foreign policy, etc., were held reserved at a center which, itself, was virtually outside any democratic control. The system was actually more dualistic than federal. It passed administrative responsibility, and little else, to democracy in the provinces, while keeping real power firmly in the hands of the bureaucracy, and, it was hoped, aristocracy, at the center. The implications of 1937 for the development of an Indian politics were very serious. Democratic aspirations were fanned in provincial legislatures with promises of meaningful self-government. Yet the provincial legislatures, which were designed to divert attention away from the center more than anything else, had not the means of meeting these aspirations. They were also designed to offset demands for a national polity by promoting divisive regionalist sentiments. What the would-be 1935 Constitution offered was a recipe for expanding internal political conflict between center and provinces over their respective roles, between executives and legislatures over their respective powers, between democracy and oligarchy over their respective principles. It represented the last-ditch stand of a waning colonial state trying, against reason and history, to define some continuing place for itself. The events of 1947 finally aborted the 1935 proposals, but, problematically, those of 1950 brought more than a fair share of them back again. As noted before, the authors of the Indian Constitution put an extraordinary degree of faith in the political wisdom of the British and drew heavily on the 1935 Act. By so doing, they thus drew quintessentially colonial forms of political relationship into the core of their emergent national democratic state. That issues concerning the design of provincial states and their relationship to the center, concerning the uneasy relations between executive and legislature, and concerning the provenance of democratic authority should subsequently have bedeviled the history of the Indian nation cannot be regarded as wholly surprising. They came as part of a colonial inheritance which was all too readily accepted. In many ways, several of India's major problems of development also can be seen to derive from a failure to question seriously enough the colonial inheritance. Although inclined to pose as a laissez-faire state for much of the later 19th century, and to allow Britain's industrial monopoly to bring its own rewards through the marketplace, the British Raj also possessed a strongly interventionist side. The eagerness of the company to lay claim to all possible sources of land revenue meant that, from an early date, its government found itself simultaneously charged with responsibility for providing irrigation and various support services to agriculture. The needs of the military and of emergent plantation economies required large-scale involvement in a variety of labor and factor markets. India's massive railway building program was also closely directed by the state. It is arguable, however, whether the 19th century colonial state thought of any of these activities immediately in terms of their implications for socio-economic development. They were conducted, and costed, much more for reasons of state profit and power. Indeed, even the elaboration of the famine code was promoted as much by concern for the losses of revenue, which famine brought, as for the loss of life. The First World War dramatically changed both the political context within which issues of economic growth and social welfare were considered and the economic context within which they had to be resolved. On the one hand, a nascent domestic public opinion and a rising national movement demanded greater accountability and policies geared more obviously to India's, rather than Britain's, interests. On the other, the decline of the colonial staples and a shift in India's relations with the rest of the world economy necessitated a radical restructuring of her systems of production and trade. At one level, the colonial state responded to these changes purposefully. It progressively abandoned its, albeit selective, stance on non-interference in markets. It instituted wide-ranging inquiries into areas of the economy about which it had previously been in blissful ignorance. It drew up plans and recruited experts and technicians. Most noticeably, it even found itself defining and defending a notion ally Indian national economy, replete with its own tariff barriers, reserve bank, and industrialization strategies. Many of the instruments and controls with which independent India was to try to manage her own economy were forged in the last years of the British Raj, particularly in the 1930s and 1940s under the successive strains of depression and war. At the same time, however, and perhaps obviously, these instruments and controls were never designed simply to promote India's economic welfare and the development of her national economy. They also served a variety of other purposes, in part, to keep going for as long as possible the residual benefits of the colonial system and to slough off the additional costs which it now was incurring, in part, to safeguard the authority of the bureaucracy itself, in part, to secure the social basis of privilege on which the Raj was founded. Although the cause of Indian development was enthusiastically embraced by the late colonial state, amidst a paper shower of committees and reports, plans and promises, the rhetoric was often meant to mislead, or to disguise the extent to which the embrace encircled India's throat. What was achieved was less the provision for India of a new economic dawn than the prolongation of a long post or neo-colonial night. In the first place, the interwar era of emergent planned development was marked by a spectacular decline in levels of state, and state-supported, investment in the economy. Major programs of railway building came to an end, changing military priorities reduced the need for investment in support structures for the army, perhaps most significantly of all, with the completion of the major riverine irrigation projects, capital investment in agriculture dried up. By the early 1930s, Sir George Schuster could proudly proclaim the state's capital expenditure commitments cut to a mere 6 rupees crores from an average of 24 rupees crores in the 1920s and, in real terms, many times more than that in the later 19th century. This was to be an era of planned development without money. Given both the unstable international financial climate and the prospect of foreseeable British withdrawal, the reasons for the colonial state's parsimony in capital investment seem clear enough. More interesting, perhaps, is how, in the context of nationalist opinion, the state was able to get away with it. In part, This seems to have been due to conceptual illusions created by the invention of new categories, with planning and development spawning their own rhetoric, departments, and bureaucracies. Sight seems to have been lost of the many implications for development of other forms of government activity. Specialization here produced tunnel vision. In part, however, the colonial state was able to get away with it because of severe limitations in the conceptual apparatus of its principal political opponent, the Indian National Congress. Congress's economic thinking remained locked into the 19th century, viewing India's problems primarily in terms of distributional relations with Britain and within Indian society itself. Its own program centered on forcing industrialization behind protection, and on promoting land reform. It failed to see that the economic cheese of capital investment, particularly in agriculture, was being stolen from under its nose. This blindness continued into the 1950s, creating a situation in which an agriculture, starved of capital investment for, by then, a generation, threatened to creak to a halt. With the thorny issue of agricultural productivity, in an epoch of declining prices and dwindling markets, removed, apparently by mutual agreement, from the agenda of development, the colonial state could look much more happily on the problems of planning. Its concession of the case for selective tariff reform, by then, hardly the issue in British politics which once it had been, save in the Labour Party which had been taken over by J. Hobson's anachronistic free trade ideals, opened opportunities for protecting colonial markets, for promoting new styles of imperialism and for forging new relations of mutual support with India's rising industrial capitalists. The tariff policies which emerged in the 1920s and 1930s were aimed primarily at keeping the Japanese, and other foreign competitors, out of Indian markets while judiciously dividing the remaining cake between British and indigenous interests. The resulting tariff barriers provided as much cozy protection for British, as for Indian, industrial capital to find safe profits for itself. Indeed, so safe that, as A.K. Bugji has seen, many new Indian industries rapidly reached positions of overcapitalization as resources flooded in to take advantage of the artificial security *. This situation was no doubt ironic for a capital-short economy like India's, but it was one whose lesson was only partially learned after 1947 by a post-colonial state which continued to confuse state-sponsored industrialization with state-protected profitability. The results were to provide very expensive and very lopsided trajectories of development for India, and ones whose political implications went a long way towards altering the social complexion of the state. The conduct of the economy during World War II made plain how close the relationship had become between the interests of private industrial capital and the public policies of the late colonial state. After independence, this relationship carried on and, indeed, was greatly strengthened. It was no accident that the very first bill introduced into independent India's new legislature should have been one to emasculate free trade's unionism, nor that the socialist industrialization policies of the early five-year plans should have spawned some of the largest privately owned industrial conglomerates in the non-Western world. At least, however, the development strategies of the late colonial state produced some industrial benefits, if at considerable political price. Why this is remarkable is that, for the most part, these strategies were aimed at not producing, or changing, anything at all. The greater part of the state's interventions in the marketplace had as their objective the keeping of things going, which otherwise would have fallen down. The successive shocks of depression and war destabilized a wide variety of commodity, credit, and food markets, threatening to wreak havoc not only with the economic relations which they expressed, but also with the social relations. The interwar years saw deepening tensions, marked by conflict, arid riot, between groups at every level of the social system. To preserve order, as much to prevent breakdowns in the economy, the bureaucracy found itself having to intervene and coming, whether it liked it or not, to take over the regulation of large areas of India's complex and multiple systems of exchange. Arguably, the underlying causes of these breakdowns went deeper than the international events which were often the occasions of them and reflected changes in structural conditions. On the land, population growth in the context of technological stagnation was altering the balance between capital and labor, pressing down the latter's share of the social product. In commodity markets, new monopsonistic conditions of demand, both at home and overseas, were eating into producers' returns. If these problems were satisfactorily to be resolved, at least to the point at which the market could be restored and buyers and sellers command sufficient returns to reproduce both themselves and their material production, a radical social restructuring of the distribution of resources and labor power was necessary. Such a radical restructuring, however, was practically impossible for the late colonial state, whose basis of social power lay with groups privileged by the present distribution, even to consider. Three corollaries flowed from this. First, having initially intervened in various markets as a short-term expedient, the state found it impossible ever to get out again. It was obliged to take an ever-widening responsibility for the regulation of exchange, spawning an ever more elaborate system of controls and licenses. Second, to explain its activities, it began to generate an anti-market ideology which put the blame for its predicament on the greed of, particularly, petty merchants rather than the structural conditions under which they had to work. In a curious elision of apparently opposite philosophies, for example, the highly conservative late colonial state of the 1930s began to propagate Fabian socialist ideas about the irrationalities of the marketplace and the evils of the middleman. And third, it hid its essentially political purposes behind a rhetoric of development aimed at helping the already privileged groups, whose support it courted, rather than those most desperately in need. These last consisted principally of what it called the peasantry and which, by European social reference, were supposed to represent the bottom of the social heap. But, of course, by Indian reference, land-holding peasants were the elite groups of village society with whom the colonial state, abandoning its erstwhile affection for rentier landlords, had been seeking a closer alliance since the later 19th century. Policies of aid, subvention, and development aimed at the peasantry helped further to support those groups who had done best out of the colonial economy but ignored the landless masses beneath, whose plight progressively worsened. Once more, these interventionist instruments and ideologies, originally designed to serve the specific needs of the colonial state and to arrest decay in the socio-economic structures on which it was founded, seem to have had a long afterlife beyond 1947. Of course, the post-colonial state came into existence with a mandate to effect a far more radical redistribution of social resources than its predecessor had dared consider. But the terms of the mandate were at least confused by the degree to which the nation's new leaders subscribed to the colonial myth that rural India was at base a peasant society. Extra resources, taken principally from a landlord class whose significance had long dwindled, were thus given to those groups in rural society who, arguably, needed them least, and the structural problems, which had necessitated state intervention in the first place, went unresolved. In these circumstances, the new state no more than the old could withdraw from the marketplace, and it found itself having to take yet greater responsibility for holding the exchange system together as imbalances in the relative market positions of different economic groups deteriorated further. Moreover, it also adopted that curious ideological mixture of Fabianism and conservatism to legitimize its actions and, for a long time, set out to hunt down the middleman and the entrepreneur as the principal enemy of the people. The new state, like the old, devoted a disproportionate share of its developmental energies to keeping things going and ameliorating the consequences of change rather than leading it in more novel and constructive directions. Democracy and development, which ought to be mutually supportive, stand today in sharp and antagonistic juxtaposition. Given their respective histories of interpretation and institutionalization, in the late colonial state, this situation can hardly be deemed surprising. Democracy was conceded in ways meant to separate power from responsibility, to diffuse opposition and to protect elite authority. Development was a synonym for conservation, for interposing state power to protect privileges and relations of erstwhile dominance, which changing conditions in the marketplace were undermining. A starting point for a redefinition of these concepts would be to emancipate them from the historical legacies of the late colonial era. 4. Nation as Mother, Representations and Contestations of India in Bengali Literature and Culture. SUGATA BOSE. Our history, wrote the Swadeshi leader Bipin Chandra Pal, is the sacred biography of the mother. Our philosophies are the revelations of the mother's mind. Our arts are poetry and our painting, our music and our drama, our architecture and our sculpture, all these are the outflow of the mother's diverse emotional moods and experiences. Our religion is the organized expression of the soul of the mother. The outsider knows her as India. It is, I know, exceedingly difficult, if it be not absolutely impossible, for the European or American to clearly understand or fully appreciate this strange idealization of our land, which has given birth to this cult of the mother among us. A cornerstone of what Pal described as his constructive study of Indian thought and ideals, this narration of the nation as mother was the literary and cultural patent of the Bengali political generation of 1905 as they strenuously sought to unsettle the settled fact of Curzon's partition of Bengal. By the time of Mountbatten's more far-reaching partition of India a generation later, many political attitudes had changed and many roles reversed. In the spring of 1947 the erstwhile votaries of Indian unity started demanding the partition of Bengal and Punjab. In an editorial entitled Bangabanga Andolan, the agitation to divide Bengal, on April 11, 1947 the news magazine Millet, Nation, accused the Congress and the Hindu Mahasabha of performing the role of Parshuram as they together raised a sharpened pickaxe to slice mother into two. The Hindu Mahasabha's matricidal tendencies were more readily explicable. They had, according to Millet, been born mad. Janmabadal was the Bengali word used, and had always wanted to drive the Muslims to the shores of the Arabian Sea. But Congress, exclaimed Millet. For half a century they had talked big and had preached many high ideals. What had happened to them so suddenly that having taken off their mask they were dancing on the same platform with the Hindu Mahasabha? Asterisk. The allusion to Parshuram refers to Puranic Hindu mythology. According to the Puranas, the Rishi Jamadagni ordered his 5 sons, one by one, to murder their mother Renuka. The 4 elder sons refused to commit such a heinous act. The 5th, Ram, was made of sterner stuff and obeyed without displaying any qualms. He lifted his parashu, or kuthar, axe, in simpler Bengali, and struck the fatal blow. Parshuram, as he came to be called, was widely recognized in the Puranas as the 6th avatar, incarnation, of Vishnu, the immediate predecessor of the more famous 7th avatar, Dasaratha's son Ram, whose exploits were narrated in the epic Ramayana. In a macabre twist to the narrative of the Indian nation the apparently triumphal moment of independence coincided with a gory dismemberment, if not the death, of the mother. This was particularly ironic since the awakening of a nation from slumber, if not its actual birth, was believed to have occurred when its children were blessed with the revelation, the magical vision of the mother. As Aurobindo Ghosh argued in 1907, it was only when the mother had revealed herself that the patriotism that worked miracles and saved a doomed nation was born. He credited Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay with having caught the first modern glimpse of this grand spectacle. It was 32 years ago that Bankim wrote his great song and few listened, but in a sudden moment of awakening from long delusions the people of Bengal looked round for the truth and in a fated moment somebody sang Band Mataram. The mantra had been given, Bankim's hymn to the mother, originally written and printed in 1875 as a filler for a blank page in his journal Bangadarshan, Vision/Philosophy of Bengal, had a checkered and controversial career in the service of the nationalist movement. It was inserted into Bankim's novel Anandamath in 1882 and set to music and sung publicly for the first time by Rabindranath Tagore at the Calcutta session of the Indian National Congress in 1896. I quote the first verse of this remarkable song. Band Mataram. Band Mataram, Sujalain Suphalang, Malayaja Sheet Alung, Shazya Shyamalain Mataram. Shubrajyotsanapu Lakita Jamini, Fyolakuzimidadrumadala Shobani, Suhasini Sumadhura Bashini Sukadain Baradane Mataram. Subtakatikan Thakalakalan Inadagaral, Dwisaptakatib hujadra takarakarabal, abalakino ma ito bale. Bahuabalad harini, namamitarini, reputalabiarini mataram. I bow to you, mother, well-watered, well-fruited, breeze cool, crop green, the mother. Nights quivering with white moonlight, draped in lovely flowering trees, sweet of smile, honeyed speech, giver of bliss and boons, the mother. 7 crore voices in your clamorous chant, twice 7 crore hands holding aloft mighty scimitars, who says, Mother, you are weak? Repository of many strengths, scourge of the enemy's army, the mother. Underscore the magic number of 7 crores refers, of course, to Bengalis and the mother whom Bankim had in mind in 1875, even though there is no specific mention, is Bangamata or Mother Bengal. The name Bharatavarsha for the subcontinent as a whole was commonly used in the political discourse of Bengal, certainly since the Hindu Mela of 1867.8. One of the earliest literary evocations of the concept of Bharatmata was Dwijendralal Roy's song. Jedin Sunil Julvi Hoit Uthil Janni Bharatavarsha, Shedin Bishwi Shiki Kalarab, Shiki Ma Bhakta, Shiki Ma Harsha. The day you arose from the blue ocean, Mother Bharatvarsha, the world erupted in such a joyful clamour, such devotion, mother, and so much laughter. An early visual evocation came in 1905 with Abanindranath Tagore's painting Bharatmata. Visualized as a serene, saffron-clad ascetic woman, the mother carried the boons of food, clothing, learning and spiritual salvation in her 4 hands. A conscious creation of an artistic icon of the nation, Abanindranath tells us in a memoir that he had conceived his image as Bangamata and later, almost as an act of generosity towards the larger cause of Indian nationalism, decided to title it Bharatmata. I will directly address the contradictions between the linguistic region, Bengal, and the overarching nation, India, later in the paper, but for the moment it is necessary to probe a little further into the relationship between nation and gender. The figure of gender has been central to a large array of modern and postmodern readings of the colonial encounter. Ashis Nandi, among others, has underscored the theme of male anxiety and fantasy in the projection of colonial knowledge and power and its attempted inversion, if not subversion, in Gandhian resistance. Thoroughly westernized nationalists like Jawaharlal Nehru relied heavily on the metaphor of sexual aggression and rape in their critiques of the violence perpetrated by the colonial masters. Recently, Sarah Sulary has objected that the continued equation between a colonized landscape and the female body represents an alteritist fallacy that causes considerable theoretical damage to both contemporary feminist and post-colonial discourses. She points out that the colonial gaze was not directed to the inscrutability of an Eastern bride but rather to the greater sexual ambivalence of the effeminate groom. Intelligent feminism, she contends, should be prepared to serve as the landscape upon which the intimacy of homoerotic invitation and rejection can be enacted. Yet there was more to the casting of the nation in the image of mother than is captured by the metaphors of heterosexual aggression and resistance and homoerotic invitation and rejection. The mother complex, I use the term complex simply to refer to an engaging social psychological phenomenon and not to mean any sort of disorder or neurosis, in Bengal and some other linguistic regions in India had fairly deep psychological and cultural roots. It is tempting to interpret the concept of the motherland Deshmata, as Tanika Sarkar has done, as a cultural artifact. But to nationalist thinkers like Bipin Pal, the mother in what had come to be called motherland by modern Western educated Indians was in origin not a mere idea or fancy, but a distinct personality. The woman who bore them and nursed them, and brought them up with her own life and substance was no more real a personality in their thought and idea than the land which bore and reared, and gave food and shelter to all their race. While European expressions like fatherland were clearly metaphorical, the real concept mother as applied to India had no metaphor behind it. The full truth and reality of this concept could only be grasped, in Pal's view, in the light of the entire nature philosophy of the Hindus, especially the conception of the earth as Prakriti. That the conception of the earth as mother was not peculiarly Indian is suggested by recent work on European environmental history, which has posited a strong correlation between the earth and the nurturing mother before the historic rupture of the scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries altered an organic view of the cosmos. Until that happened, the onslaughts on nature were restrained by the culture of a nature-mother equation, for, the Parashurams of the world accepted, men did not readily slay a mother, dig into her entrails for gold, or mutilate her body. A relatively undisturbed cosmic balance was, however, not the only bridge between the love of mother and devotion to the motherland, but was importantly mediated by specific cultures and ideologies and articulated by the vernacular languages of nationalism. Did the element of reality, stressed by Pal, in the imagination of the nation as mother lend a special quality to the profoundly self-sacrificing love inspired by this particular devotional movement? I will turn later in this paper to young Bengali revolutionaries who sacrificed their lives in the cause of the mother nation. But it would be a grave error to treat the narrative of the nation as mother related by men like Pal as constituted outside the domain of ideology. Pal was not above resorting to analytical sleights of hand to locate a Prakriti/Ma or nature-mother equation within his particular project of cultural nationalism. Degree. The ideological construction of the nation as mother was vectored on to a dynamic, discursive field previously unmarked by political values. The mobilizers and mobilized necessarily stood in different positions in relation to this construct. In the cultural context of Bengal, the nationalist cult of the mother, not surprisingly, emphasized the female principle as Shakti or the source of strength. Consequently, a certain concordance came to be drawn between the mother goddess, whether in the form of Durga or Kali, and the mother country. Tanika Sarkar suggests that a contradictory image, that of the mother as an archetypical, hapless, female victim, was also present in the nationalist iconography. As an example, she cites the Bharat Mata painted by Abanindranath, pale, tearful, frail. This may not be a particularly good example. To me, at any rate, Bharat Mata looks fairly radiant, calm and reassuring. But Srinkhalita Bharat Mata, the mother bound in chains, was a widely used emotive image in nationalist posters, and the contrast between Ma Ki Kailan, the way mother had been, and Ma Ki Hoyakhan, what mother has become or been reduced to, was quite enough to fire the nationalist ire. In addition to her glorious past and her sorry present, the utopia of Ma Ki Hoiban, what mother will be, constituted a powerful temporal sequence that boosted nationalist morale. The concept of the nation as mother could not of itself even begin to address many problematic aspects of the relationship between nation and gender, not least the question of the social emancipation of women. Even though the most commonly used Bengali term for the mother's children, Santan, was not gender-specific, early ideologues of nationalism implicitly, if not explicitly, portrayed a son-mother relationship. Matribhakti, devotion to the mother, was clearly not the monopoly of sons, but the psychological and cultural nuances and complexities of the daughter-mother relationship appears to be conspicuously sparse in early nationalist discourse. A few women like Sarala Devi and Kamini Roy, of course, composed panegyrics to the motherland, a few others performed Swadeshi service of various kinds for the mother. The feminization, and peasantization, of the ideal type of the mother's nationalist devotees, nevertheless, involved the imputation of certain values by men and elites to women, and peasants. Even in the literature that glorified the nation as mother, the ideals of womanhood were mythical characters such as Sathi, Savitri, Sita, Lilavati, Kina, and Arundhati, who were often distinguished by high learning, wisdom or other accomplishments that was tempered by devotion to their husbands as well as a desire not to outshine them. In one very famous Swadeshi song, the wandering rural composer and singer Charan Kabi Mukundadas exhorts the women of Bengal to throw away their silk and glass bangles. He asks them not to be deceived by the false glitter of imported goods and not to wear kalanksa, shame, instead of shankha, the white chank bangle, symbol of chastity. That they don't have real gold bangles is hardly a cause for mourning, he tells them. The daughters of Bengal must see to it that the mother's wealth is not drained away any further. Another sort of problem could stem from the intolerable burden placed on women who were idealized as mothers. This point was made forcefully in Prabhat Mukhopadhyay's story and Satyajit Ray's film Devi, in which the family patriarch persuaded himself that his daughter-in-law was an incarnation of the mother goddess. The loss of value of woman as human being that this entailed was considerable. The tyranny of divinity could only be countered by an invocation to humanity. When Abanindranath painted Bharatmata, he had in mind his daughter's face. It was the coming together of human intimacy and divine inspiration that gave not just the picture but the idea of the nation as mother its overpowering appeal. How far was the narrative of nation as mother trapped within the essentializing project of colonial knowledge as power and reduced to the status of a derivative discourse? Making a distinction between the problematic and the thematic of nationalist thought, its claims and its justificatory structures, Parth Chatterjee in his seminal book Nationalist Thought and the Colonial World has suggested that it constituted a different but dominated or derivative discourse. In his equally important and learned book The Nation and Its Fragments, which carries forward an argument begun in nationalist thought, Chatterjee draws a sharp dichotomy between the inner, spiritual, and outer, material domains. Arguing that anti-colonial nationalism creates its own domain of sovereignty in the former, he asserts that the history of nationalism as a political movement by focusing on the material domain of the state has no option but to choose its forms from the gallery of models offered by European and American nation-states. Difference is not a viable criterion in the domain of the material. Chatterjee also sets out in nationalist thought a theory of stages in the constitution of a nationalist discourse, the moment of departure representing the encounter of a nationalist consciousness with the framework of knowledge created by post-Enlightenment rationalist thought, the moment of maneuver requiring the mobilization of the popular elements in the cause of an anti-colonial struggle and distancing of those elements from the structure of the state, and the moment of arrival when nationalist thought becomes a discourse of order and of the rational organization of power. Taking Bankim to be the exemplar of the moment of departure, Chatterjee asserts that he and, by implication, the moment, accepted entirely the fundamental methodological assumptions, the primary concepts and the general theoretical orientation of 19th-century positivist sociology and utilitarian political economy. So, in Bankim there was a reversal of the Orientalist problematic, but within the same general thematic. Imprisoned within the rationalist framework of his theoretical discourse and powerless to reject its dominating implications, Bankim could merely dream of a utopian political community in which the nation was the mother, once resplendent in wealth and beauty, now in tatters. Relentlessly, she exhorts a small band of her sons, those of them who are brave and enlightened, to vanquish the enemy and win back her honor. This sort of a formulation misses a nuance or two concerning the relationship between nationalist thought and colonial knowledge at the moment that the discourse of nation as mother was fashioned. First, the positivism of 19th-century Europe, which appealed to early Bengali nationalist thinkers, was a more complex phenomenon than is acknowledged by Chatterjee. As Ksodra Bugji has shown, Contest positivism after 1848 showed a marked shift towards the affective side, as contrasted with the intellectual side, of human nature in his plan of social regeneration. Women and the proletariat, the two underprivileged partners of the male patriciate, were accorded privileged positions in a harmonious scheme of social regeneration. Such a scheme of order and progress had its attractions for Bengal's nationalist patricians. The other specific feature about the positivist program, not adequately noticed so far, that recommended this model to the emerging nationalist ethos was its anti-imperialist stance, articulated by Comte's disciples like Richard Congreve. Second, the authors of the narrative of nation as mother attempted, not without some contortions, to draw as much, if not more, on rationalist traditions of pre-colonial India as on European post-Enlightenment reason. Bipin Chandra Pal, for instance, claimed as part of his ideological project to have taken the dialectic of Purusha and Prakriti, the principles of permanence and change, from the Sankhya system of philosophy. No rational interpretation of cosmic evolution is possible, he wrote, except upon the hypothesis of these two fundamental principles. The conception of mother associated with our geographical habitat is filiated to this old, universal Hindu conception of Prakriti, but of Prakriti conceived especially as Shakti. In analyzing nationalist thought, it may be best to abandon any ahistorical quest for indigenous authenticity. Many current post-colonial readings of nationalist thought run the risk of being captivated within the stark binary dichotomies of colonial knowledge that they wish to critique. The 19th century colonial encounter was a messy, historical process, which inevitably imparted a measure of imbrication to the domains of nationalist thought and colonial knowledge, whether in terms of their content or form. Only the most prosaic critic would listen to Swadeshi songs set to tunes influenced by European music and sung to the accompaniment of the organ and relegate them to the status of dominated discourse. Dwijendralal Roy's highly popular Bunga Amar, Janni Amar, Dutri Amar, Amar Desh, Bengal Mine, Mother Mine, My Protector, My Country, experimented with straight notes borrowed from European melodies and introduced the concept of the chorus lines hitherto unused in Indian music. Atul Prasad Sen set his famous Utho Go Bharathalakshmi, Arise, Bharathalakshmi, to a tune he had heard on a gondola in Venice. Nationalist thought, even at the moment of departure, may well have found idioms of articulation that overlapped with European forms and yet at the same time opposed both the problematic and the thematic of colonial knowledge. An overemphasis on the nation and the novel has prevented the exploration of this possibility through the careful sifting of the poetry, and drama, of nationhood, nation and class. The charge of elitism hurled at nationalist thought at the moment of departure has more force to it than the charge that it was completely subordinated to the colonial sociology of knowledge. Before the popular mobilization resorted to at the moment of maneuver with its many contradictory possibilities, the nationalist ideal, Parth Chatterjee argues, implied an elitist program. But, as Tanika Sarkar has noted, food and cloth, the two basic necessities, were the two strongest metaphors of nationalism even in its early phase. This provided a potential link between the elite and subaltern arenas of politics. To my mind, the materiality of nationalist ideology called as much for a déclassing of the privileged than a straightforward invitation to subordinated and marginalized groups to take equal part in nationalist rituals. The evocation of nation as mother encompassed an inculcation of the ethic of mota chal and mota kapar, coarse, simple rice and thick, homely cloth. One of the best-known Swadeshi couplets by Rajinikanth Sen went. Ma er daya mota kapar, mathai tuli ani re by, ma je amar deen daridra, er bashi aaj sathyanai. The mother has given us this simple cloth, wear it with pride, she is poor and destitute today, and can afford no more. The connection between a mota kabo, mota porbo, we will eat mota and wear mota, attitude and devotion to the nation as mother was made more explicit in another of his songs, Amra Nihate Gorab, Amra Nihate Choto, which may be roughly rendered in English as follows. We may be poor, we may be small, but we are a nation of 7 crores, brothers, wake up. Defend your homes, protect your shops, don't let the grain from our barns be looted abroad. We will eat our own coarse grain and wear the rough, homespun cloth, what do we care for lavender and imported trinkets? Foreigners drain away our mother's milk, will we simply stand and watch? Don't lose this opportunity, brothers, come and congregate at the feet of the mother. Giving away from our own homes and begging from foreigners, we will not buy the fragile glass, it breaks so easily, we will rather be poor and live our simple lives. No one can then rob us of our self-respect. Don't lose this opportunity, brothers, come and congregate at the feet of the mother. Hardly a bugle call for class-based politics, the narrative of nation as mother nevertheless left a small opening for the poor and obscure to enter the story and perhaps even alter its denouement. Much more problematic was the question whether the concept of nation as mother left any space whatsoever for the accommodation and expression of the religious diversity of the Bengali and Indian nations. Certainly on this issue the narrative started off on the wrong foot. The final verse of Bankim's song Band Mataram could not resist a conflation of the mother country with the mother goddess. You are Durga bearing 10 weapons of war. Kamala at play in the lotuses. Goddess of learning, giver of knowledge. I bow to you. The equation of nation with goddess understandably left many Muslims cold. What compounded the problem further was the appearance of the song in Bankim's novel Anandamath that was dripping with anti-Muslim prejudice. A peculiar apologia that has been offered ever since, suggesting that Bankim meant British when he said Muslim simply added insult to injury. The narrative of the nation as mother that unfolded during the late 19th century and throughout the course of the 20th century became much more complex and even flowed into divergent streams. Bengali Muslims were familiar with and understood the concept of the nation as mother even if they did not fully share the Bengali Hindus' mother complex. Perhaps the most powerful evocations of the nation as mother were made by the Bengali Muslim revolutionary poet Qazi Nazrul Islam. In one of his most popular nationalist songs he exhorts the leader imagined as the captain of a ship in peril to face up to the challenge of saving his nation or religious community and to say unambiguously that those who were drowning were all mother's children. Much later the Bengali Muslim nationalists who led the movement of independence for Bangladesh drew upon the entire corpus of early 20th century nationalist literature, goddesses, and all. In addition to Tagore's Ode to Mother Bengal Amar Sonar Bangla, Ami Tomai Balabashi, My Golden Bengal, I Love You, which became the national anthem, another Tagore song very popular in 1971 explicitly drew the goddess imagery. Bangladesher Hurdo Ode Kakanaponi. Tumi ki uprup rupi bayar hole janni. Dan hate torkar gajwal, ban hat kare shankaharan dui nayanisna her hashi, lalit netra agunbaran. From the heart of Bangladesh spontaneously. You have emerged with such breathtaking beauty, mother. In your right hand flashes the scimitar, your left hand dispels fear, your two eyes radiate a loving smile, the third eye on your forehead is a fiery glow. Quite apart from Bengali Muslim creative imagination contributing to the narrative of the nation as mother, many of the creative writers, nationalist ideologues and political revolutionaries of the early 20th century did not agree with Bankim's attitude towards Muslims or his fictionalized version of the history of Muslim rule. Swami Vivekananda, who had a powerful influence on Bengali youth at the turn of the century, preached the equal truth of all religions, held on the whole a positive assessment of Islam and looked forward to a millennium when the Sudra and other downtrodden social groups would rise to power. The views of Aurobindo, who did more than anyone else to propagate the political cult of the mother nation, are even more instructive. The vast mass of the Mussulmans in the country, he wrote, were and are Indians by race, only a very small admixture of Pathan, Turkish and Mughal blood took place, and even the foreign kings and nobles became almost immediately wholly Indian in mind, life, and interest. As for the Mughal Empire, it was, according to Aurobindo, a great and magnificent construction, and an immense amount of political genius and talent was employed in its creation and maintenance. It was as splendid, powerful, and beneficent and, it may be added, in spite of Aurangzeb's fanatical zeal, infinitely more liberal and tolerant in religion than any medieval or contemporary European kingdom or empire, and India under its rule stood high in military and political strength, economic opulence, and the brilliance of its art and culture. A very motley crowd of nationalists holding a variety of attitudes to other religious communities went to prison and detention camps during the first half of the 20th century. It is hard, if not impossible, to draw up a balanced sheet of bigotry and broad-mindedness. But among the revolutionaries who went to the gallows with Band Mataram on their lips there was clearly no need and no sense of another religious community as the other to substantiate their own effective bond with the mother nation. What evidence there is points to a substantial measure of generous eclecticism in the mental makeup of these revolutionaries. Dinesh Gupta, one of the three young men who stormed Writers' Building in Calcutta in December 1930, wrote to his sister-in-law days before he was hanged, "If one believes in any of the world's religions, one has to believe in the indestructibility of the soul. That is, one has to accept that the body's death does not signify the end of everything. We are Hindus, we know something of what the Hindu religion has to say about this. Islam also says when human beings die, Quds Firishta, God's angel, comes for his/her rukbaz and calling upon the soul of the human being says, I rub nikal is Caleb se chal kudaka zanadmi, meaning leave this body to be with God. So it can be understood that everything does not end when human beings die. Islam has faith in this. Christianity says, very quickly there will be an end of the here, consider what will become of the next world. If I have faith in any one of these three religions, I have to believe that I cannot die. I am immortal. No one has the power to kill me. What follows in Dinesh's letter is a blistering attack on social ills and injustices perpetrated in the name of religion, in a country where a 50-year-old man can marry a 10-year-old girl in the name of religion. Where is religion in such a country? I would set fire to the face of religion in such a country. Where touching another human being is polluting, one should drown the religion of such a country in the Ganga and be done with it. For a trivial cow or a bit of music played on drums we are murdering each other's brothers. For doing that will Bhagavan open the doors of Vaikuntha for us, or will Khuda give us a place in Behesht. Having had his say on religion and having assured his mother that she was from now on the mother of all India, Dinesh Gupta calmly accepted the garland of the hangman's noose. By the time the Band Mataram controversy exploded with full force at the All India political level in 1937, there were at least three contexts in which the matter had to be seen. The most immediate context was the element of triumphalism inherent in the singing of Band Mataram in the legislatures, thereby demonstrating Congress victory. Since the Gandhian Congress was infected with Hindu communalism at the regional level in many provinces, this was bound to outrage many Muslims. The original context, referred to by Jawaharlal Nehru, was provided by Bankim's unfortunate novel. Nehru took the trouble to procure an English translation of the book and did not need much time to figure out that the background was likely to irritate the Muslims. Stretched out between the original and immediate contexts was the context of sanctification of a problematic cultural icon through sacrifice. In the case of the revolutionaries, supreme sacrifice. The question, therefore, was whether the song should be performed as a national anthem at Congress gatherings. At the suggestion of Subhas Chandra Bose, it was decided to seek the advice of Rabindranath Tagore in an attempt to resolve this question at the meeting of the All India Congress Committee at Calcutta in October 1937. Rabindranath Tagore wrote privately to Subhas Chandra Bose that the song containing adoration of Durga was wholly inappropriate for a national organization that was the meeting place for different religious communities. He wrote, Bengali Hindus have become restless at this debate, but the matter is not confined to the Hindus. Where there are strong feelings on both sides, what is needed is impartial judgment. In our national quest we need peace, unity, good sense. We don't need endless rivalry because of one side's obstinate refusal to yield. In a measured press statement, the poet explained that he had found the feelings of devotion and tenderness as well as evocation of the beauty of Bharat Mata in the first verse of the song appealing. But he had had no difficulty in detaching this verse from the whole song as well as the book in which it had appeared. He had never entertained any love for the whole song. Once Band Mataram was transformed into a national slogan, many noble friends had made unforgettable and huge sacrifices for it. At the same time, the song as a whole and the history associated with it hurt Muslim feelings. Tagore argued that the first part of the song stood on its own and had an inspirational quality which was not offensive to any religious community. The Congress accepted Tagore's advice and resolved that henceforth only the first part of the song would be sung in national meetings. Bengal's two luminaries, Rabindranath Tagore and Subhas Chandra Bose, were showered with abuse by a sizable section of Bengali Hindu literary and political circles. But in the year of his birth centenary, 1938, Bankim's equation of the mother nation with Durga was banished from the platform of India's premier nationalist party. Subhas Chandra Bose did close his presidential speech with the slogan Band Mataram, but he refused to entertain any controversy sought to be raised by some Hindu politicians over the decision to abridge the song. The problem posed by the narrative of nation as mother in its relationship to the history of relations between religious communities was that it was sought to be directed, if not hijacked, in different directions. It could be sanctified by those prepared to die in the cause of the mother nation and defiled by those ready to kill in the name of religion. The trouble was that as the narrative reached its denouement, it was the living rather than the dead who had any chance of capturing political power. Nation and linguistic region. In a dramatic overstatement of the case for nationalist thought being ensnared by the cunning of reason and positivist knowledge, Parth Chatterjee has written in Nationalist Thought, the subject is a scientific consciousness, distanced from the object which is the Indian, the Bengali, the Hindu, it does not matter which, because all of them are defined in terms of the contraposition between the Eastern and the Western. On this view, nationalist thought, certainly at its moment of departure and to a lesser extent at the later stages too, makes no attempt to define the boundaries of the Indian nation from within. In The Nation and its Fragments, Chatterjee devotes a mere 3 pages to a strand in nationalist thought that raises doubts about the singularity of a history of India. He accepts that here is a great disjuncture here between the history of India and the history of Bengal, and speculates that there were many such alternative histories for the different regions of India. Yet in a startling intellectual abdication to the votaries of a singular nationalism who managed to capture state power, Chatterjee pleads that we do not yet have the wherewithal to write these other suppressed histories. Far from being completely tied up in knots by Orientalist discourse, nationalist thought retained a certain awareness of multiple social identities and the freedom of maneuver to stress one over another in politics. Yet the language and idiom of nationalism operated in the late 19th and early 20th century with the greatest potency at the level of the linguistic community and region. The predominant vision of the mother nation in this period was the image of Mother Bengal. There could be gifts made to Mother India and a keen awareness of the dangers for the nationalist cause of evoking a Hindu mother. But the conception of the mother nation was in inspiration and exposition that of Mother Bengal. The All India nationalist movement sought to harness the energy of this phenomenon by seeking to make measured concessions to linguistically based provincial organizations in 1920 and came to fear its strength in the course of efforts to enforce central discipline on the way to grasping centralized state power. In the end, the potential threat posed to central authority by linguistic nations played a role in the Congress's compromise on partition along lines of ostensibly religiously based communalism. We have seen how the mother in Bankim's Band Mataram and Abanindranath's Bharat Mata were originally conceived as Mother Bengal and then ungrudgingly offered in the service of a wider Indian nation. Aurobindo, in an essay entitled Desho Jatayata, The Country and Nationhood, written in 1920, candidly acknowledged that during the heyday of the Swadeshi movement they had seen the vision of Bangamata. Aurobindo believed that this was an undivided vision and over-optimistically predicted that unity and progress of Bangladesh were inevitable. But, he wrote, Bharatmata's undivided image has not yet been revealed. The Bharatmata that we ritually worshipped in the Congress was artificially constructed. Kulpita was the Bengali word used, she was the companion and favorite mistress of the British, not our mother. The day we have that undivided vision of the image of the mother, the independence, unity, and progress of India will be facilitated. But he kept warning that the vision had to be one that was not divided by religion. He concluded, if we hope to have a vision of the mother by invoking the Hindu's mother or establishing Hindu nationalism, having made a cardinal error, we would be deprived of the full expression of our nationhood. The interchangeable use of Mother Bengal and Mother India in poetic imagination makes it difficult to clinch the argument about the relative strength of the idea of the mother nation at the level of the linguistic region. But the emotive appeal of the linguistically defined mother nation is compelling. Consider a letter written by Pradyot Bhattacharya, a young man who had assassinated one of Midnapur's British district magistrates in 1932. A day before he was hanged he wrote, "Mother, you cannot ask me for any justification for what I have done. Perhaps you do not know that you have created us for your own purpose. But I am letting you know that for thousands of years we were being quietly created in your minds, the minds of Bengal's mothers. Today we are slowly revealing ourselves. And I have always known that I am Bengali and you are Bengal, the same element, could never think of us separately. Through the ages you have endured insult, humiliation, and oppression, the undercurrent of revolt against these that was flowing deep within you. I am that accumulated revolt. If that revolution achieves self-expression today, why should you shed tears? Mother, can your Pradyot ever die? Look around today, lakhs and lakhs of Pradyots are smiling at you. I'll continue to live, Mother, imperishable, immortal. Band Mataram. It is hard not to be persuaded that this young life was being sacrificed at the altar of Mother Bengal. A few years later in 1939, Rabindranath Tagore and Subhas Chandra Bose came together for the foundation-laying ceremony of a house to be called Mahajati Sadan, which they hoped would be home to an enlightened and dignified idea of a great nation. As part of his speech on the occasion, Tagore recited a prayer he had composed in the Swadeshi era. The Bengalis' faith, the Bengalis' hope, the Bengalis' work, the Bengalis' language. Bless them with truth, O Lord. The Bengalis' heart, the Bengalis' mind, all the brothers and sisters in Bengali homes, may they be one, O Lord. After a short pause he said, and let this word be added, may Bengal's arm lend strength to India's arm, may Bengal's message make India's message come true. Literary and cultural representations of the nation are often disfigured by hard historical and political realities. In 1947, the leadership of the Indian National Congress accepted the transfer of power from British hands at the apex of a unitary and centralized structure of the Indian state. Bengal paid a hefty price to enable the Congress to inherit the strong centre of the British Raj. The official ideology of the Indian state came to rest on a monolithic concept of sovereignty borrowed from modern Europe and denying the multiple identities and several layered sovereignties that had been its complex legacy from its pre-colonial past. Parth Chatterjee has provided an insightful analysis of nationalist thought at what he has called its moment of arrival, when its discourse is conducted not only in a single, consistent, unambiguous voice but also succeeds in glossing over all earlier contradictions, divergences, and differences. Yet a flaw creeps into his method in seeking to give to nationalist thought its ideological unity by relating it to a form of the post-colonial state. This sort of reasoning backwards denudes nationalist thought of all earlier contradictions, divergences, and differences, and can have the unintended effect of playing into the hands of the post-colonial state's ideological project, which it promises to question and critique. A post-colonial state, unitary in form, could only accommodate the one strand of singular nationalism. Although Chatterjee is not unaware of its dangers, he still resorts to a kind of teleology that leaves not enough theoretical space for the recovery of contested visions of nationhood and alternative ideological frameworks for the post-colonial state. It assumes and asserts a conflation of nation and state where it can be argued that none existed, at least not until very late in the colonial era. Here it is relevant to absorb the nuances of Edward Said's thesis that at its best, nationalist resistance to imperialism was always critical of itself. While recognizing the insights provided by Chatterjee's critique of nationalism, Said points out he does not emphasize enough, that the culture's contribution to statism is often the result of a separatist, even chauvinist and authoritarian conception of nationalism. There is also, however, a consistent intellectual trend within the nationalist consensus that is vitally critical, that refuses the short-term blandishments of separatist and triumphalist slogans in favor of the larger, more generous human realities of community. So we must also focus on the intellectual and cultural argument within the nationalist resistance that once independence was gained, new and imaginative reconceptions of society and culture were required in order to avoid the old orthodoxies and injustices. If not all nationalist thinkers were having megalomaniacal dreams of the bourgeois acquisition of power in a centralized nation-state, how did they view the relationship between nation and state? While the effective bond of Bengali nationalists at the moment of departure was stronger with the nation conceived as Mother Bengal, they did ponder and think about political arrangements covering all India. But the kind of Indian unity they aspired for and the type of state structure and ideology they believed to be appropriate on a subcontinental scale may have been in many instances quite different from the centralized monolith that was declared to be sacrosanct in 1947. The structural and ideological underpinnings of India, that is Bharat of the Indian Constitution of 1950 were a far cry from theories of the state articulated by generations of nationalist thinkers. A multiplicity of visions of Indian unity and the nature of the state lent nationalist thought an important dimension of ideological disunity and discontinuity. Most nationalists since the late 19th century claimed, of course, that an at least inchoate sense of Indian nationhood and Indian states wielding authority on a subcontinental scale had existed prior to the imposition of British rule and administrative unification. India or Bharat, they asserted, signified much more than geographic location. Bipin Pal wrote, while the stranger called her India, or the land of the Indus, thereby emphasizing only her strange physical features, her own children, from of old, have known and loved her by another name. That name is Bharatavarsha. To clearly understand and grasp the nature and reality of the fundamental unity in which all our divergent and even apparently conflicting usages and customs, cults and cultures, our racialities and provincialities, have almost from the very beginning of our history been rationally reconciled, you must try to realize the deep significance of this old and native name of the land which the foreigner has so long called and known as India. Even though Pal left many points of ambiguity, he did not proceed to make an argument about Hindu religious or Aryan racial unity. In fact, he argued strongly against political and administrative centralization. What he did do was to read cultural meaning and a federal idea into Bharatvarsha, which was not a physical name like India or the Transvaal, nor even a tribal and ethnic name like England or Aryavarta, but a distinct and unmistakable historic name like Rome. Pal recognized that Bharata, a Vedic personage, and Romulus were, strictly speaking, more legendary than perhaps historical, but felt that the profound significance of the name which they gave to these two great countries of the ancient world was by no means affected by their legendary or even mythical character. Bharata had been described in ancient texts as Rajchakravarti. Pal took some pains to explain that the literal meaning of the term is not emperor, but only a king established at the center of a circle of kings. King Bharata was a great prince of this order. His position was not that of the administrative head of any large and centralist government, but only that of the recognized and respected center, which was the general character of all great princes in ancient times. Under Muslim rule, according to Pal, Indian unity, always more or less of a federal type, became still more pronouncedly so. Aurobindo's analysis of the ideal type of the Dharmarajya described in the epics suggested that it was not an autocratic despotism but a universal monarchy supported by a free assembly of the city and provinces and of all the classes. The ancient ideal recognized that unification ought not to be secured at the expense of the free life of the regional peoples or of the communal liberties, and not therefore by a centralist monarchy or a rigidly unitarian imperial state. Aurobindo suggested that a new life that seemed about to rise in the regional peoples in the 18th century was cut short by the intrusion of the European nations. The lifeless attempt to reproduce with a servile fidelity the ideals and forms of the West was no true indication of the political mind and genius of the Indian people. Whatever else Bipin Pal and Aurobindo Ghosh may have been doing, they were not borrowing wholesale, as Chatterjee asserts they must have been condemned to doing, from modular forms offered by European and American nation-states. If there was a measure of such borrowing in nationalist thought at the moment of departure in the material domain of the state, there seems to have been a powerful critique as well of Western ideals and forms. Tagore's writings on nationalism and modernity disdainfully rejected European forms of the nation-state while accepting universalist ideals of humanism. Steering a creative path between an unthinking eulogy of European Enlightenment and an undiscriminating assault on the modern, the more imaginative strands of anti-colonial thought fashioned a cultural and political space where there was no necessary contradiction between nationality and human community. Chatterjee's analytical binarism, sharply separating the inner, spiritual from the outer, material domain, leads to an ahistorical exaggeration of the sovereignty of anti-colonial nationalism in the former and its deterministic subservience in the latter. A thoroughgoing nationalist critique of the entire Western concept of civil society was, of course, available in Gandhian thought at the so-called moment of Minerva. The problem with Gandhi was that he did not offer any theory of the state. His was a relentless nihilism, a celebration of extreme anarchy and the pursuit of decentralization to the point of atomization. In 1908 Gandhi had written in Hind Swaraj, India's salvation consists in unlearning what she has learned during the past 50 years or so. The railways, telegraphs, hospitals, lawyers, doctors and such like have all to go, and the so-called upper class have to learn to live consciously and religiously and deliberately the simple life of a peasant. By 1945 Gandhi had made many political compromises with the modernists but only slightly modified his ideological stance. I still stand by the system of government envisaged in Hind Swaraj. I am convinced that if India is to attain true freedom and through India the world also, then sooner or later the fact must be recognized that people have to live in villages, not in towns, in huts, not in palaces. I do not want to draw a large-scale picture in detail. It is possible to envisage railways, post and telegraph offices etc. For me it is material to obtain the real article and the rest will fit into the picture afterwards. There is much that is valuable in the critique of modernity in the anti-modern Gandhi which postmodern cultural critics can and have drawn on. Yet Gandhi's unwillingness to draw a large-scale picture in detail has made him especially appealing to a particular brand of postmodernism which uncritically exults over the fragment. There were other nationalist models of the state, such as Cr. Das draft Swarajist constitution, which offered, by contrast, something of a blueprint of a decentered democracy where there was room for a dialectic between fission and fusion, centrifugal and centripetal tendencies. The conception of a state of union reflecting and presiding over the balance and harmony of free regional peoples and religious communities was a major theme running through Bengali nationalist thought. As Rabindranath Tagore put it, where there is genuine difference, it is only by expressing and restraining that difference in its proper place that it is possible to fashion unity. Unity cannot be achieved by issuing legal fiats that everybody is one. When Rabindranath and Subhas Chandra came together in 1939 to give expression to their idea of a Mahajati, great nation, the poet said, the Shakti, strength, of the Bengali nation that we have resolved to establish today is not that Rashtra Shakti, state power, which instills fear and doubt in friends and foes alike. While Subhas' belief in Samayavada, socialism, occasionally led him to praise the virtues of a strong state in implementing a radical social and economic program, he seemed more willing than Nehru to build that state on the foundations of regional autonomy and an equitable sharing of power among religious communities. The irony of the 20th century intellectual and political history of Bengal is that the powerful strand in nationalist thought that had stressed a federal unity and cross-communal understanding was defeated at the critical moment of the post-colonial transition. The insistence of a large section of paranoid and pulverized Bengali Hindu-educated classes on the partition of Bengal facilitated the Congress High Command's acquisition of centralized state power. Those who stood for unity of Bengal till the very end could only lament the denial of an opportunity to work from the bottom and bring into being an Indian Union of our free choice once the British attempt to impose an Indian Union from the top had failed. Most of the brave and enlightened sons must have died, literally and metaphorically, in the service of the mother. This had left the field wide open for the congressmen and Mahasabhates with their matricidal tendencies. At the end of the day the partitioner's axe had been wielded by the mother's own sons. Although Jamadagna's son Ram and Dasaratha's son Ram were the sixth and seventh avatars of Vishnu respectively, they had overlapped for a while in cosmic time. Parshuram had been banished eventually after several murderous sprees for the ultimately unpardonable crime of murdering his mother. But, according to the Ramayana, he found his way back and confronted Ram as he returned to Ayodhya after marrying Sita. Ram had just won Sita in a contest by performing a marvelous feat with the Haradhanu, Shiva's bow. Putting forward another formidable bow, the Vaishnavdhanu, Parshuram challenged Ram to break it or use it if he could. Ram did so with ease, upon which powerless, impotent and inert, Parshuram retired to Mahendra Parbat, the Himalayas, and Ram for the moment enjoyed his patrimony. Not an unfair outcome, only to be expected of good storyteller like Valmiki, since Parshuram was guilty of matricide and Ram could not as yet be accused of misogyny. Much later in the story, on their return to Ayodhya from their lengthy forest exile, Sita, who had already walked through fire unscathed once, was asked by her noble husband to go through the test a second time to satisfy the inhabitants of the kingdom of Ayodhya. Having had enough, Sita asked Mother Earth to save her from the humiliation. Mother Earth opened up and took Sita back into her womb. As the Parshurams of the 1990s hurled their pickaxes in Ayodhya and the votaries of Ram Rajya and Shiva's soldiers demanded Shuddhi or extermination, one could not but muse over Millet's 1947 warning that the Congress and the Hindu Mahasabha, beset by Curzon's ghost, had raised a sharpened parachute to slice Mother into two. 5. Exploding Communalism, the Politics of Muslim Identity in South Asia. AYESHA JALAL. Farewell, O Hindustan, O autumnless garden. We your homeless guests have stayed too long. Laden though we are today with complaints. The marks of your past favors are upon us still. You treated strangers like relations. We were guests but you made us the hosts. You gave us wealth, government, and dominion. For which of your many kindnesses should we express gratitude? But such hospitality is ultimately unsustainable. All that you gave you kept in the end. Well, one has a right to one's own property. Take it from whoever you want, give it to whoever you will. Pull out our tongues the very instant. They forgetfully utter a word of complaint about this. But the complaint is that what we brought with us that too you took away and turned us into beggars. You've turned lions into lowly beings. O Hind, those who were Afghan hunters came here to become the hunted ones. We had foreseen all these misfortunes when we came here, leaving our country and friends. Exploding Communalism. 77. We were convinced that adversity would befall us in time and we, O Hind, would be devoured by you. So long as, O Hindustan, we were not called Hindi, we had some graces which were not found in others. You've made our condition frightening. We were fire, O Hind, you've turned us into ash. Altaf Hussain Hali, 1837–1914, in his inimitable way captures the dilemma of Muslim identity as perceived by segments of the Ashraf classes in 19th century northern India. Steeped in nostalgia for Islam's past glories and a wry sense of the Muslim predicament, Hali's Shikwa-e-Hind, or Complaint TC India, cannot be dismissed as simply the bigoted laments of a man who has accepted social closure on grounds of religious difference and antipathy towards non-Muslims. To challenge Hali's questionable reading of the history of Islam in the subcontinent or his spurious representations of Indian Muslims in undifferentiated terms as descendants of foreign immigrants is to concentrate on the obvious and miss out the richness of the poetic nuances. What is instructive about the poem is how a committed Muslim with more than a surfeit of heirs was hard-pressed to deny the decisive and irreversible impact of India on his co-religionists. As the metaphor of fire to ashes makes clear, this is an assertion of a cultural identity, once distinctive but now all too faded. Hali's grievance is precisely the loss of distinctiveness which he believes had given Muslims a measure of dignity and humanity. Bereft of any qualities of friendship or fellowship, Muslims had become selfish, inward-looking, indolent and illiterate. None of this is the fault of India. Hali instead blames Kismat, which brought Islam to the subcontinent and made certain that, unlike the Greeks, the Muslims did not turn away from its frontiers in failure. India without Islam is an ingenious idea. It would certainly have obviated the need for endless scholarly outpouring on communalism. But however much Muslims may take Hali's lead in blaming Kismat, Islam in India, united or divided, is a fact of history and an intrinsic feature of the subcontinent's future. What is less clear is whether communalism should continue to serve as a descriptive or analytical clincher in representations of the Muslim past, present and future in the South Asian subcontinent. In the 1990s it has once again taken center stage in academic and political debates, a consequence of the resort to what has been called Hindu majoritarian communalism seeking to preserve or capture centralized state power. Successive Congress regimes in the 1980s surreptitiously invoked a nebulous form of Hindu majoritarian which has been crafted into a more potent political ideology by the forces of Hindutva. Neither the Congress nor the RSS, BJP, and VHP combination would plead guilty to the charge of communalism. Not only the self-professedly secular Indian state and the Congress regimes at its helm, but also their challengers claim the appellation of nationalist. The original sin of being communalist for the most part has been reserved for the subcontinent's Muslims. Notwithstanding the compromises of secular nationalism with Hindu communalism, the burden of this negative term in the history of late colonial India has fallen on the Muslim minority. The establishment of a Muslim state at the moment of the British withdrawal added immeasurably to the weight of the burden. In the post-colonial scenario in general, and the conjuncture created by the Ayodhya controversy in particular, the Indian secularist response has been to tar both Hindu majoritarian and Muslim minoritarian with the brush of communalism. This asymmetry has expressed itself not only in state policy but also in secular academic discourse. Muslim minority communalism has occupied a critical location in academic texts organized around the binary opposition between secular nationalism and religious communalism. If this neat but misleading dichotomy is to be dismantled, the entire notion of a Muslim minority communalism at the subcontinental level needs to be subjected to a probing analysis. This task has become especially urgent since such an overarching and loaded term as communalism ends up essentializing the very religiously informed identities, politics, and conflicts it purportedly aims at explaining and combating. It is not as if this danger has escaped the attention of scholars engaged, as many of them have been, in disturbing and disintegrating notions of monolithic religious communities and singular identities. What is remarkable, however, is the continued usage of a term in a debate which widely acknowledges communalism as at best the pejorative other of nationalism and at worst a borrowing from the colonialist project of essentializing Indian society and history. Even those who deploy it as a matter of convention, while inveighing against its analytical utility, have to concede that as the accepted designation for religiously based cultural identities, politics, ideology, or conflict, communalism lays emphasis on the peculiarly Indian aspects of what is a global problem of negotiating and accommodating social differences. Whether this compartmentalization of one of the subcontinent's most gnawing and lingering problems, the shifting politics of religiously informed identities, is not an unwitting form of academic communalism remains an open question. This paper is an attempt to spot the blots in the historiographical discourse on Muslim communalism. While exploring the nexus of culture and political power, the argument avoids presuppositions which erroneously link a religiously informed cultural identity with the politics of cultural nationalism. By contrasting the inevitability of a Muslim identity, variously defined, with the impossibility of a super-regional and specifically Muslim politics in the subcontinental context, the paper aims at demonstrating the largely arbitrary, derogatory, and exclusionary nature of the term communal as it has been applied to individuals and political groupings claiming to represent the interests of Indian Muslims. Such an argument requires a new typology of Muslim political thought, one that goes beyond the facile and rigid distinctions between liberals or traditionalists, modernists or anti-modernists, communalists or secular nationalists. The chronological starting point of the argument is the late 19th century, when many of the salient features of a Muslim political discourse began to be worked out by members of the North Indian Ashraf classes smarting under the loss of sovereignty on the one hand, and the onset of Western colonialism and modernity on the other. Written in an accessible new Urdu, the dissemination of the discourse was facilitated by a rapidly expanding print media. Popular among Muslim middle and upper classes in Muslim-majority provinces like the Punjab and, to a lesser degree, Bengal, the prose and poetry of this era bears the marks of the regional and class identity of its Muslim minority province exponents. A historical investigation of Muslim identity and politics in the majority and minority provinces of colonial India will be followed by an analysis of the implications of the post-colonial transition for Muslims scattered across separate sovereign states. By both historicizing and conceptualizing the twin issues of Muslim cultural difference and a Muslim politics, The purpose is to show why exploding communalism may not be a whit too late and is perhaps the only hope of genuinely rethinking and renegotiating the perennial problem of difference and identity in South Asia as a whole. Difference, exclusivism, or communalism, the late 19th and early 20th centuries. A more than common preoccupation with their distinctive religious identity has been a feature shared by upper and middle class Muslims in the subcontinent, irrespective of their liberal, modernist, conservative or anti-modernist leanings. This sense of distinction from non-Muslims has led to the suggestion that communal consciousness is an intrinsic, indeed a normative, part of the Muslim socio-religious and political worldview. The illusion of religious difference with an essentialized Indian Muslim community is explained in terms of the legitimizing ideals of Islamic solidarity and the necessary subordination of the individual will to the ijma or consensus of the community. It is extraordinary, but also revealing, that a decidedly elitist discourse should be seen as not only reflective of Indian Muslims but also their communal consciousness. The politics of Muslim identity in the subcontinent cannot be reduced to a mere rationalization of normative Islamic discourse. There is much variation even within this elite discourse, not all of which focused on the knotty issue of electoral representation, and still greater evidence of Muslim willingness to differ from rather than defer to the consensus of the community, however construed, in the rough and tumble of practical politics. Before the 1920s, when Congress's inclusionary secular nationalist paradigm gained wider currency, the assertion of difference even when bordering on cultural exclusivism did not automatically translate into Muslim separatism or minority communalism. Remarkable as it may seem from the vantage point of today, Hali's Shaqai-e-Hind did not stir a public controversy over his, or for that matter his community's, putative lack of allegiance to India. This raises the cardinal question: were concerns about the Muslim community as a distinctive religious entity destined to keep the adherents of this perception on a separate, if parallel, track with those engaged in the project of invoking an inclusionary idea of a single Indian nation? Apparently not, if one considers that in 1874 Hali himself had written feelingly in his poem Hubbi Watan, or Love of the Motherland, that a patriotism which went no further than mere attachment to the community was nothing short of selfishness. A true patriot was one who regarded all the inhabitants of India, whether Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, or Brahmo Samaj, as one degree. If you want your country's well-being, don't look upon any compatriot as a stranger registered. Granted the range of moods that are the wont of a poet, there is no evident tension or contradiction in Hali's mind between an affinity to the people of India and pride in a selectively imagined and recreated Islamic past. Less inclined to glorify Islamic history but equally conscious of his Muslimness was Hali's mentor, Sayyid Ahmed Khan. Not a religious scholar by training, his rational approach to Islamic theology and law earned him the lacerating abuse of orthodox Muslim ulama bunched in the theological seminaries at Deoband and, less vociferously, Farangi Mahal in Lucknow. The ulama were not alone in opposing Sayyid Ahmed's newfangled views. His ardent promotion of Western knowledge and culture as well as loyalty to the Raj drew acerbic comments from Muslims attached to their societal mores and the ideal of a universal Muslim ummah. Among Sayyid Ahmed's fiercest critics was the Persian Islamic scholar Jamaluddin al-Afghani, who lived in India between 1879 and 1882 and called for Hindu-Muslim unity as the first step to dislodging British colonialism. The contest between Muslims moved by Islamic universalism and those for whom the immediacy of the colonial context constituted the overwhelming reality was to be played out on the political stage during the first few decades of the 20th century. For now it was Sayyid Ahmed's policy which held sway. The Aligarh movement which he fathered became the source of modernist and rational thinking among the Muslim elite and, ironically enough, also provided the catalyst for latter-day Muslim political separatism and communalism. By contrast, his more culturally exclusive Muslim opponents, harboring anti-colonial and Islamic universalist sentiments, immersed themselves in religious strictures at traditional educational institutions like madrasas and maktabs only to end up squarely on the side of an inclusionary and secular Indian nationalism. Identifying the twisted knots in these two contending and overlapping strands in Muslim thinking highlights the curiosity that passes for minority communalism in subcontinental history. Unabashedly elitist in his thinking, Syed Ahmed has been hailed as the author of the notorious two-nation theory by the officially subsidized historians of Pakistan and condemned for being the evil genius who helped carve out a separate niche for India's Muslims within the sphere of colonial policy and political discourse. Yet despite his resolute stance against the Indian National Congress, Syed Ahmed was more concerned with dissuading his fellow Muslims from the plague of religious bigotry. Like Holly's, Syed Ahmed's Muslimness was rarely at odds with his Indianness. Quite as much as the Hindus, Muslims too consider India as their homeland. Presaging Holly's Shaqai Hind 5 years earlier without the romanticism or the complaint, he confessed that by living together in India the blood of both have changed, the color of both have become similar, the faces of both, having changed, have become similar. We mixed with each other so much that we produced a new language Urdu, which was neither our language nor theirs. The essence of Syed Ahmed's message to his co-religionists was to keep religion and politics on separate tracks. It was Mazhabi tasab or religious bigotry which was preventing Muslims from partaking of the new education *. This was Syed Ahmed's strategy for the uplift of a demoralized, disparate and disunited Muslim community which his aristocratic imaginings in combination with colonial census enumeration were in the process of giving more supralocal substance than warranted by the empirical reality. Yet Syed Ahmed with his arrogant belief in the superiority of Ashraf culture was palpably uninterested in mobilizing the Muslim Ajlaf classes. To confuse his ideas on electoral representation with Muslim politics in an era which required at least a partial mobilization of the subordinate social classes is unacceptable teleology. Syed Ahmed's understanding of the position of Muslims in the colonial context was more relevant than the normative aspects of Islamic political theory. Since the British saw the Indian Muslim community as unified, if not united, by the common bond of religion, Syed Ahmed couched his appeal accordingly. His rejection of the Congress, which he regarded as a creation of the more advanced Bengali nation and not of Hindus as such, stemmed in large part from the uneven impact of colonial economic and educational policies in the different regions of India. Just a year before the formation of the Congress, Syed Ahmed Khan had asserted unequivocally that Hindu and Musalmans are words of religious significance, otherwise Hindus, Musalmans, and Christians who live in this country constitute one nation. In his opinion all men are one, he did not like religion, community, or group to be identified with a nation. Degree that a call for Muslim non-participation in the early Congress should have qualified Syed Ahmed for the role of a separatist and anti-nationalist underscores the political nature of the distinction between a communalist and non-communalist posture in retrospectively constructed nationalist pasts. Syed Ahmed may have been the most prominent spokesman of a North Indian regionally based Muslim elite. Yet his sharpest critics were also Muslim. His emphasis on ijtihad or independent reasoning and disapproval of taqlid or adherence to the four authoritative schools of Islamic jurisprudence set him apart from the ulama who saw in his modernist intellectual stance a barely disguised attack on their preeminent status in Muslim society. While sharing an Ashraf culture, an affinity for Urdu and a core of Islamic beliefs with Syed Ahmed's modernist associates at Aligarh, the guardians of the faith kept these Adini or irreligious Muslims at an arm's length. If issues of religious interpretation divided Muslim from Muslim, Syed Ahmed's policy of subservience to the British Raj and reception of Western modernity and culture elicited contempt from a section of his co-religionists. Syed Akbar Hussain, 1846–1921, better known as Akbar ul-Lahbadi, in his bitingly humorous and brilliant satirical verses developed a powerful critique of modernity, mercilessly ridiculing Syed Ahmed Khan and his associates for their shallow imitation of Western culture. The venerable leaders of the nation had determined not to keep scholars and worshippers at a disadvantage. Religion will progress day by day. Aligarh College is London's mosque. Scathing and relentless in his criticism of a modernity wanting in spirituality, Akbar ul-Lahbadi neither fits the bill of a die-hard anti-modernist enamored of obscurantist Malvis nor of a religious bigot. He recalled that as a child, a Malvi tried teaching him knowledge and he in turn tried teaching the Malvi reason. The enterprise ended in tears, neither the Malvi learned reason, nor Akbar knowledge. It was the degenerate state of the community rather than threats to its existence which agitated him. He could declare with equanimity that India was neither an Islamic country nor of Lakshman and Ram. Every Indian was the pliant well-wisher of the English and Hinds simply the warehouse of Europe. It is a measure of Allahabadi's distinctiveness as a poet that, while enormously popular in Urdu literary circles on both sides of the 1947 divide, he forms no part of either the Indian or the Pakistani nationalist pantheon. Maulana Shibli Numani, 1857–1914, also defies categorization as a liberal modernist or anti-modern conservative and appropriation into mainstream Indian and Pakistani nationalist narratives. An associate of Sayyid Ahmed Khan, Shibli adopted the idioms of modernity without disavowing the basic grammar of Islamic learning. His thematics spawn a rich and varied corpus of writings on Islamic history, theology, law as well as literary criticism and poetry. Not an Islamic universalist, Shibli endorsed Sayyid Ahmed's line that Indian Muslims were British subjects and not bound by religion or Islamic history to submit to the dictates of the Ottoman Caliphate. Yet on matters closer to home, Shibli's Islamic sentiments led him to take political paths different from those charted by Sayyid Ahmed Khan. By 1895 he was publicly opposing Sayyid Ahmed Khan's policy of Muslim non-participation in the Congress. Shibli's perspectives reflect the new and competing trends in Muslim discourse at a time when Sayyid Ahmed Khan's intellectual influence, if not his legacy, had been overshadowed by events. By the late 1880s, British imperial policies in India and the Islamic world were leading more and more Muslims to eschew Sayyid Ahmed Khan's policy of non-participation in the Congress and loyalty to the Raj. Yet during the closing decades of the 19th century, Hindu revivalist activities, especially in northern India centering on the issue of Urdu versus Hindi in the Devanagari script and cow slaughter, seemed to lend substance to colonial and Ashraf notions of an Indian Muslim interest that needed articulation and representation. But while the interests of the majority religious community could be subsumed under the umbrella of the emerging Indian nation, those of the largest religious minority remained marooned in the idea of the community. Instead of stopping to challenge the formulations of majoritarian and minoritarian in the evolving discourse of Indian nationalism, scholars seem to have been more fascinated by the separatist and communal claims of a privileged and pretentious segment of the Muslim community. It would not be too far-fetched to suggest that communalism in the subcontinent has been more a function of interpretation than of the actual phenomenon in its manifold dimensions. A shared core of Islamic ideals had never prevented Muslims from taking oppositional positions in relation to one another even at the level of elite discourse. This can be made light of if one regards the strategic essentializing of religious community as more important than its utility as a point of reference for the assertion of cultural difference. To wholly concentrate on the Islamic dimensions of the discourse, as if these are unproblematically singular in meaning, is to ignore key aspects of historical change and the new contradictions and contestations within the Indian Muslim community. The partition of Bengal in 1905 may have provided the main impetus for the orchestration of the Muslim claim to separate political representation and the establishment of the self-professedly communal All India Muslim League in December 1906. But it was the Morley Minto reforms of 1909 which institutionalized what until then had been a dominant colonial perception of the importance of religious divisions in Indian society by granting Muslims separate electorates in representative bodies at all levels of the electoral system. A momentous step, it gave Muslims the status of an all-India political category, but one effectively consigned to being a perpetual minority in any scheme of constitutional reforms. The structural contradiction between communally compartmentalized electorates and the localization and provincialization of political horizons was to have large consequences for India's regionally differentiated, economically disparate and ideologically divided Muslims and, by extension, for Congress's agendas of an inclusionary and secular nationalism. If the shared idioms of an otherwise varied discourse appear to substantiate the colonial construction of Muslims as a separate and identifiable communal category, The actual politics of Muslims in the different local and regional settings uncovers how common ideas led to uncommon deeds. After 1911, the annulment of the partition of Bengal, the crisis in the Balkans and the Kanpur mosque incident of 1913 created the conditions for major reformulations of the discourse and politics of upper and middle class Muslims. Voicing the mood in certain Muslim elite quarters, Shibli wrote a series of polemical poems against the All India Muslim League, rejecting the very notion of a separatist and loyalist politics, and endorsing the establishment of a joint Hindu-Muslim front. Well versed in the normative aspects of Islam, Shibli refused to treat religion as a code for Muslim participation in politics. This was a stretch removed from the stance being advocated at the time by Abul Kalam Azad through his organ Al-Hilal. By far the most important Muslim traditionalist, Azad's somersaults on religion and politics convey the paradoxes of communalism in the subcontinental context. Azad is celebrated in the tomes of Indian nationalist historiography for his steadfast opposition in the 40s to the Muslim League's inexorable drift towards separatism and communalism. This is why his early writings on religion and politics make for fascinating reading. Islam was not only the vital component in Azad's identity but also the main source of his intellectual and political orientation. In 1904 he described the Congress as a Hindu body. "There will be nothing left with us," he wrote, "if we separate politics from religion." Azad was crestfallen to see that his co-religionists were not united and organized as a community. They had no Quaid, leader, a mere rabble scattered among the population of India. They were living an un-Islamic and irreligious life. The more than explicit exclusivism and separatism, to say nothing of the implicit sense of superiority, was tempered only by Azad's consistent anti-British posture and support for the Congress. Azad's Islamism led him to even greater excesses in the name of religion. In 1920, at the height of the Caliphate agitation, Azad, backed by the newly founded Jamiatul Ulama-i Hind, issued a fatwa declaring that under the Sharia it was an Islamic obligation for Muslims to quit India. According to the most prominent Muslim spokesman of Congress's secular nationalism and notion of composite culture, given the choice between country and faith, Indian Muslims could only opt for the latter. These utterances for the most part have been swept under the carpet. Politically correct alignments, not the integrity or substantive content of the thinking, have been the more important factors determining the allotment of titles nationalist or communalist to would-be spokesmen of India's Muslims. An assessment of the political positions of that other champion of Islamic universalism and the Caliphate, Maulana Muhammad Ali, will suffice to make the point. In 1912 he castigated Congress nationalists for refusing to accept that the educated Hindu communal patriot had turned Hinduism into an effective symbol for political mobilization and Indian nationality. The Hindu communal patriot simply refused to give quarter to the Muslims unless the latter quietly shuffles off his individuality and becomes completely Hinduist. This was a powerful indictment of Indian nationalism from a man who during the non-cooperation and Caliphate agitation of the early 1920s was closely allied with Gandhi. Nothing dissuaded Muhammad Ali from speaking freely and fearlessly as a Muslim communal patriot. Not even the honor of delivering the presidential address at the Congress session in December 1923. Muhammad Ali ascribed his belated entry into the Congress in 1919 to the political history of the community to which he belonged. Making political capital out of Congress's acceptance of separate electorates for Muslims in its Lucknow Pact of 1916 with the Muslim League, Muhammad Ali called the Simla deputation a command performance. Separate electorates were the consequence, and not the cause of the separation between Muslims and their more numerous Hindu brethren. India's most hopeful future lay in becoming a federation of faiths, not in a misleading unity of opposition. Stated uncategorically from the Congress pedestal, this was a command performance indeed. Yet few historians of Indian nationalism trace Muhammad Ali's communal lineage to this period. It was only after his falling out with the Congress on the issue of the Nehru Report in 1928 that his communal colors begin to be spotted. So even the statements of a self-styled communal patriot enunciated from within the Congress are nationalist, outside its ambit they acquire the ignominious status of communal reaction. For those who participated in the Caliphate agitation, the collapse of the movement amidst heightened social conflict along communitarian lines became a litmus test for their allegiance to Indian nationalism. Azad, whose political speeches during the campaign had been peppered with verses from the Quran, kept himself aloof from the murky communal politics of the 20s. By contrast, Muhammad Ali became a rabid communalist. The assertion that he belonged to two circles of equal size, which are not concentric, one is Indian and the other is the Muslim world, is seen as the tragedy of Muhammad Ali's life. Not particularly convincing as a tragic figure, in November 1930 he made an impassioned plea for Indian freedom while strongly advocating the Muslim case for separate electorates, safeguards and majority provinces. I have a culture, a polity, an outlook on life, a complete synthesis which is Islam. Where God commands I am a Muslim first, a Muslim second, and a Muslim last, and nothing but a Muslim, but where India is concerned, where India's freedom is concerned, where the welfare of India is concerned, I am an Indian first, an Indian second, an Indian last, and nothing but an Indian. A respectable nationalist position in an earlier period. By the 1930s such an expression of the multiple identities of India's Muslims from outside the Congress fold entailed being called a communalist. The arbitrariness of sifting nationalists from communalists becomes a trifle more glaring once the spotlight is shifted away from the level of discourse onto the formal political arenas. Anyone not belonging to the Congress and articulating a politics of Muslim interests is a communalist, not a nationalist. So while the unity of religion and politics at the level of discourse and pro-Congress nationalist activity does not make for a communal position, for instance during the Caliphate movement the most explicitly non-religious maneuverings and machinations in the name of a community are sufficient for a reputation as a communal politician. Bickering over the loaves and fishes of office in local and provincial councils, hardly proof of religious concerns, throws up a colorful medley of Muslim political sinners, one more communal than the other. The main qualification for communalism appears to be the pursuit of power politics, least engaged with specifically religious issues. Different historians have examined the growth of communalism in the provinces under the Montfort reforms, correctly attributing it to the structural imperatives of the representative institutions created by the colonial state. Yet without a consideration of the politics of Muslims qua Muslims, these interpretations run the risk of becoming tautological. Under separate electorates Muslims voted for Muslims, the elected representatives worked in the interest of their constituents with the result that the politics of Muslims were thoroughly communalized. It might be more even-handed to condemn all politics within the inadequate representative institutions of the colonial state as reflecting the religious divide. But that would mean abandoning the binary opposition between secular nationalism and religious communalism. So the slanted logic ends up insinuating that an elected Muslim had to make a real hash of representative office to escape being a communalist. No such difficulties pin down nationalists drawn from the majority community if elected on the Swarajist or the Congress ticket. Underplayed in analyses of the Montfort reforms is the extent to which the provincial dynamic in electoral and representative activities countered the process of communalizing Muslim politics at the All India level. The essentialization of religious difference implicit in communalism has clouded any sense of maintaining an analytical distinction between levels of politics. Identifying the wellsprings of communalism in distinct locales and provinces does not add up to an undifferentiated political dynamic of all India proportions. The convergence of Muslim and Punjabi or Muslim and Bengali did not mean exchanging provincial interest for a common religious identity. With their identities bounded by region and informed by religion, the interests of Indian Muslims did not pour neatly into all India communal molds. This is brought out in stark form by the conflict of interests between Muslims in the majority and the minority provinces. Supracommunal alliances were forged not only in the UP where Muslims were in a minority but also in the Punjab and Bengal where they had bare majorities. In the Punjab the Unionist leaders Fazli Hussain and Sikandar Hayat Khan, and in Bengal the Krishak Praja leader Fazlul Haq, had made sure that by 1937 the provincial imperative had prevailed over a specifically Muslim communal line within the domain of representative Muslim politics. The pursuit of power, not the preservation of religious distinctiveness, tended to empty an elite political discourse of its normative and substantive content, leaving the Indian Muslim category as an unlikely vehicle for cultural nationalism. The All India Muslim League's dismal performance in the 1937 elections reveals the complete bankruptcy of any notion of an All India Muslim communalism. It was the perceived threat from the singular and uncompromising nationalism of the Congress to provincial autonomy and class interests which gave the discourse and politics of the Indian Muslims as a subcontinental category a fresh lease of life. From community to nationhood, separatism, or exclusion. A teleological view of history would interpret the transformation of the discourse and politics of a minority religious community into a demand for nationhood as the logical culmination of the communal tendencies among Indian Muslims. Those who subscribe to the two-nation theory are among the more notorious practitioners of this approach. But their sharpest opponents have been no less culpable. Reading composite culture for nation, assimilation for distinctiveness, does not banish the telos of partition for those wedded to the convention of perceiving historical trends in the binary mode of secular nationalism and religious communalism. The subaltern thunder in South Asian historiography has certainly struck fear in the minds of historians beyond the pale of this select circle. But it has not shed much useful light on how to link communal consciousness and periodic outbursts of intercommunal violence among marginal social groups in the public arenas of localities with the partition of India along ostensibly religious lines. Subaltern consciousness is shaped by too many contending identities to allow for an unquestioning privileging of the communal element within it. Communal consciousness itself has been subject to far greater recent and dramatic historical change than is acknowledged by these historians. Asserting the autonomy of the subaltern subject from elite manipulations in the making of history can be a meaningful proposition only if based on an assessment of the interconnections between different levels of politics. Short of holding subaltern consciousness and violence responsible for the partition of India, and that is surely not the intention, there can be no adequate explanation of the post-colonial transition which does not address the calculations and miscalculations of those located at the highest level of politics. What such an explanation cannot afford, however, is the historiographical error of treating the end result of the 1947 partition as the ultimate goal of Muslim politics and also of broader historical trends subsumed under the theme of communalism. If discrepancies based on class, regional and ideological differences permeated the discourse and politics of Muslim identity in the late 19th and early 20th century, the metamorphosis of a minority community into a nation was designed more as a powerful rhetorical device than an accurate statement of the reality. The idea of a Muslim state, albeit within India and restricted to the northwestern Muslim majority provinces, had been voiced in December 1930 by Muhammad Iqbal at the All India Muslim League's annual session. A critic of Western nationalism, Iqbal did not declare Indian Muslims a nation when he initially called for a state based on the territorial amalgamation of the Punjab, the northwest frontier province, Sindh, and Baluchistan. This was a proposition that, for a change, bore the marks of Punjabi Muslim rather than Muslim minority province interests. Islam as a living cultural force in India demanded its centralization in a specified territory and was the only sure basis of a permanent communal settlement. None of this was actuated by narrow communalism or any feeling of ill will towards other communities. There were communalisms and it was not the low and ignoble communalism based on antipathy towards other communities but the higher aspect of communalism as culture, which even the Nehru report had endorsed, that Iqbal had in mind. Yet the demand for a state within India where only a fraction of Muslims could live according to their culture and religious traditions was too obviously in the interests of the majority provinces, particularly the Punjab, to excite an All India Muslim League council dominated by Muslims from the minority provinces. So Iqbal's ideas were dismissed as mere poetics in established Muslim political circles. The famous resolution passed at the Muslim League's Lahore session marked the transition of the Indian Muslims from a minority to a nation. One point of view which needs putting to rest is that in declaring the Indian Muslims a nation, the League was inspired by a normative ideal in Muslim consciousness, namely that the preservation of the religious identity of the community demanded the exercise of political power by representatives of the faithful. Given the varied uses Muslim thinkers make of the normative ideals of Islam, arguments focusing on discourse do not offer satisfactory explanations of changing historical dynamics. The statement of Muslim nationhood which emanated from Lahore in March 1940 was, to quote one critic, an extreme step for solving communal problems, an explicit revolt against minoritarian. It was also an implicit coup against the dominant binary mode which extolled Congress's secular nationalism as legitimate and denigrated Muslim difference as illegitimate religious communalism. Declaring the Indian Muslims a nation, Jinnah confessed that the idea of being a minority had been around for so long that we have got used to it. These settled notions sometimes are very difficult to remove. But the time had come to unsettle the notion, since the word nationalist has now become the play of conjurers in politics. No amateur conjurer himself, Jinnah came away from the League's session with a mixed bag of tricks. The weightiest was the demand that all future constitutional arrangements be reconsidered de novo, since Indian Muslims were a nation entitled to equal treatment with the Hindu nation. But in attempting to give territorial expression to the Muslim claim to nationhood, Jinnah and a mainly minority province-based All India Muslim League had to make large concessions to the autonomy and sovereignty of the majority provinces, not a very tidy beginning to the search for statehood. If reconciling the contradictory interests of Muslims in majority and minority provinces had thwarted the All India Muslim League's representative pretensions in the past, the sheer impracticability of squaring the claim of nationhood with the promise of statehood required something more than an artful conjuring trick. The historiographical debate has deliberated on the issue of Muslim nationhood rather more than on the ambiguities surrounding the demand for Muslim statehood. This has to do with that other telos which presumes the orchestration of separate nationhood as an inevitable overture to exclusive statehood. Recent revisionist historiography on partition, including my own, has noted the uneasy fit between an assertion of Muslim nationhood and the uncertainties and indeterminacies of politics in the late colonial era that led to the attainment of sovereign statehood. While the insistence on national status for Indian Muslims became a non-negotiable issue after 1940, the demand for a wholly separate and sovereign state of Pakistan remained open to negotiation as late as the summer of 1946. The scholarly blindness to this is a product of the double mental barrier, both against maintaining an analytical distinction between nation and state and expunging the telos of partition from interpretations of the historical evolution of the demand for a Pakistan. The claim that Muslims constituted a nation was perfectly compatible with a federal or confederal state structure covering the whole of India. With nations straddling states, the boundaries between states had to be permeable and flexible. This is why Jinnah and the League remained implacably opposed to the division of the Punjab and Bengal along religious lines. It was the veritable absence of an all-India Muslim communalism which had given rise to the claim for Muslim nationhood. This did not translate into a secessionist demand for a Muslim nation-state, but was intended as the building block for a confederal arrangement with the Hindu-majority provinces, or Hindustan, at the subcontinental level. In the event the strategy went awry, resulting in the exclusion from India of the leader and the party which had staked a claim on behalf of all Indian Muslims. Communally compartmentalized electorates had helped transform the case of Muslim distinctiveness into an assertion of nationhood at the level of all India political discourse. But the emphasis on provincial and local arenas of politics pitted Muslim regional interests against those raised on behalf of a subcontinental community or nation. The resort to Islam was a mobilizational technique to generate momentum for a political movement seeking a substantial share of power for Muslims in an independent India. If the League's politics lent a communal coloring to the demand for a Pakistan at the social base, there were Muslim groups opposed to its strategy who made an even greater play of Islam as a religious ideology. After 1940, the Muslim League did a better job manipulating the discourse than in revetting control over the politics of Muslims in the majority provinces. Yet even at the level of the discourse, the League was not the most convincing pretender in the race for the Islamic trophy. As late as the final decade of the British Raj in India, prominent Muslim thinkers, including nationalist Muslims like Maulana Azad and Maulana Hussain Ahmad Madani of the Jamiat ul-Ulama-i Hind, promoted Muttahid-e-Qawmiyyat or composite nationalism with the same passion as their belief in religious and cultural differences between Muslims and non-Muslims. With the exception of Azad, the most ardent believers in the Wahida or one nation theory patented by the Congress were ulama who could not imagine an independent India without Sharia rule. The irony of this non-secular vision, coexisting harmoniously with the Congress's secular program, underscores the political motivations behind the binary opposition between secular nationalism and religious communalism. More ironic still was the enthusiastic support for the Pakistan demand by Muslim communists and socialists, especially those associated with the progressive writers' movement. The participation of ungodly socialists in the Pakistan movement fueled charges by Islamic ideologues that the demand for Pakistan was no more than a secular charade. Yet, having fiercely opposed Jinnah and the Muslim League, a good number of these religious ideologues and organizations adopted Pakistan as the terrain to launch their crusade for Sharia rule. The rabidly religious Jamaatul-Islami, the bigoted Majlis-e-Ahrar and the idiosyncratic Coxers are all examples of this legion. Unable to resolve the contradictions among Muslims at the level of discourse, the League did even more miserably in the realm of actual politics. At the end of the day, the singular nationalism of the Indian National Congress got the better of both the Muslim claim to nationhood and the majoritarian provincialism of Muslims in the northwestern and eastern extremities of the subcontinent. The Congress leadership, keen on grasping the centralized apparatus of the colonial state, was prepared neither to share power with the Muslim League at the all-India level nor accommodate Muslim majoritarian provincialism within a loose federal or confederal structure. It was ready instead to wield the partitioner's axe in concert, one might add, with the Hindu Mahasabha to exclude both the League and the Muslim majority areas from the horizons of the secular Indian nation-state. Cast against its will into the role of a seceding state, Pakistan was left to begin its independent career with an ideology of Muslim nationhood which could not plausibly be squared with the mutilated and moth-eaten territorial contours of its truncated statehood. Divided nation, rival states, and the Muslim quandary. The anguish of partition for the subcontinents, Muslims has one captured by poets and writers on both sides. The 1947 divide. Despair at the masterly deception that had turned the dream of independence into one of brutal separation pervades the literature written in the very Urdu language which many extremist Hindus hold responsible for stoking the fires of Muslim communalism. Since the late 19th century. In his Khoon Ki Lekar, or The Line of Blood, Sardar Jafari, one of India's leading leftist poets, stead the cab demarcated Saifa Arid as an Hnapariste artifact, copyright rare. Who is this cruel person who has with his burning pen cut a deep line of innocent blood across the motherland's breast? What happened? Suddenly all the instruments to ja their tune at EOS equals. Across the border, in Muslim Pakistan, Ahmad Riaz boldly repudiated the religious loyalty which had brought about the tragedy to reassure his friends. In India, the dawn of independence has come, but still the paths of past and present are in darkness. We are neither infidels nor Muslims. Crushed by famine and hunger, we are the rejected ones. Comrades, hold out your hands, even today we are together. Who could ever divide the estate of literature? Cities can be divided, the streets closed, but who can imprison intensity of feeling? Such warmth of feeling was to become rare as Muslims in India and Pakistan set about renegotiating their identity according to the dominant idioms of the two nation-states. With the Indian and the Pakistani states turning the binary opposites of secular nationalism and religious communalism into ideologies of legitimacy, the dilemma of a subcontinental Muslim identity was to become irresolvable. The imperatives of citizenship in mutually hostile nation-states meant that Muslims were no longer simply a divided community but declared enemies of co-religionists beyond the nearest international checkpoint. Under such inauspicious circumstances even a holly might have settled for the ashes than the politically injudicious task of breathing fire into the partitioned hearts and minds of Muslims with the rousing Shaqqa-i-Azadi. Far from being an indivisible property and a symbol of Muslim cultural identity, the Urdu language became an early and unrelieved victim of attack by the Hindu Mahasabha, the Jansan and the RSS. They demanded a Hindi-only policy in the very region which had nurtured Urdu as its lingua franca. The willingness of the UP Congress to go along with these Hindu nationalist organizations dealt a grievous blow to the cultural pretensions of India's Urdu-speaking Muslim elite. The cruelest cut was the charge that by insisting on Urdu as their cultural heritage, now that the majority community had made the sacrifice of partition to settle the problem of difference once and for all, Muslims were furnishing evidence of their inveterate disloyalty to the Indian nation-state. Being born and raised in India, the Muslims learned to their horror, was no longer sufficient evidence of their Indianness. Those whose faith in the secularism encoded in the Indian constitution made this a questionable proposition had only to be reminded of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's chilling exhortation to Muslims, "I want to tell them frankly that mere declaration of loyalty to the Indian Union will not help them at this critical juncture. They must give proof of their declaration." The taunt of disloyalty came from unexpected quarters. Abul Kalam Azad, the Muslim paragon of secular nationalism, reprimanded his co-religionists for vesting their trust in an undeserving leadership and party which had now tossed them to the winds. Nothing less than a complete change of heart was required to win the certificate of loyalty. But with Pakistan as a permanent albatross signifying their negative identity, switching the Turkish fez for the Khadi cap and innumerable other such gestures to India's composite culture and secular nationalism, for instance reluctantly giving up separate electorates and sullenly agreeing to let their children learn Hindi instead of Urdu, could not confirm the Muslim minority's positive affiliation to the nation-state. Even if segments of the elite saw political advantages in distancing themselves from the more controversial symbols of their religiously informed cultural identity, there were few such incentives for the mass of poor and illiterate Muslims. Confounding the dilemma of Muslim identity were the religious and political aspirations of that motley collection of ulama who, because they had chosen the Congress instead of the Muslim League, had somehow to be accommodated within the framework of a secular and democratic India. Having purchased tickets for the train purportedly taking India's Muslims to a secular nationalist destination, the ulama's ideological worldview could obstruct coherent communication between passengers in the first and third-class compartments. Irritations with the never-ending journey of India's Muslims led to the menacing suggestion that the train would be better off on tracks leading straight across the sealed border. Holly's Shaqqa-i-Hind had come to haunt the Indian Muslims with a vengeance. Under suspicion in India and unwelcome in Pakistan, their predicament has been an unenviable one. The distortions of the historical evidence in both states have inculcated among the educated few a congenital animosity towards the country for whose creation they are held responsible. That there has been so little love lost between upper and middle class Indian and Pakistani Muslims is hardly cause for surprise. The decision to make Urdu the state language of Pakistan harkened back to an overarching conception of Muslim identity which found few echoes in the regionally based cultural identities of its people. Reduced to being a subaltern language in its own regional setting, Urdu came to be regarded as an instrument of neo-imperialist domination. Bengalis in the eastern wing put up stout resistance against encroachments on their cultural autonomy. On February 21, 1952, students protesting the language policy were gunned down by the police. A common religious identity had never meant the denial of a separate cultural tradition. Proud of belonging to the same literary heritage as Rabindranath Tagore and Qazi Nazrul Islam, Bengali intellectuals met the official policy of deprecating their Islamic beliefs. There was no inherent contradiction in being a Bengali, a Muslim and a Pakistani all at the same time. Bengalis were not alone in bearing the brunt of linguistic and cultural denial. In the Punjab, supposedly the political nerve center of Pakistani imperialism, intellectuals working to promote their regional language and culture were declared anti-state. After the military coup of 1958, the state clamped down further on regional literary associations. Bengali resentments found their fullest expression in the establishment of an independent state of Bangladesh. Shamsur Rahman conveyed the long-standing cultural alienation of Muslim Bengal in a poem written during the liberation struggle. Freedom, you are Tagore's ageless poetry, his immortal songs. Freedom, you are Kazi Nazrul, wild-haired sage trembling with the thrill of creation. Freedom, you are that meeting at the Martyrs' Monument on the eternal 21st of February. The brief populist interlude in what remained of Pakistan came as something of a boon for regional language movements. Resistance themes in regional folklore were among the symbols of protest against the military regime of General Zia-ul-Haq. One Punjabi poet conveyed the growing disdain for the state's attempts to forge a singular national identity on the basis of an alien culture and language. In vain you are looking for your identity in the imperial courts of Delhi. Why do you ask deserts to provide you the shadows of people? You cannot find your own perfumes in others. Se Aban 3. If the Pakistani state's language policy generated more resentment than enthusiasm for Urdu as one of the dominant idioms of national identity, the response of a predominantly Muslim but regionally differentiated population to its ambiguous recourse to Islam proved utterly divisive. The emphasis on religion by its early managers was never intended as a commitment to the establishment of an Islamic state. At the helm of state power, the erstwhile Muslim communalists were not about to pass the mantle of Pakistani nationalism to the religious guardians. In fact, the term communalism disappeared from the discourse as nationalists of all hues and colors jockeyed for political ascendancy. The embattled politics of Pakistan's Islamic ideology scuttled any sort of consensus on national identity. Even as a military bureaucratic state strained its nerves to keep the Islamicists at bay, it saw attractions in plumping for policies privileging the common religious bond of an otherwise culturally distinctive and economically disparate people. More successful in deluding itself than large segments of a society comfortably positioned to simultaneously live out multiple layers of identity, the inefficacy of the Pakistani state's Islamic card is a powerful indictment of the argument that the religious factor in Muslim consciousness outweighs all other considerations. As electoral results consistently showed up the weak appeal of an exclusively Islamic ideology in politics, it was left to the military bureaucratic state to embark on policies of Islamization in its search for legitimacy. Yet the most paradoxical legacy of Zia-ul-Haq, the self-proclaimed soldier of Islam, was the intensification of regional, linguistic, and sectarian tensions. Whatever the preferred discourse, the politics of identity in Muslim Pakistan have been structured around decidedly non-religious and non-communal considerations. If a state-supported Islam has been unable to lend any sense of commonality to the politics of identity in a predominantly Muslim country, its political utility for secular India's besieged Muslim minority appears even more uncertain. Apart from declaring the political uses of religion illegal, the Indian constitution by scrapping separate electorates removed the principal institutional barrier to the articulation of Muslim politics in other than communal terms. Although there is scant evidence of Indian Muslims voting on the basis of religious considerations, the notion of minority communalism remains enmeshed in Indian political discourse. This has given pro-Hindu as well as ostensibly secular parties the moral pretext to issue periodic condemnations of the narrow-mindedness of Muslims on the question of personal law and other matters to do with their religiously informed cultural identity. The tolerant secularist and the bigoted Hindu are really after the same pound of flesh. Muslims have to stop drawing upon the religious and cultural strands of their identity if they want complete integration in the secular and democratic framework of the Indian nation-state. Discomfort with difference is a function of the inclusionary nationalism and, its concomitant, equal citizenship which are among the defining features of modern nation-states. But despite ample evidence on the ground, the paradox of inclusionary nationalism ending up as a narrative construction of an exclusionary majoritarian identity has rarely commanded attention from the votaries of the nation-state. In India matters are further complicated by the fact that the inclusionary idiom is expressed in an artificial binary opposition between secular nationalism and religious communalism. To be secular and nationalist for a Muslim entails publicly disclaiming too close an association with the specific traits of the minority community, religious and cultural. Otherwise there is no escaping the pejorative label of communalism. But the protagonists of Hindutva can get away critiquing the state's pseudo-secularism while pitching their bid for the nationalist mantle. Finding ways to accommodate a distinctive Muslim identity without launching a frontal assault on the contradictory official idioms of the Indian state can result in perilous logic. The inclusionary idiom flows from a singular conception of Indian nationalism whose ideological basis is a secularism with religion left out. Yet there is also the accompanying conception of a composite nationalism deriving its justification from India's pluralist religio-cultural tradition. The idea of a composite nationalism was in some ways an advance on the notion of India as a federation of faiths. It entertains the possibility of the coexistence of religious communities without adequately addressing the problem of difference among them. Secular nationalism, on the other hand, avoids through erasure the problem of difference by projecting a singular narrative construction of Indian identity. Collapsing the pluralism implied in the composite of nationalism with a secularism devoid of religion leads to serious confusion of conceptual categories. This confusion, which is expressed in varied ways in academic and political debates, flows largely from an inability to retain an analytical distinction between Muslim identity and a Muslim communal politics. A Muslim identity, however one might choose to package it, makes a claim on difference denied by the singular secular nationalist ideal. But in the absence of any neat equation between a Muslim identity and a Muslim communal politics, beyond a handful of electoral constituencies where voting patterns might occasionally reveal such an overlap, there is no reason for a secular nationalist discourse to acknowledge, far less accommodate, difference. So it is one thing to applaud the declining influence of religious obscurantism on the politics of the Muslim masses and quite another to see this as a triumph of the secular modernist initiative recently launched by a voluble and variegated segment of the Indian Muslim elite. A socially and economically underprivileged and politically divided minority which is the target of bigotry and organized violence from a determined section of the majority community could do with some measure of electoral solidarity to force the agendas of the state. Dismissing this as communalism of the sort which brought about the partition of the country, the new generation of the Indian Muslim elite in a leap of faith from an all too awkward reality firmly believes in the secular and democratic ideals of their state and polity. Yet forging a secular modernist Indian Muslim identity without dabbling in power politics may require more reason than faith. It is somewhat difficult to imagine how a Muslim elite which has maintained a studied aloofness from their regionally fragmented underprivileged co-religionists are going to mobilize support for a secular conception of identity outside the communitarian framework, blazing Azad's old trail to posit composite nationalism against appeals based on religious solidarity is a noble secular hope trademark, but it runs counter to the singular secular nationalist idiom insofar as it admits a problem of Muslim identity. The Muslim quandary in post-independence India is an especially acute one. Needing the very political solidarity which the secular nationalist idiom damns as communalism and the electoral scene in any case renders impossible, the secular modernists can at best try and influence Muslim elite discourse. But as in the past, that discourse has never been of a singular or homogeneous cast. Reforming Muslim personal law to fit a secular modernist ideal, hung and drawn by tensions in the composite and secular conceptions of Indian nationalism, without being quartered by the inescapable intervention of the religious guardians, is a daunting task. The tragedy of the new breed of Muslim secular modernists in India, quite as much as in Pakistan, is their lack of facility in Islamic learning. Better trained in Marxist and Weberian paradigms than in the Quran, theirs are not necessarily pens more powerful than the sword. With no Syed Ahmed Khan, Syed Amir Ali Shibli, or Azad waiting in the wings, the words of the insular and bigoted fatwa-giving bearded men will ricochet on any debate surrounding Muslim personal law. Indian Muslims with their multiple voices and splintered politics will undoubtedly continue to resist threats to their religiously informed cultural identity. Taking on a variety of forms, it will be a resistance so multifarious as to justify exploding communalism and rescuing the problem of difference from essentialization as well as extinction. Conclusion. An exploration of the discourse and politics of Muslim identity over a period stretching more than a century reveals the grave flaws in categorizing the multiple articulation of difference as religious communalism or cultural nationalism. Muslim identity as difference has been riven with too many internal contradictions to be capped by an all-encompassing communalism. Historicizing and conceptualizing the related issues of Muslim difference and Muslim politics has suggested the inevitability of the one and the impossibility of the other. A common source of reference in the normative ideals of Islam does not warrant the essentialization of Muslimness implied by communalism. But by the same token, ideological and political disagreements among Muslims do not nullify the case for difference. What it indicates is that the problem of Muslim difference and identity in South Asia has been more complex and nuanced than permitted by the protagonists of the two-nation theory or the practitioners of a historiography based on a binary opposition between secular nationalism and religious communalism. The problem of difference in South Asia as a whole and of Muslim identity in particular cannot begin to be addressed without forsaking the dichotomies between secular and religious as well as nationalism and communalism. Just as the first set of opposites can be found blending into the thought of a single individual, the second binary pair shares a common conception of majoritarian and minoritarian in the privileging of religious distinction. The majoritarian premises of Indian and Pakistani nationalism derive equally from the colonial project of religious enumeration. While Indian nationalism asserts its inclusionary idioms in the secular garb and Pakistani nationalism in an inclusionary religious mode, neither avoids the pernicious process of exclusion resulting from the implicit denial of difference. It is the singular and homogenizing agendas of both nation-states which have wittingly or unwittingly created the space for religious bigots seeking political power to target vulnerable minorities. To call bigotry communalism is to implicate in the actions of the few the inactivity of the many. So while there can be no denying the rampant bigotry of so-called Hindu majoritarian communalism in India and religious fundamentalism in Pakistan, their politics of oppositional identity construction need to be exposed to the full glare of analytical scrutiny. The self-defense of baited minorities produces its own venomous narratives and versions of bigotry. But dubbing the outrage of the Indian Muslim minority to the actions of the Hindutva Brigade's communalism is to deny legitimacy to any strategy aimed at protecting or accommodating the problem of difference and identity. In much the same way, the regional counter-narratives of difference in Pakistan have to be seen as strategies of resistance seeking release from the fetters of an uncompromising discourse of Islamic identity rather than as a denial of Muslimness. That the dominant idioms of states, and the ways in which these are reflected in elite discourse, so often fly in the face of the shifting structural contours of politics at the base is reason enough for abandoning some of their more questionable premises. Exploding communalism to uncover the manifold and contradictory interests driving the politics of Muslim identity in South Asia might enable a better appreciation of difference as a lived cultural experience, one that is forever changing in response to broader historical dynamics, rather than an abstract, sterile, and essentialized category awaiting a fresh round of scholarly bandaging. Hindu nationalism and the crisis of the Indian state, a theoretical perspective. Sumantra Bose. 6 December 1992 was a significant conjunctural moment in independent India's history. The demolition of the Babri Mosque, raised that day in Ayodhya by Hindu nationalist militants, dramatically highlighted a grave crisis confronting contemporary India. However, there has been relatively little systematic effort to develop broader, theoretically informed explanations of this crisis, and to situate the rise of the Hindutva, political Hinduism, movement within an overall contextual framework. After all, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS, the ideological and organizational core of this movement, has been active since 1925, and its political affiliate, the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, has been in existence since 1951 till recently. However, the Hindu nation on which the Sangh Parivar, family of organizations, headed by RSS premised its politics appeared to exist to a large extent within the party's imagination. What then might explain the considerably expanded popular appeal of a long marginal cause? What is the nature of India's crisis? and why has that crisis become salient in the 1990s? And what is distinctive about the Hindutva movement that enables its proponents to sell it, and with considerable success, especially in northern and western India, as the sole, definitive resolution to all of India's problems? This article seeks to understand India's Hindutva upsurge within a broader frame of conceptualization and reference. This frame relates the expanded potential of Hindutva as the basis for collective Indian identity to what I call the organic crisis of the post-colonial Indian state. This crisis has, I argue, been in the making for several decades, and inevitably has massive reverberations throughout civil society as well. My approach is therefore historically grounded, and my emphasis is on the totality of the Indian political and socio-economic context, within, and only within, which it is possible to locate and discern the meaning and significance of the project of Hindu nationalism. As Niladri Bhattacharya puts it, the battle for Ram Janambhoomi is part of a wider political struggle for a constitution of Hindu consciousness and identity, and for the assertion of Hindu power over all other communities in India. This is quite correct, but the struggle to build a collective Hindu consciousness itself acquires significance only when seen as the strategic pivot of a determined campaign to capture central state power in India. I argue that to comprehend why this campaign has acquired potency over the past several years, one must consider the organic crisis of the Indian state as a central explanatory factor. Thus, I will not only sketch the basic contours of this crisis, but also trace its genesis and evolution through an analysis of some of the most important and relevant long-term trends and developments in Indian politics. My perspective further assumes that to explain the rise of Hindutva, we must critically dissect and challenge widely unquestioned dichotomies, such as the presumed antinomy, whether in theory or practice, between categories such as secularism registered and communalism. Indeed, as I will show, the relationship between secularism and communalism in post-colonial India has been more complex, and dialectical rather than simply adversarial. A tendency to view communalism as the binary opposite of Indian nationalism, and that too from a nationalist/secularist ideological stance, as well as to study the communal phenomenon in abstraction from its historical and contemporary context, has marred the work of a number of authors on this subject. Treating communalism thus, as the antithesis of Indian nationalism, frequently results in the post-colonial secular state, and the freedom movement before it, being absolved of most, if not all, culpability in the rise of communalism, and specifically of Hindutva. This lack of concern for structure and context, and the tendency to regard communalism as merely a pernicious ideology distilled by manipulative elites and swallowed by the ignorant masses, detracts from our understanding of the phenomenon in another crucial way. The privileging of communalism, and of the contradictions communalism immediately represents, has served to obscure and conceal other basic structural contradictions of Indian society. These contradictions, and their increasing salience over the past decade or two, are, I will argue, of central explanatory value in accounting for the Hindutva upsurge. The all too frequent overemphasis on Hindu-Muslim conflict, more a manifestation of India's crisis than a causal factor, tends to largely obscure the critical role played by growing caste, class, linguistic, regional and ethnic cleavages in the rise of Hindu nationalism. In constructing my theoretical framework, I have adapted and applied some of the concepts and analytical tools developed in the political writings of Antonio Gramsci, and in the work of the political scientist Juan Linz on elements and processes of crisis and breakdown of democratic regimes. My argument emphasizes the crucial role of the Indian state, and of Congress regimes, in facilitating the seemingly meteoric rise of Hindu nationalism. As Linz puts it, the independent contributions made to regime crises by political incumbents is an aspect all too often overlooked because of a one-sided focus on the characteristics and activities of apparently radical opposition movements, such as the San Parivar. This is certainly true of India, where even some Marxist writers have tended to be disturbingly ambivalent in assessing the implications of the culpability of the secular state and democratic regime in creating the conditions and climate for, as well as actively encouraging the politics of communalism. But as Gramsci wrote in his discussion of the rise of Italian fascism to power, it is the crisis of the Italian unitary state that has encouraged the rebirth of a confusedly patriotic ideology, not the other way around. Yet there has been widespread reluctance among scholars of contemporary India, and of the growing problem of communalism, to situate the rise of Hindutva within a broader, substantive critique of the modern Indian state. Even such otherwise unsparing critics as the anti-secularist intellectual Ashish Nandy have tended to limit their critique to the hypocritical and self-serving secularism of post-colonial regimes, and have consequently exaggerated the importance of the religious/communal dimension of the present crisis. I believe, however, that the contemporary Indian crisis is a multidimensional one, of which communal conflict is but one aspect. Hence, a critique of the Indian state, if it is to explain the rise and appeal of Hindu nationalism, cannot restrict itself to this one aspect alone. It must extend its ruthlessness to encompass the totality of the Indian political universe. That is precisely the purpose of this article. The following section summarizes the main argument, and introduces and elucidates certain central concepts and theoretical issues. The subsequent section, which forms the bulk as well as the empirical heart of this essay, analyzes the emergence of Hindu nationalism within an explanatory framework which focuses on the crisis of India's democratic and secular regime, while relating this state-oriented approach to critically relevant long-term changes in India's social structure and political economy. In the final section, I briefly elaborate on what makes the Hindutva ideological challenge particularly salient at this historical conjuncture, and inquire into the nature of the alternative offered to India by the Hindu nationalist movement. The organic crisis of the Indian state. The analytic framework, an outline. This article seeks to understand the rise of Hindutva in the context of what, following Gramsci, degree I call the organic crisis of the Indian state. This overarching crisis, I argue, has two major dimensions, at the level of the democratic regime, and in the sphere of the multi-party system. At the level of the regime, we have a situation that I, following Linz, characterize. 6. By adapting and using Gramscian concepts and analytical techniques, or gleaning insights into contemporary India from his historicist analysis of the post-World War I crisis of the Italian state and the rise of fascism, 1. Am not endorsing his privileging of the economic sphere, and of class forces and struggles. Instead, I stress the primacy of the political, and see class as but one component, albeit certainly not an unimportant one, of the highly complex and differentiated social reality of modern India. A couple of caveats. Linz excludes a number of post-colonial democracies, though not specifically India, from the purview of his analysis, citing their lack of institutionalization. However, I believe that Linz's framework is clearly applicable to contemporary India, which is a highly institutionalized democracy, and substantially meets Linz's criteria for a democratic regime. These are, freedom to create political parties, freedom of speech and association, reasonably, free elections at regular intervals, on the basis of at least universal male suffrage, and inclusion of effective political offices in the electoral process. Linz, The Breakdown of Democratic Regimes, pages 5 to 7. Secondly, my use of Linz's work on regime breakdown does not mean that I foresee an imminent demise of India's parliamentary democracy, which has shown resilience over several decades. As Sri Lanka for example shows, even extremely disruptive and chauvinistic forms of majoritarian mobilization are not as a crisis of legitimacy. This crisis, in turn, has two dimensions, which concern a severely impaired and deficient regime efficacy and regime effectiveness. In the sphere of competitive party politics, there is a crisis of hegemony for the Congress Party, the pivot and principal beneficiary of post-independence India's one-party dominant system. This in turn has generated a situation of unprecedented instability, unpredictability, and flux in the multi-party system. It is this overall crisis, I contend, that has provided the context and opportunity for the Hindutva movement, through its political affiliate, the BJP, to mount a serious bid to capture state power. In particular, the crisis has made salient old and new conflicts, contradictions, and cleavages in India's vast and increasingly differentiated social structure, and has fostered profound dissatisfaction, disillusionment, and anxiety among sections of the population. This, as I will show, is especially pronounced among certain relatively privileged, dominant, and status quo-oriented social groups, who have begun to seriously doubt the capacity of Congress to hold the country together, and more important, ensure the survival and advancement of their own interests. In this scenario, the majoritarian myth of Hindutva has, with its millenarian vision of an India which has resolved all its problems, political conflicts, and social contradictions through an affirmation of the organic unity of a common Hindu identity, acquired a new potency. In the present situation, the Hindutva movement is playing the role of, in Lindsay's terminology, a semi-loyal opposition to the regime, as distinguished from a disloyal opposition, and is waging its campaign through a strategy which is a combination of what Gramsci would call a war of position and a war of movement, with the goal of staging, again in Gramscian terms, a passive revolution in crisis-ridden India. An organic crisis is systemic and relatively permanent. It has deep structural roots, and cannot be resolved, say, through mere changes in the personnel of government. Organic crises tend to generate chronic social and political instability, and occasionally, major political realignments. In post-World War I Italy, for instance, it led to a fascist takeover. The crisis of regime legitimacy is defined by failures in the interrelated categories of efficacy and effectiveness. Efficacy refers to the capacity of a regime to find solutions to the basic problems facing the political system, and those that become salient in any historical moment. Effectiveness is the capacity to actually implement the policies formulated, with the desired results. Further, legitimacy crises, and resulting extremist politics, as Linz calls it, have two salient aspects. First, they are not unfortunate accidents or aberrations but the result of structural strains. Second, regime breakdowns, if and when they occur, are only the culmination of a long and complex process. A crisis of hegemony occurs when a force that has formerly exerted political, economic, and ideological leadership over society is challenged from below and is no longer able to sustain a cohesive block of social alliances, i.e. when its claim to universal interest and value representation is no longer accepted by the previously hegemonized groups. Disloyal oppositions are parties, movements, and organizations which explicitly reject political systems based on the authority of the state or a central authority with coercive powers, examples being anarcho-syndicalists and secessionist and irredentist nationalist movements. The BJP is clearly not a disloyal opposition in this sense. It is, to the contrary, an extremely system-oriented party which exalts the centralization and the coercive role of the state. Good examples of Lindsayan disloyal oppositions in the Indian context are Kashmiri secessionists and irredentists, or Sikh secessionists, who reject the present Indian state as a legitimate institutional framework. However, BJP does meet Lindsay's definitive criterion for semi-loyalty, which is a willingness to encourage, tolerate, cover up, treat leniently, excuse or justify the actions of other participants that go beyond the limits of peaceful, legitimate patterns of politics in a democracy. Parties become suspect when, on the basis of ideological affinity, agreement on some ultimate goals, say, Hindu Rashtra, or particular policies, they make a distinction between means and ends. They reject the means as undignified and extreme, but excuse them and do not denounce them publicly because of agreement with the goals so pursued. A frequent pattern is the radicalization of youth and student organizations of parties that the mature party leadership cannot disown without losing some of its most enthusiastic supporters. Ultimately, semi-loyalty can be identified by a system-oriented party's greater affinity for extremists on its side of the political spectrum than for system parties closer to the opposite side. This is precisely the relationship of the BJP to its allies such as the Vishva Hindu Parishad, VHP, and Bajrang Dal, the groups more directly responsible for the mosque demolition. Gramsci defined war of movement as a series of frontal assaults on the ruling authority, and war of position as a protracted organizational and mobilizational effort in civil society, whose objective is the formation of a collective will among the people, a prerequisite for the taking of state power. Civil society is thus crucial, since it is both the terrain in which the ruling authority organizes its hegemony, and the terrain in which opposition movements agitate and mobilize. The current Hindu nationalist campaign is, in the main, a war of position, with sporadic elements of a war of movement. Finally, passive revolution, which Gramsci also calls revolution without a revolution and revolution restoration, is a historical situation in which a new political formation comes to power without fundamentally reordering social relations, but rather by adapting to and gradually modifying the status quo. Gramsci regarded the Risorgimento as the archetypical 19th-century passive revolution, and fascism as its 20th-century counterpart. Fascism took over when the parliamentary Italian regime proved incapable of reconciling and controlling, in the disturbed aftermath of World War I, the manifold contradictions, cleavages, and conflicts of Italian society. The organic crisis of the Indian state, structural roots and basic contours, the state-building and regime consolidation enterprise of the political elite that took over following the transfer of power, passive revolution, in 1947 had four primary goals. These were, a. National integration of a diverse mosaic of groups, communities, and societies, b. Economic development of a country decimated by 200 years of colonialism, c. Social equality in a land dominated by myriad forms of entrenched inequality, and d. Consolidation of multi-party political democracy. The balance sheet of achievements and disappointments 5 decades later seems marked by serious systemic failure to resolve severe structural problems and dilemmas, some inherited from the Raj, but primarily others which have arisen and taken shape in course of post-colonial state building. The parliamentary framework has endured, though of course it is rather unusual for a democracy to have been governed by 3 generations of the same family for 38 of its first 42 years. But on the other 3 counts, it is obvious that something has gone seriously wrong, even from the perspective of parliamentary democracy, trickle-down philosophy of development and secularism for dealing with diverse sectional groupings. The net consequence of such failure has been fairly unambiguous: heightened socio-political tensions, conflicts, and cleavages, a climate of political violence, much of it state-sponsored, and widespread disgust with the ideological bankruptcy and endemic corruption of public life. In short, the ineptitude and degeneration of the state has been matched by growing dislocation and anomie in civil society. While a sense of Indianness is by no means absent among the citizenry, the project of integrating the nation seems to have been a very partial success. This is manifested most graphically in the growth of powerful and popular secessionist insurgencies during the 80s and 90s in Kashmir, Assam, Punjab, and elsewhere. But the tragedies of these disturbed areas are but symptoms of a deeper structural malaise. As Paul Brass comments, the Punjab crisis reflect, ed., a major structural problem in the Indian system that requires a broader political solution. That problem arises from the centralizing drives of the Indian state in a society where the predominant long-term tendencies are towards pluralism, regionalism, and decentralization. And the seriousness of the communal question, undeniably much exacerbated by the recent depredations of Hindu nationalists, nevertheless predates the rise of Hindutva. The number of administrative districts affected by Hindu-Muslim violence rose from 61 in 1960 to 250 in 1986-87, out of 425. Degree. As for economic development, the dominant trend that has emerged seems to reflect a curiously skewed and uneven development. A substantial urban middle class, estimated by some at 150 to 200 million, has emerged in the big cities and medium-sized towns. This group has expanded considerably, especially in the last decade or so, to the extent that it is now possible to speak of a reasonably cohesive urban middle class with broadly shared values and aspirations. On the other hand, mass poverty and illiteracy have remained permanent features of much of the landscape of rural India. A growing urban underclass, especially susceptible to communal incitement, has also appeared in countless slums and shanty towns. This pattern of uneven development, which processes of economic liberalization threaten to exacerbate, has been described as a phenomenon of two Indias, one on the path of progress, having access to resources, information, and technologies, the other very much left behind. Uneven development is closely related to persistent, indeed deepening forms of social inequalities and attendant conflicts. Caste, far from being eradicated by the modernization impulse, has become an entrenched reality of social and political life, most glaringly among Hindi-speaking Hindus in northern India. Indeed, caste has become firmly established as the organizing principle of contemporary Indian politics, and this fact, as will become clear later, has much to do with the present appeal of Hindutva ideology to certain caste-based social groups. Many of the poorest, though increasingly politically conscious, Indians are also the oppressed marginals of the caste hierarchy, i.e., the Harijans, untouchables, and tribal peoples. On the other hand, the elite career services, the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, Indian Police Service, IPS, and Indian Foreign Service, IFS, are quite disproportionately dominated even today by upper caste Hindus, especially Brahmins. These structural underpinnings, combined with various conjunctural developments, had resulted in an organic crisis of state power by the late 1980s. However, in order to show how this crisis unfolded, and why it fostered an atmosphere especially conducive to Hindu nationalist mobilization, it is necessary to delve deeper and retrace the major trends in India's institutional politics and political economy since 1947. Indian politics since 1947, the democratic regime and the rise of majoritarian nationalism. The relative stability of the Nehru years, 1947 to 64, has often been contrasted with the personalized and plebiscitary politics associated with Indira Gandhi. But there are problems with this dichotomy, especially given the limited and fragile structural basis of the Nehruvian consensus. As Lloyd and Suzanne Rudolph write, the Nehru settlement was based on a coalition of urban and rural interests united behind an urban-oriented industrial strategy. Its senior partners were India's small but politically powerful administrative, managerial, and professional urban middle classes and private sector industrialists. The junior partners were rural notables, mostly large landowners who survived intermediary abolition and blocked the implementation of land ceilings legislation. The rhetoric of modernization, dams are the temples of modern India etc., obscured that beneath the exterior, Nehru's regime was reproducing traditional patterns of domination, and creating new ones. Substantive social change, as well as critical public debate on such unresolved issues as the gap between rich and poor, the relationship of the Union to its component ethnic and linguistic communities, and the communal question, were sought to be substituted, to borrow from Lahari Addy's work on the decline of Algeria's once popular National Liberation Front, FLN, regime, by slogans secularism, Nehruvian socialism whose generality apparently bothered no one. And it was during Nehru's reign that the Congress organization in the countryside congealed into a preserve of the rural rich, ex-zamindars and wealthy farmers, who tended to be upper castes. An elaborate system of patron-client networks developed, whereby agrarian dominance delivered the votes of the subaltern classes, as well as their own, to Congress during the elections of the 50s and 60s in return for guaranteed if implicit official sanction of their own hegemony at the local level. To a lesser extent, this endured into the 70s and 80s. Coupled with this came a rapid degeneration of the Congress Party as a coherent ideological and organizational force. Indeed, by the 1960s, the dominant element in the party's outlook and practice were those for whom politics was more a way to make a living and get ahead in the world than a cause worthy of sacrifice. Gramsci would likely have characterized Nehru's Congress as revolutionaries of yesterday today become reactionaries. Little wonder, then, that fundamental and long-term failure in both efficacy and effectiveness fostered a crisis of regime legitimacy, as well as serious questions about the viability of Congress hegemony in competitive party politics. This was reflected first in a dramatic decline in support at all India, regional, and provincial levels for Congress at the first general election, in 1967, after Nehru's death, and in severe discord within Congress, culminating in the famous split of 1969 into Old Guard and populist progressive Indira Gandhi factions. But it was the decline of the old Congress that explained the rise of Mrs. Gandhi and not the other way around. The problem of recouping lost support was, for the post-Nehru Congress, a serious and complex one. The erosion in support covered the entire expanse of India, and the beneficiaries of this erosion were, for Congress, an infuriatingly disparate variety of anti-Congress groups. These included, in rural northern India, emerging political formations of rich peasants, who had begun to desert Congress for their own reasons. In urbanized northern India, meanwhile, there occurred a consolidation of the petty bourgeois banya, merchant/trader/shopkeeper/petty bureaucrat/low-level professional, vote behind the Hindu nationalist Jan Song, forerunner of the BJP. In Tamil Nadu, the electorate gave a resounding mandate to the Tamil nationalist Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, DMK, whose social base consisted primarily of intermediate caste small landholders, marginal farmers, and rural artisans, as well as some urbanized petty bourgeois of the same broad caste category. In Kerala and West Bengal, left-wing coalitions led by communists, who had mobilized vast numbers of marginal peasants and the landless poor, wrested power. At one level, this factionalization of the opposition was a blessing for Congress, for it precluded any immediate threat to its power in New Delhi. But the short-term blessing was also a long-term problem. Unless Congress could recover its eroded base in the provinces, it would be only a matter of time before its hegemony at the center would be effectively challenged. It was here, in devising a coherent all-India strategy for recovery, that the diverse nature of the anti-Congress spectrum became, for the Congress leadership, a worrisome dilemma. A strategy that merely addressed voter alienation in, say, northern India, was unlikely to work in the south or east, and vice versa. Clearly, a program and slogan was needed that would command resonance throughout India, and appeal to the broadest possible cross-section of the population. Indira Gandhi showed considerable ingenuity in devising such a winning formula. She was consequently able to arrest Congress's decline as India's hegemonic party, and temporarily contain the regime's crisis of legitimacy. She appealed to the vast masses of India's rural poor, who had demonstrated a new political consciousness and participation in the 1967 elections and whose condition a quarter-century of independence and socialism had failed to alleviate. The new Congress strategy, breathtaking in its simplicity, was encapsulated in the slogan Garibi Hatao. Abolish poverty, and entailed cultivation of especially deprived and degraded social groups such as Harijans and tribals. On the whole, the rural masses, as well as progressive sections of the urban middle class, especially youth, responded with much enthusiasm throughout India to the charismatic new leader and her promise of justice and an egalitarian society. In the process, Mrs. Gandhi established a style that prefigured the general political style of the 70s and 80s. This style, often termed populist, plebiscitary etc., is, in my opinion, most accurately and evocatively characterized as one revolving around majoritarian politics, the majority, in this instance, being defined by a socio-economic criterion, the poor, with Harijans, tribals and Muslims forming important subsets of this vast category. Ironically, however, it seems in retrospect that this new form of political mobilization, while successful in checking the regime's legitimacy crisis and reinstating Congress as the country's hegemonic party, eventually ended up sowing a considerable portion of the seeds of the even more serious institutional and ideological crises that gripped state authority in the 80s and 90s. A brief digression is in order here to note the main features of the considerably improved Jan Son performance in 1967, the electoral high point for Hindu nationalists till 1989. The BJS won 9.5% of the vote countrywide, up from 7.5% in 1962. But what is acutely significant, the precise nature of this significance and its relevance to contemporary politics will soon become clear, is the regional and social composition of the Hindutva support base. 80% of the Hindu nationalist vote came from the Hindi-speaking Hindu belt of northern India, and 33 of the 35 parliamentary seats won by BJS were from this region. Of the 268 seats won by the party in various provincial assemblies, as many as 236 were from this region. The other interesting feature was the urban bias in the Jan Son voting base. Indeed, Jan Son candidates outpolled Congress in cities and towns of Uttar and Madhya Pradesh, and in the urban constituencies of Delhi, the party won a most impressive 47% of the vote, from 33% in 1962. From these patterns, it seems clear that a movement that defined its politics in the idiom of pan-Hindu resurgence was confined in its appeal primarily to urban areas of Hindi-speaking North India. And who were these predominantly urban voters? They were small industrialists and businessmen, traders, and employees in the lower ranks of the professions and civil service, i.e. the petty bourgeoisie. Indeed, this social base is an exact replication of that of BJP's parent organization, RSS, which since its formation, has attracted support almost exclusively in urban areas of North India, and largely from the salaried lower middle class and small-scale shopkeepers. This social group, I believe, continues to form the critical core of the expanded Hindutva base of the 1990s. In an all-India context, then, Hindu nationalism has historically been, and to a somewhat lesser degree, continues to be, very much the movement of a relatively small, socially and territorially circumscribed minority speaking the political language of integral majoritarian. For the time being, however, the San Parivar's brand of majoritarian politics was stymied by Congress. In the 1971 elections, Jan Son, like most other non-Congress parties, lost ground. Interestingly, Jan Son fitfully attempted, after this setback, to compete with Congress's electoral strategy, formally adopting a populist, mass-oriented socio-economic program between 1972 and 1974. This prefigured a very similar but far more successful copycat mobilizational effort in the late 1980s. However, given their ideology and social and organizational base, Hindu nationalists were hardly the ideal candidates to compete with the regime at the game of competitive populism. They were to find far greater success in the late 1980s, though, in the deadly contest of competitive chauvinism. In 1980, Indira Gandhi stormed back to office, riding a massive electoral rejection of the dysfunctional Janata coalition that had governed, or rather, failed to govern, the country between 1977 and 1980. However, given the continuing absence of regime efficacy and effectiveness, her mandate, 43% of the vote, 353 of 492 parliamentary seats, did not mean renewed stability. As her term progressed, the search for an alternative, abiding formula for popular mobilization behind Congress and its absolute leader became ever more urgent. Garibi Hatayo was hardly likely to work again on an India-wide scale, as Linz notes. The people can be fooled some of the time but not all of the time, but the massive backlash against Mrs. Gandhi's emergency regime, 1975-77, clearly demonstrated that recourse to explicitly authoritarian measures to muzzle social discontent and political opposition was ultimately unsustainable and self-destructive in an institutionalized democratic polity. This dilemma assumed serious proportions in 1983. In January, Congress lost heavily in provincial elections in two southern Indian provinces, Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka, party bastions that had stood solidly behind Mrs. Gandhi even in 1977, when the North had defected en masse, and during the Janata tenure that followed. Congress, despite appearances, had only partially and temporarily recovered its position in the North in 1980. Later that year, meanwhile, the situation in the major northeastern province of Assam went completely out of control because of the regime's mishandling of a student-led ethno-linguistic movement that demanded enhanced regional autonomy, as well as genuine development in an area which remained desperately poor despite rich endowments of natural resources. While this movement did have separatist and chauvinist overtones, it asserted the rights of indigenous Assamese over foreigners, especially Bengali migrants. The regime's response, a combination of repression and manipulation, only led to the deterioration of a tense situation into massive violence. Encouraged by these election results and the regime's disastrous policy in Assam, various opposition parties, decimated in 1980, began to regroup. Non-Congress chief ministers of Andhra, Karnataka, West Bengal, and Jammu and Kashmir organized several conclaves with the explicit purpose of recreating a united anti-Congress front. Even more threatening for a leader who placed a premium on centralized power, the opposition began demanding fundamental changes in the constitution of the Indian state. A thorough renegotiation of center-state relations and the vesting of greater powers in the provincial authorities topped their agenda. With parliamentary polls due by end 1984, the renewed opposition challenge simply could not be ignored. The character of the Congress counter-offensive became clear by mid-1983. It was premised, once again, on majoritarian appeal, with the crucial difference that this time, the definition and content of the majority was very different. In elections to the Jammu and Kashmir Provincial Assembly, where Congress faced a formidable rival in the National Conference, a predominantly but not exclusively Kashmiri Muslim organization, Mrs. Gandhi appealed explicitly to communal sentiments among Hindu voters in Jammu, accusing the conference, a party totally committed to Kashmir's otherwise disputed accession to India, of harboring anti-national and pro-Pakistan inclinations. The result was electrifying. The Congress campaign polarized the electorate on communal lines, and BJP, with a traditional base of support in the Hindu-majority Jammu area, lost every seat it contested, because of a shift of Hindu BJP supporters to Congress. The pattern was repeated in elections to the legislature of Delhi, another long-standing Hindu nationalist stronghold. Congress again won decisively as RSS Khatter maintained a neutral stance. Indeed, more Swayamsevaks were clearly voting Congress. At this time, BJP, led by the moderate Atal Bihari Vajpayee, was emphasizing social issues more than nationalism. Clearly, its clientele was more attracted to Mrs. Gandhi's forceful message of national unity and the necessity of a strong centralized state. The Congress campaign, however, could hardly have evoked the response it did had it not been for the rapidly worsening situation in the Punjab, where secessionist sentiment had appeared among a small minority of Sikh youth. The role of the Congress regime in nurturing and exacerbating the violence that overwhelmed the Punjab in the 80s has been documented elsewhere. As Brass writes, relentless centralization and ruthless, unprincipled intervention by the center in state politics have been the primary cause of the troubles in Punjab and elsewhere in India since Mrs. Gandhi's rise to power. Mrs. Gandhi's two-pronged policy of caricaturing the Sikh Akali Dal party's regional autonomy claims as unpatriotic and secessionist, and of promoting the charismatic but obscure Sikh preacher Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale in order to divide the Akali base, finally culminated in the Indian Army's massive assault at Amritsar's Golden Temple in June 1984. Some 1,000 Sikhs, including Bhindranwale, hundreds of his fighters, and a large number of pilgrims, died in the attack. The battle severely damaged the shrine, Sikhism's holiest, and undermined or terminated the allegiance of countless Sikhs not just to the Delhi regime, but also to the secular Indian state. Mere weeks before the assault, Rajiv Gandhi, then being groomed for the succession, referred to Bhindranwale as a religious leader and declared, that the latter was not responsible for STHE terrorism and extremist politics prevailing in Punjab. The emergence of a small armed movement among Jat Sikh youth in Punjab and Bhindranwale's inflammatory declamations against Brahminical domination, however, endowed the regime's propaganda about national unity and integrity being in grave danger, with a veneer of credibility. It is tempting to conclude that the Punjab problem was encouraged to fester precisely because of the purpose it served for the Congress party and regime. The advantage sought to be derived from the threat posed to national security by Bhindranwale's motley following was transparent. After the military assault, Mrs. Gandhi said openly that Hindu Dharma faith was under attack from the Sikhs. Such charges were increasingly coupled with the accusation that Pakistan was abetting Sikh terrorism. Mrs. Gandhi did not live to reap the fruits of the electoral strategy she was perfecting with such ruthlessness. Her son, instead, led Congress to the largest electoral triumph in Indian history. One issue predominated: national unity in danger. As Rajiv Gandhi crisscrossed the country abusing Sikhs in general, and the Anandpur Sahib resolution, the hapless Akali Autonomy Charter, in particular. Any talk of amending center-state relations, and of rejuvenating Indian federalism, was immediately dubbed a mixture of treason and heresy in this environment. Asked whether he regretted the orchestrated pogrom that killed thousands of Sikhs in Delhi and elsewhere following Indira Gandhi's assassination, the new leader responded, "When a giant tree falls, the earth shakes." Many electors proved enormously receptive to this logic. The Punjab crisis, and its communal overtones, had reverberations across the north and south, especially among the middle classes. The magic wand of majoritarian nationalism had again worked wonders for a party and regime that was not only manifestly incapable of offering solutions to India's long-term structural problems, but was constantly creating new crisis areas through its policies. The politics of majoritarian nationalism had proved, for the moment, a potent substitute for not just a lack of improvement but a constant decline in the regime's efficacy and effectiveness. Ironically, this unprecedented majoritarian nationalist assertion had disastrous consequences for the one party that had consistently claimed to represent India's integral majority. BJP was reduced to 2 seats in the 540-member parliament, as Congress appropriated both the old Jan San slogan of One United India and more than half the old Jan San voting base in northern and central India. In fact, BJP was totally decimated in Hindi-speaking states, amidst widespread speculation that many RSS cadre had backed Congress. Indeed, Nunji Deshmukh, a top RSS stalwart, publicly endorsed Rajiv Gandhi. It seemed that the view that a solid victory for Rajiv Gandhi was necessary to keep the forces of disintegration in check, had a compelling appeal for many RSS members. And for a large part of BJP's traditional constituency. Given the proven value of majoritarian politics, it was little surprise that the beleaguered regime of Rajiv Gandhi would resort to the same artifice to try and cling on to power in the elections of November 1989. Thus, the Congress leader inaugurated his campaign at Ayodhya with a rousing call to the people to re-elect him and thereby help establish Ram Rajya, the mythical kingdom of Ram, embodying all that is good and noble, on Indian soil. This time, though, the formula failed to yield dividends, at least for Congress. Not that the majoritarian nationalist impulse so evident in 1984 was absent. If anything, it had spread and deepened very considerably in the years since 1984, not least because of the policies of the regime. But this time, the prime beneficiary was the BJP, which increased its parliamentary representation from 2 to 85 seats, almost entirely because of a precipitous Congress slump throughout northern India. Why and how did this happen? Many of the factors conditioning the 1967 election reappeared in magnified contemporary form in 1989, a crisis of leadership credibility, an economic downturn, dissension within and desertion from Congress non-performance and misrule at the center and the provinces, popular anger with corruption among senior officials, and a general desire for change. But there was one crucial difference. Congress lost decisively because unlike 1967, the issue was no longer one solely pertaining to the legitimacy of a particular regime. The crisis was now an organic crisis of state authority as such. Electors chose various opposition groups not so much because they were inspired by what the latter had to offer, but rather because continuation in office of the Congress regime was now seen as being detrimental, from various angles and viewpoints, to the continuation of India as a unified, democratic and secular state. As BJP's election manifesto observed with a measure of accuracy, India today is in the grip of a serious multidimensional crisis of unprecedented proportions. The national mood is not just of cynicism but of mounting disgust and rage. A critical moment of history has arrived for India. How did this crisis come about, and what were its basic features? While Rajiv Gandhi's term was in many ways a culmination of trends, already, in evidence for quite some time, there was also some discontinuity in both policies and style. For the first time, even the rhetoric of development was largely dispensed with. The emphasis was switched instead to technological modernization, symbolized by the Rajiv clique's peculiar obsession with computer use as a benchmark of progress, and expressed by the catchy slogan, "Moving into the 21st century." This, obviously, was a vision that appealed only to the urbanized upwardly mobile classes of Indian society. The phenomenon of two Indias was being given the stamp of state policy. The other noticeable trend was the continuing centralization of decision-making on key issues and problems in the hands of the Prime Minister's personal coterie. The implications of such concentration of authority for the legitimacy of the regime, and the state, are serious, for just as loyalties and accountability are required to be directed to the center, resentments and confrontations also get centrally directed. The result of this dialectic was precisely what Kohli detected in the late 1980s, a correlation between growing centralization of power and an increasing powerlessness of the centralizer's trademark. The process of deinstitutionalization of the hegemonic party also accelerated. Congress had already become the captive party of a single family during Indira Gandhi's rule. No party elections had been held at any level since 1972. But the process climaxed during Rajiv Gandhi's tenure. Yet even the parasitic apparatchiks who had milled around Mrs. Gandhi were largely sidelined under Rajiv. The new elite at the apex of the party and state apparatus was instead largely based on secondary kinship, on extended filial ties drawing on school, club, professional and business linkages, of persons from the media and film world, admen, corporate managers, wealthy non-resident expatriate Indians, experts from multinational companies and, relatives and chums from public schools. Mrs. Gandhi's policies had already almost destroyed the Congress organization at the provincial level and below, but this process, too, attained its apogee under Rajiv Gandhi. All this was sought to be compensated by a hyper-projection of Rajiv's photogenic personality on state-controlled television, and by an incessant parading of the purported virtues of 4 generations of the Nehru dynasty. By 1989, several of the Prime Minister's closest advisers, as indeed, Rajiv himself, were also suspected of siphoning off huge sums of money, obtained as commissions on various dirty deals, to foreign bank accounts. This was one side of the picture. The party's overall strategy was by now implicitly if not explicitly premised on Hindu majoritarian. But majoritarian nationalist sentiment of this kind is volatile, it has highs and lows. This was evident even in elections to a number of important provincial assemblies held in March 1985, by which time the pro-Congress national unity and integrity fervour of the December 1984 poll had somewhat dissipated. In these elections, Congress was able to win only 57% of all assembly seats at stake, compared to 79% of parliamentary seats secured 3 months earlier. Indeed, Congress lost in 3 provinces, Karnataka, Andhra and Sikkim, and narrowly escaped defeat in 2 others, Maharashtra and Rajasthan. Clearly, the regime's base was still not a solid, durable one. The crisis of legitimacy was continuing to fester beneath the surface. There were, broadly, two alternative paths of consolidating the regime. One was through a recovery of efficacy and effectiveness in the key areas of national integration, development, and social equalization. This necessarily presupposed a democratization of the Congress Party and state structure, a vastly increased responsiveness and accountability to the people, and a decentralization of the institutional framework of governance. The other was to keep stoking the fires of majoritarian nationalism, of the kind that had paid rich dividends in 1983-4. The regime chose the latter option, a decision that eventually proved fatal to its own survival. But the damage that was done went considerably beyond that. Kothari prophesied in 1987 that while the regime's strategy may not succeed, it may well end up so disrupting the political process, that recovery may not be easy. Worse still, as the antidote to such a dispensation will come in convulsions and violence, it will leave behind a badly mauled nation with a lot of scars. That prediction proved prophetic. In October 1984, during the high noon of Indira Gandhi's appeals to the Hind majority, the VHP, RSS affiliate on religious affairs, announced a campaign to liberate the purported site of Ram Janambhoomi in Ayodhya, allegedly usurped by the Babri Mosque. The demand was revived the following year. On February 1, 1986, a judge at the district court under whose jurisdiction Ayodhya fell decreed, in response to a VHP appeal, that the site was indeed that of a temple. Significantly, a curious chain of events occurred before and immediately after this verdict. As an eyewitness observer recorded, the Congress-I Uttar Pradesh government precipitated the confrontation. It deliberately stepped into the controversy, and actually took sides. The Congress-I chief minister visited Ayodhya a few days before the judgment and met VHP members. On February 1, shortly before the order was announced, a crowd of VHP supporters collected at the site. This was seen as an indication by persons living there that they had advance knowledge of the verdict. A Doordarshan government television team too was present at the site, as if the government wished to publicize the entire event. The victory celebrations were filmed and telecast on the national network All India News the same evening. Trademark. This action, however, also precipitated massive protests from Muslim communities and organizations throughout India. And while Sikhs, a mere 2% of India's population, and mostly concentrated in one province, Punjab, could be simply bypassed in the numbers game to which Congress had reduced India's democratic process, the 12% Muslim minority, much more spatially dispersed, was a different proposition altogether. They comprised more than 10% of the electorate in 207 parliamentary constituencies, and over 20% in 81 constituencies. More importantly, Muslims have, in many ways, received a rather raw deal in secular India. Their share of urban ghettoization and rural pauperization is proportionately greater than that of Hindus. Muslims remain deplorably underrepresented in the Indian administrative service, Indian police service, among officers of nationalized banks, in central and provincial government employment, in the judiciary, and in leading private sector firms. The Babri Mosque verdict thus merely added insult to injury. To many Muslims, it was also evidence that the secular state was now abdicating even its responsibility to protect the dignity and collective identity of Muslims as a community. Indeed, the regime did make a desperate bid to regain the Muslim constituency. The way it went about it conformed to a pattern of behavior by successive Congress regimes since 1947, which have tended to ignore the difficult business of economic needs of Muslims and concentrate on the protection of identity and religious rights. A Muslim woman named Shah Bano had filed years earlier for alimony from her husband, who had divorced her. The husband argued that alimony was impermissible under the Sharia. The case went to India's Supreme Court, which ruled that a secular state's civil laws overrode any religious code. The dispute was poised thus, when the regime stepped in. Rajiv Gandhi used his huge majority to pass a special law in parliament that made the Sharia superior to the country's civil code in matters pertaining to maintenance of divorced Muslim women. Even so, the overwhelmingly Congress-dominated parliament passed the legislation only after a terse whip was issued commanding all Congress members to vote for the controversial bill, and many prominent Muslim citizens deplored the manner in which the authority of the country's supreme judiciary had been violated. This episode had far-reaching political repercussions. Most important, it provided a ready-made propaganda weapon to the growing Hindutva movement's claim that the Indian state was pseudo-secular, read, pro-Muslim, and that it appeased minorities at the expense of the interests of the organic majority. Of course, if the Indian state was indeed pseudo-secular, it was not because it was appeasing Muslims. After all, it was actively promoting discrimination against Muslim women, but because it had reduced the concept of secularism to mean an accommodation of the sum total of Hindu and Muslim obscurantisms. Nonetheless, the Hindu nationalist contention that while the regime had seen fit to pass legislation appeasing the enemy, it was failing to respect the judicial verdict on Ayodhya, began to find a receptive audience among elements of the integral majority, especially in North India. As the 1989 elections approached, the regime capitulated to the Hindu nationalist current rising across northern India, by allowing VHP to lay the foundation stone of the proposed Ram temple at the mosque site 2 weeks before the elections. Congress then claimed that the interests of the majority and minority communities had been successfully harmonized, and Rajiv's Home Minister is reported to have suggested to the VHP that the Prime Minister be allowed to lay the foundation stone. But the party's electoral prospects nonetheless fell victim to the fatal contradiction in its strategy. The committed Hindutva vote went overwhelmingly to BJP, which had unambiguously backed the temple construction movement from the outset. Muslims, on the other hand, were decisively alienated from Congress, not least because of a devastating wave of anti-Muslim pogroms that swept northern India between September and November 1989. Muslims in northern India voted overwhelmingly for Janata Dal, the new centrist alternative to Congress in that region, and in other parts of the country, they opted for other non-Congress formations, such as the left-of-center coalition ruling West Bengal. The regime had fallen between the cracks. Of course, the rejection of Congress in the 1989 election was the result of cumulative failure of the regime on practically all fronts, not just because of the communal polarization it had helped bring about. Regime efficacy and effectiveness had indeed reached rock-bottom levels by the end of the decade. By 1989, India was in the throes of a serious economic recession and foreign exchange shortage, the avoidable result of gross mismanagement by the regimes of Indira and especially Rajiv Gandhi. In the Punjab, the conflict between the Indian state and armed Sikh groups had deteriorated to a situation resembling civil war, despite massive police and military repression, or perhaps because of it, while in Assam, a strong separatist movement resurfaced in the end 80s, spearheaded by the United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA. The regime's major foreign policy venture, the attempt to impose peace through coercion in Sri Lanka, also ended in a fiasco, with the huge Indian military force there stymied by the resistance of Tamil nationalist guerrillas. All this fostered widespread anxiety among influential social groups, the rapidly expanding urban middle classes in particular, that the regime, while ceaselessly asserting the oneness of the Indian nation and the inviolability of the Indian state, was actually, through its policies, gradually bringing about the disintegration of that nation and the collapse of that state. As the BJP put it, the Bharatiya Janata Party is wedded to the unity and integrity of India. It stands for law and order, for justice, social and economic, and for security, internal and external. The Rajiv government has disappointed the country on all these counts, in an atmosphere replete with vagueness and generality. BJP's clear-cut commitments are an assurance to the people that they have a no-nonsense party on which they can rely, on such nationally important matters as unity, integrity, defense, social justice, and so on. Since 1989-90, the organic crisis of the state has intensified, and certain factors have contributed to an expansion of the appeal of Hindutva ideology. This was reflected in the gains made by BJP in some parts of the country in the midterm parliamentary poll of May-June 1991. Two conjunctural developments, both reflections of unresolved structural maladies, caste conflict and centralization of state power, respectively, were especially important. Underscore the decision, in mid-1990, of Janata Dal Prime Minister Vishwanath Pratap Singh to finally implement the recommendations of a government commission on reserving a substantial proportion of central government jobs for members of intermediate caste groups is extremely relevant to explaining the salience of Hindutva reaction among certain upper caste groups in northern and western India in the early 1990s. The eruption of a mass uprising for independence from Indian rule that began in early 1990 in Jammu and Kashmir, India's only Muslim-majority province, is similarly significant in accounting for the spread of Hindu nationalism, with its ultra-unitarist, anti-Muslim thrust, among urbanized middle and upper classes. But before I move on to discuss the importance of these two key conjunctural factors, it is essential to supplement the theoretical emphasis on the historical development of India's state structure, and the subversion of democratic values and institutions by Congress regimes, with an analysis of changing trends and patterns in India's political economy, especially its caste class structure. Such a discussion of social processes and forces enables us to better understand the following: how the Hindutva movement was able to capitalize on the crisis of state authority to expand its popular support, why certain social groups, and not others, in some regions of the country, but not others, are disproportionately drawn to Hindu nationalism, and why the future prospects of this movement may be rather less promising than apocalyptic images of an unstoppable fundamentalist tide looming over India are liable to suggest. The socio-economic setting for the expansion of Hindu nationalism. It has been said that Indian politics, until independence, was an exercise in the accommodation of the middle classes, the overwhelming majority of whom were Brahmin and other forward upper castes. These forward castes consist of two major groupings. There are the Brahmins, Rajputs, Kayasthats, Khatris etc., whose power, in rural areas, originated from control of land, and in the towns and cities, from the benefit of early English education and employment in the colonial administration. The upper caste category also includes a second group, the somewhat lower-ranking and highly urbanized castes of merchants, money-lenders, shopkeepers, and small-scale entrepreneurs, the Vaishyas or colloquially, Baniyas, who specialize in trading, petty manufacturing and banking, and other forms of urban, both big city and small town, commerce. The former group, who in urban areas tend to occupy the middle and upper levels of the class hierarchy, came to dominate government, bureaucracy, and the professions after independence. The second group, which can be described as mostly lower middle class, has constituted the traditional support base of Hindu nationalism in northern India, hence the well-known Banya Party appellation of the Jansan. These groups were also the prime beneficiaries of India's post-colonial political economy, which some scholars of India, following Michael Kalecki, have characterized as an intermediate regime. An intermediate regime, unlike both capitalist and socialist regimes, has, as part of the legacy of colonial rule, neither a dominant industrial bourgeoisie nor a well-developed proletariat, but is dominated by the middle and lower middle classes. This regime preserved the interests of the above groups by strictly limiting the penetration of foreign capital, and carefully regulating the growth of domestic capital. The regime also generated a vast and interlocking patronage system, a polite term for institutionalized corruption and nepotism, involving bureaucrats, politicians, traders, manufacturers, lawyers, and other professionals in complex but mutually profitable alliances of interest, a fact noted by scholars of Indian politics and the Congress system even in the 60s. By the 80s, according to Pranab Bardhan, this peculiar system resembled a patron-client regime fostered by a flabby and heterogeneous class coalition preoccupied in a spree of anarchical grabbing of public resources. But this intermediate regime enjoyed its heyday in the 1950s and 1960s, and since then has been gradually but steadily undermined by changing class relations, frequently reflected, in the Indian context, through the prism of changing caste relations and attendant socio-political conflict. The roots of this process lie in the abolition of large landed estates in the 1950s, which killed the system of parasitic landlordism but, thanks to the absence of wide-ranging land reform, helped facilitate the growth of a powerful class of rich capitalist farmers comprising former landlords, rich peasants, and ex-tenants. Most importantly, it also laid the basis for shifting the locus of economic affluence and eventually, political power in the countryside from a small layer of upper castes to a much larger stratum of intermediate castes. The rise of this class of intermediate caste cultivators, variously described as kulaks, bullock capitalists, agrarian bourgeoisie, capitalist farmers etc., received an enormous boost from the advent of the so-called Green Revolution in Indian agriculture, first in the wheat-growing regions of Punjab and western UP, and subsequently in the rice-growing regions of Bihar, as well as in eastern and western India. Intermediate caste groups, other backward classes or OBCs in the official classification, have a lengthy history of political cohesion and activism in western and especially southern India *, but they came into their own in the north only from the 1960s onwards, where their gradual emergence as powerful social and political actors has had a tremendous impact on the traditional caste class structure, and on local, regional, and national politics. Their first independent political formations were already emerging in the late 60s, in UP, the Bharatiya Kranti Dal of Chaudhry Charan Singh, later rechristened Bharatiya Lok Dal, and by 1989-90, the non-Congress, non-BJP, chief ministers of both Bihar and Uttar Pradesh were Yadavs, the single most influential and assertive group in this caste category. Other constituent caste groups include Jats, Ahirs, Kurmis, Koiris, and Patidars. How has this long-term, structural change in India's social structure and political economy affected the Indian state, and the fortunes of the Hindutva movement? First, it has greatly heightened both rural-urban social contradictions and those within the agrarian political economy. This has been most marked in northern and western India, which, not at all coincidentally, are also the regions that have experienced the greatest surge of Hindutva support in recent years. Traditional upper caste landed elites naturally feel threatened by the growing political clout of the intermediate caste peasantry, whom they regard as nouveau-riche upstarts. Tensions between Harijan landless labor and the new kulaks have also led to violent conflict, recent partially successful efforts at political coalition building between the two sides notwithstanding. The agrarian capitalist class also makes demands that are directly at odds with the established interests of the urban middle and lower middle classes, who in northern and western India, are disproportionately upper castes. For example, they agitate vociferously for water, electricity, and fertilizer subsidies and for higher procurement prices for their produce. These necessarily have to be financed through government measures that hit the urban lower middle class, the traditional Hindutva constituency, hardest, e.g. higher prices for essential foodstuffs in urban areas, and higher wages and lower profits in the urban commercial sector. But the most direct and explosive clash of material interest ensues when the OBC younger generation campaigns for greater access to higher education and state sector employment opportunities, which can only be actualized through government-sponsored reservations, affirmative action, policies. This affects not only the lower middle class Banya groups, but more importantly, the upper caste middle classes who have cornered the lion's share of bureaucratic and professional employment since independence. As for the Indian state, this political economic development has strained the capacities of the intermediate regime and its patronage dispensing mechanisms to the point of breakdown. In order to accommodate the aspirations of even a fraction of the 52% of the Indian population, which is, according to one official calculation, OBC, state sector employment and other forms of patronage would have to increase at a rate which is clearly not feasible. Moreover, this would have to be accomplished without alienating the urban and rural upper castes who have traditionally formed critical components of Congress electoral coalitions in volatile northern provinces like Bihar and UP. This was a virtually impossible task, given that upper castes comprised the bulk of Congress leadership elites in these provinces. These dominants simply could not be expected to give up what they regarded as their inheritance without a fight. The long-standing response of the democratic regime to this dilemma was to ignore the issue, and pretend against all odds that it did not exist. This worked for a while. For instance, the recommendations of a government commission in 1955 on instituting substantial reservations for OBCs in senior bureaucratic posts and professional higher education were not taken up for discussion in the Congress-dominated Parliament till 1964. A similar report, submitted by the government-appointed Mundell Commission in 1980, remained in cold storage till Congress was ousted from central power in end 1989. Unsuccessful efforts to introduce limited reservations at the provincial level for OBCs were made by short-lived non-Congress, and intermediate caste-led, provincial governments in Bihar and UP in 1978, after having been blocked by Congress governments, elected primarily on the support of a curious upper caste Harijan Muslim axis, for years. This precipitated caste polarization, social turmoil, and violent conflict on an unprecedented scale. A similar attempt made in 1985 by the Congress government of the western province of Gujarat was also stymied by fierce upper caste resistance. The latter rioted viciously not just against government property but with police complicity, also murdered and terrorized the hapless Muslim minority, for the most part a soft target confined to urban ghettos, the Muslims being an important but in many ways most vulnerable element of the Congress electoral coalition in this province. The most significant political outcome of the Gujarat fiasco was upper caste consolidation behind the BJP, a party rhetorically committed not only to the indivisible, organic unity of the Hindu nation, an ideological scheme which obviously rendered the very notion of caste contradiction superfluous, if not illegitimate, but also the political affiliate of an organization, RSS, which has consistently displayed unflinching hostility to the idea of reservations. The events in Bihar and UP in the late 70s, and in Gujarat in the mid-80s, were replicated in magnified form throughout North India following VP Singh's announcement about implementing the Mundell Commission recommendations in 1990. In the changed circumstances of organic crisis and Congress decline, this led to a consolidation of the upper caste, middle/lower middle class vote behind BJP, especially in urban and semi-urban but also in rural areas. This was most pronounced in Uttar Pradesh, where large-scale defection of upper caste Congress supporters to Hindu nationalism, and its fortuitous conjunction with the splintering of the OBC, Muslim, and Harijan electorate among several contenders, enabled impressive BJP victories, thanks to the first-past post-electoral system, in both provincial and parliamentary elections in 1991. This is discussed in greater detail in the next subsection. In northern and western Indian provinces, where large upper caste populations live, UP has the highest concentration of Brahmins and other forwards of any province in India, 20%, and where a symbiotic relationship has historically existed between ritual upper caste status, socio-economic dominance and political power, as a result of the complex of changes that simultaneously undermine the ideological legitimacy, social prestige, economic strength, and monopoly political power of the forward castes. The demand for reservations in educational institutions and government posts raised by the backward classes was a signal for all-out struggle. What is at issue is the age-old privileged position of the upper castes on all fronts: social status, economic strength, educational advantages, high-prestige occupations, and political power. Unlike southern India, where a different constellation of historical and social structural circumstances made it possible to accommodate the demands of intermediate caste groups within the broad framework of the intermediate regime and the political economy of the Indian state through a mixture of reformism, co-optation, and adaptation, this conflict has so far proved much more problematic and intractable in western and especially northern India. And as upper caste urban and rural dominance in these regions decided that a weakened, indecisive Congress, which failed to take an unequivocal stand on the Mundell issue, could no longer be relied on to ensure the social status quo and their privilege, the appeal of Hindu nationalism became irresistible for many in these groups. For the simple reason that Hindu nationalism, much like radical Islamist consciousness, offers, in Adi's words, a total conception of life in society, based on the community's mythic unity. It does not acknowledge the division of society into divergent interests, whether economic, ideological, etc. Religion can become a means to hide these divisions. Thus religion is mobilized to avoid the creation of institutions that can express social and ideological differences within the community. This rests upon the view that religion can make social divergences disappear. Thus, while Hindutva ideologues claim that theirs is a catch-all term encompassing a pan-Indian identity, it is in reality more of a cover-up construct for various types of social conflict and cleavage, based on caste, class, regional and ethnic differences, that have become especially salient in the 1980s and 1990s. Much of the Hindian base is not only regionally specific but also particular to upper caste, middle and lower middle class groups, especially in urban and semi-urban areas. Because of long-term changes in India's political economy and social structural configuration, these groups have developed serious misgivings about the capacity of Congress, hitherto the party of choice for most dominant and vested interests, to assure the preservation or even survival of those interests. The state they have long identified with and regarded as their own is now reeling from a legitimacy crisis, brought on by institutional torpidity and ideological bankruptcy. As competing social groups become ever more politically articulate, organized, and effective, especially at the levels of local and provincial politics, the incapacity of this distressed political regime and omnipresent but feeble state to accommodate and reconcile conflicting interests, and effectively and efficaciously address multiplying challenges, is increasingly laid bare. In this context, the BJP's promise of building a resurgent, resolute, and modern India by revitalizing a universally shared Hindu identity, which constitutes the essential personality of the Indian nation, becomes, with its implicit denial of the relevance or even existence of social contradictions and conflicts, an increasingly appealing political alternative for these disillusioned and apprehensive elements. And for those privileged groups that have expanded BJP's hitherto Banya-dominated clientele by abandoning Congress, the change has really been more of a switch than a metamorphosis, for what in any case distinguished Congress from political groups with an explicitly Hindu communal outlook was the moderated, controlled, and implicit character of its Hindu nationalist appeal, rather than any mythical, ideal typical secularist commitment. Little wonder, then, that an opinion poll conducted in the immediate aftermath of the Babri Mosque's destruction, and amidst raging communal violence, which predicted an increase in BJP's parliamentary representation from 119 to 170 seats, also found that the major gains for BJP are in the Hindi-speaking belt of North India, particularly Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, and that in the Hindu versus Hindu divide, political differences are now based on caste. More specifically, the survey discovered that Brahmins were solidly backing the BJP, and the party also received very substantial support from the other upper, Kshatriya and Vaishya, castes. But its base among OBC, Harijan and tribal voters remained weak, and of course, Muslims shunned it like the plague. This, then, constituted the socio-economic setting for the emergence of Hindu nationalism as a dynamic force in Indian politics. This context helps explain why BJP has benefited thus far from the organic crisis of the Indian state, but it also suggests that the Hindutva movement will have to contest and overcome countervailing social forces and political currents that are no less dynamic in order to translate its vision of a glorious Hindu nation into reality. Riven as the Hindu formation is by internal divisions, this is precisely where the Muslim as full-time villain and scapegoat can serve a most useful purpose. It has been noted that caste and communal violence have a symbiotic relationship. Gujarat's anti-reservation agitation soon turned into anti-Muslim violence, and upper caste protests against Mundal in 1990, with a little egging on by BJP, soon generated lethal attacks on Muslims throughout northern India. This displacement of hatred, and the conjunction of caste/class interest with communal sentiment and indoctrination, arguably reached its peak in Bombay after the mosque demolition. There, an especially vicious group, Shiv Sena, which declares rhetorical allegiance to Hindu nationalism, and is electorally allied with BJP, but whose membership consists almost entirely of upper caste, lower middle class petty bourgeois and lumpen youth, organized massive pogroms against Muslims in end 1992 and early 1993. A year later, the same group was on the rampage again, this time systematically targeting low-caste Hindus in revenge for the renaming of a major university in the province after the Harijan leader B.R. Ambedkar. It is true that direct social contradictions between Hindus and Muslims, such as those between lower middle-class Hindu employers and consumers and Muslim artisans and skilled labor, some of whom have prospered by working in the Middle East, exist in some urban locales. But for the most part, the Hindutva movement's inordinate emphasis on the Mughal Babar's desecration of Lord Ram's birthplace, and on the Kashmiri Muslims' attempt to inflict a second partition on Mother India in connivance with Pakistan, have to be understood in terms of the desperate imperative to unite a hopelessly divided and fractured nation by invoking the common threat allegedly posed by the pan-Islamic fundamentalist conspiracy. Communal animosity towards Muslims is further inflamed by Muslim participation in informal blocs or alliances with political groupings representing intermediate and low castes. Creating communal polarization, it is hoped, will help negate those other, troublesome cleavages, those of caste, class, region, and ethnicity. Creating the conjuncture for the Hindu nationalist surge, Kashmir and Mandal as mentioned already, Janata Dal Prime Minister VP Singh decided in mid-1990 to implement the recommendations of the Mandal Commission report. The impact that the implementation would have was mostly symbolic, and the announcement was almost certainly motivated by Singh's partisan electoral calculations. However, the announcement provoked a violent anti-Mandal agitation by upper caste youth and students among the middle and lower middle classes of urbanized North India. By bringing caste divisions, the Achilles heel of Hindu society, and explosive caste conflict to the forefront of national politics, the Mandal controversy bore potentially grave implications for the long-term project of the Hindutva movement. This was because the Mandal Commission, despite the limited and token nature of its recommendations, cleaved the monolithic facade of mythical Hindu unity right down the middle. However, BJP was confronted with a dilemma as to how to respond to this challenge. An outright condemnation of the Commission's recommendations would risk alienating countless Hindu voters. The party resolved this dilemma by reviving that symbol of Hindu/national unity, pride, and honor, the demand that a temple dedicated to Ram be installed on the site of the Babri Mosque. The top party leader, L.K. Advani, personally led a march to Ayodhya across a broad swathe of western, central, and northern India, stirring serious communal violence along the route. Advani was arrested before he could reach Ayodhya, but thousands of Hindutva activists attempted to storm the mosque in end October 1990. The Uttar Pradesh government of Janata Dal Chief Minister Mulayam Singh Yadav thereupon ordered police to open fire to disperse the mob, and several dozen persons were killed. This incident brought down the VP Singh government, as it lost its working majority in parliament after BJP withdrew its support in protest. It also enabled BJP to win the majority of both parliamentary and provincial assembly seats in Uttar Pradesh in 1991. This, however, was not because of any massive or uniform pro-Hindutva upsurge among a broad cross-section of Hindus. The BJP, in fact, won its majorities in UP with only a slender plurality, 32% of the popular vote. What had happened was that the first-past-the-post electoral system, which has favored Congress for decades, benefited BJP this time, registered, and this was reinforced by the fact that the anti-BJP vote was badly split among three contenders, two Janata Dal factions and Congress. But even so, it is undeniable that BJP had sharply increased its support in UP. Where did this increase, 8% to 32% between 1989 and 1991, come from? It is instructive to note that this increase was mainly at the expense of a massive desertion of upper caste voters, in urban and rural areas, from Congress, which had failed to take an unambiguous stand on the Mundal issue. The Congress vote in the province halved between 1989 and 1991, from 32% to just 16%. The other key conjunctural development was the popular uprising against Indian rule that began in Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir at the beginning of 1990. The timing itself was largely coincidental, and was the culmination of a long process of alienation of Kashmiri Muslims from the Indian state. I will not go into an explanation of the Kashmir tragedy here, except to note that the insurrection currently raging there is the direct result of a consistent policy of oppression and manipulation of the Kashmiri people, and denial and subversion of their basic democratic and human rights, by the Indian state, starting with Nehru, and continued by the Indira and Rajiv regimes. It is thoroughly misleading, therefore, to depict the Kashmir conflict as the revolt of a Muslim-majority province against predominantly Hindu India. The battle is more accurately characterized as one between the brutally coercive power of a big state, staffed mainly by Hindus, and the resistance of a people who happen to be mostly Muslim. The Kashmir uprising has however supplied the Hindutva movement with an unrivaled propaganda weapon. For here was evidence of the diabolical designs of a group of Muslims living in India to destroy India's unity in conjunction with the historical enemy, Pakistan. The enemy within, enemy without, where the Indian Muslim is the fifth columnist for Pakistan, conspiracy theory, a long-standing staple of the Hindu nationalist worldview, was ostensibly finding some vindication. The BJP therefore consistently gives the Kashmir issue absolute centrality in its program and strategy. Registered and the BJP's ultra-hawkish stand on Kashmir, as well as its in itself correct accusation that the Congress regime is proving incapable of containing what it calls a covert war against India's territorial integrity being waged there by Pakistan and its agents, has found a receptive audience among many Indians. Most prominent among these are the vastly expanded, and disproportionately upper caste, urbanized lower middle and middle classes, including the groups Baxter once called the all but dehinduized rationalists among the more westernized elite, especially in larger cities, who were once thought to be immune to the fundamentalist Hindutva virus. The Kashmir question starkly illustrates my principal argument in the next section, which is devoted to Hindutva ideology, that Hindutva politics is far more an explicitly modern political interpretation of pan-Indian nationalism than a manifestation of atavistic religious fundamentalism. Theoretical implications, a dialectic of semi-loyal and disloyal oppositions, and of state-led and state-seeking nationalisms. There seems to be a dialectical relationship between the emergence of powerful disloyal oppositions to the Indian state in Kashmir, Punjab, and Assam, and the growth of the semi-loyal opposition represented by BJP as a reaction to the disloyal oppositions, and to the incapacity of the regime to destroy the latter. Caught in the middle, it was the regime's legitimacy that got undermined, providing a fertile context for further advances by the semi-loyal opposition. However, it was the Indian state's failure to constructively address the demands, aspirations, and grievances of Kashmiris, Sikhs and Assamese, as well as its cynical policies of manipulation and repression, that gave rise to the disloyal oppositions in the first place. Thus, the roots of the organic crisis of the Indian state may well lie in unresolved structural problems, such as, in the case of the problem of multi-ethnicity, a rigid and historically deeply rooted ideological conception of a unitary Indian nation and its indivisible, inalienable integrity and sovereignty, as well as its institutional manifestation, an entrenched state apparatus resistant to democratization and devolution of power. But the more immediate factors that have precipitated and exacerbated the crisis are to some extent problems that became, in Linz's words, unsolvable because of the way in which the democratic leadership formulated them and its inability to implement certain solutions or overcome certain constraints that should not otherwise have been insuperable. A regime's unsolvable problems are often the work of its elites. In particular, Congress elites seem to have, deliberately, misperceived opposition to a particular constitution of the state, as anti-democratic, when there would be room for such opposition in a democratic constitutional framework, for full democracy must allow the expression of the nationalism of the periphery. In particular, decentralization, or local and regional self-government, could have reduced the feeling of those not participating in the regime that they have been excluded. Such a process of incorporation, Linz rightly comments, can be very important in the legitimation of an open, competitive democratic system. The failure of Congress regimes to conduct this process of incorporation, through a democratization of the state structure and a reformulation of its institutional and ideological bases in response to new societal demands and challenges, not only undermined its own legitimacy, and eventually led to an organic crisis of state authority itself. It also paved the way for ultranationalistic and voluntaristic responses to the crisis, as epitomized by the Hindutva movement. But this dialectic of political regimes and political oppositions, and of various types of oppositions, is equally a dialectic between types of nationalism, and specifically what Charles Tilly has termed state-led and state-seeking nationalisms. State-led nationalism is defined by Komarov and Stern as the authoritative claim of a nation-state to expressions of common sentiment and exclusive commitment, of loyal attachment and joint responsibility, on the part of its citizens, and by Tilly as rulers speaking in a nation's name, successfully demanding that citizens identify themselves with that nation and subordinate other interests to those of the state. Note the congruence of nation and state in this formulation. State-seeking nationalism alludes to representatives of some population that currently did not have collective control of a state, making an assertion of a right to sovereignty, autonomy, and territory, by virtue of an effective connection to a shared history and culture. Registered in contemporary India, regimes of the Congress Party, which have largely controlled the post-colonial state, have obviously been the principal advocates and implementers of state-led nationalism. But the semi-loyal opposition represented by the Hindutva movement is also an example of state-led nationalism. I argue this point in greater detail in the next section. Hindu nationalists merely seek to impose their own variant of state-led nationalism on India's peoples, in the belief that this will succeed in papering over problems and socio-political conflicts where the Congress variant has failed. But the Hindutva brand of state-led nationalism is simply a more explicit and extreme version, and, in some ways, a logical culmination, of the officially sanctioned, secular Congress ideology and practice. It is thus inherently detrimental to prospects of democratic stability in a country which not only does not approximate the homogeneity and commitment conjured up by the label nation-state, but is a virtually unparalleled mosaic of diverse ethnic, linguistic, religious, and cultural communities. Tilly argues that the state-led nationalist project in Europe, which gathered coherence and momentum only from the end 18th century onwards, entailed centralization of political power, concentration of the means and resources of extraction and coercion, and cultural standardization and homogenization, the latter frequently evoking an other, the alien enemy within or without. But the very spread of this vast top-down process greatly increased the incentives and opportunities for state-seeking nationalism. State-led nationalism activated the formation, mobilization, and claim-making of ethnic groups, throughout Europe, as those groups that controlled the state apparatus pursued campaigns of homogenization and assimilation. They faced not just widespread resistance but newly mobilized demands for political autonomy, even independence. In other words, a dialectical correspondence could be discerned between the salience and intensity of state-led and state-seeking nationalisms. This was particularly so because in some countries and up to a certain point, at least, the strongly centralist state-led nationalist impulse went hand in hand with an expansion in definitions of citizenship, ideas of popular sovereignty and strengthening of institutions of representative democracy. A strikingly similar process is noticeable in late 20th century India, where the state-led nationalism of the post-colonial regime has combined with a democratic political context to set off mobilization and claim-making by ethnic groups, and led to demands for political autonomy, Jharkhand, Gorkhaland, Bodoland, or even independence, Kashmir, Punjab, Assam, Nagaland. Unable, by and large, to either reconcile or repress such claims, the secular regime has grown increasingly discredited, opening up the space for Hindu nationalism to present itself as the definitive solution to the crisis. The risk is that this pseudo-alternative vision, being an even more exclusivist and intolerant variant of the state-led nationalism that is a major source of the problem, might do irreparable damage to a beleaguered democratic state and its fragile social fabric. In particular, a rampant Hindu nationalism would dramatically catalyse the latent unhappiness of the South and East with the perceived political domination of the Hindi belt and the North Indian Hindi-speaking Hindu. It would be intolerable to a 100 million strong Muslim community, and would exacerbate caste conflict beyond safety. Hindu nationalism, the highest stage of anti-democratic state centralism. Indeed, it is difficult to exaggerate the culpability of the secular state and democratic regime in this matter. As Muralidharan argues, Congress has been the other face of the ideology of indivisible Hindutva. With its highly personalized politics centered around a particular dynasty, its denial of the principles of Indian federalism, and its rigidly centralized, unipolar character, the Congress I party and regime embodies the monolithic nationalism. Explicit in the idea of Hindu Rashtra, the Indira Rajiv Raj patented and propagated a notion of national unity that is in conflict with the liberty and well-being of the nation's citizens, and the autonomy and integrity of its political institutions. Congress I is by nature averse to all forms of political mobilization, except those with a majoritarian orientation. 25 As Hassan notes, the centralizing tendency of the Indian state, that unique contribution of Congress regimes, requires a homogenizing, monolithic ideology of unity. Unlike among others Bipan Chandra, I believe that the majoritarian orientation of Congress politics, an overt and repeated electoral resort after 1983, is no mere opportunist expedient of a basically secular party and regime. To the contrary, the logic of an impulse towards this form of political mobilization is embedded in Congress's unitary, zero-sum conception of the structure of the Indian state and of state power, as well as in the failure of post-1947 regimes to solve the basic problems facing the system, and those that become salient in any historical moment, leave alone any will or capacity to actually implement the policies formulated, with the desired results. In this sense, communalism is not an aberration but something that is part of the system. It is a direct outcome of its inherent logic, and one in which its key actors play a central, defining role. The correlation between the crisis of hegemony of the Congress Party and the rise of BJP is equally striking. The parts of India where BJP has made its greatest gains to date, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Himachal Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra, all in northern, central, and western India, are those where the Congress base has been seriously eroded over the years, but where a viable, unified non-BJP alternative to Congress has either failed to materialize, as yet, or not proved sufficiently durable thus far. By contrast, the Hindutva forces find it difficult to make decisive inroads precisely in those provinces and regions where the decline in Congress hegemony has seen the rise of a relatively coherent and resilient alternative formation to replace Congress, Tamil nationalist parties in Tamil Nadu, Telugu Desam in Andhra Pradesh, left-of-centre groupings in Kerala and West Bengal, or even the fragile intermediate caste Harijan Muslim coalitions constructed by Mulayam Yadav in UP and Lalu Yadav in Bihar. It is also significant that the one southern province where BJP has emerged as a major factor is Karnataka, where the decline of Congress has been only impermanently and partially substituted by R.K. Hegde's Janata Party government, and subsequently by H.D. Devgovda's Janata Dal. Gramsci's observations on certain aspects of the structure of political parties in periods of organic crisis is thus extremely pertinent to the fluid situation in Indian party politics in the wake of the decline of its hegemony. At a certain point in their historical lives, social groups become detached from their traditional parties. The traditional parties in that particular organizational form are no longer recognized by these groups as their expression. When such crises occur, the immediate situation becomes delicate and dangerous, because the field is open for violent solutions, for the activities of unknown forces, represented by charismatic men or movements of destiny. These situations of conflict between represented and representatives reverberate out from the terrain of parties. Throughout the state organism, how are they created in the first place? In every country the process is different, though the content is the same. And the content is the crisis of hegemony. A crisis of authority is spoken of. This is precisely the crisis of hegemony, or the crisis of the state as a whole. This, then, is the organic crisis of state power which has provided the historical conjuncture for the rise of the Hindu nationalist alternative. The crises of regime legitimacy and Congress hegemony have found reflection in multiple fractures and cleavages in India's social fabric. The country seems polarized on lines of region. Only 5 of BJP's 119 parliamentary seats in 1991 came from southern India, and the party failed to win any seats at all in several eastern provinces like Bengal and Orissa. Ethnicity, Kashmir, Assam, Punjab, caste and class, especially in northern and western India, and religion, Hindu versus Muslim. As Gramsci wrote of Italy immediately after World War I, it was as if all the conflicts, all the contradictions, inherent in the country's social structure had come to the surface with explosive force. Trademark the San Parivar took the crisis very seriously. By 1988, RSS had diagnosed the essence of the problem, and postulated its own solution. The San has viewed the problems of various centrifugal forces raising their heads with slogans of various types of separate interests and identities as being due to the drying up of the unifying life sap of our society. The best solution therefore to these internal stresses and strains lies in strengthening and nurturing the basic roots of the Hindu ethos, out of which all the various sects and creeds, languages and dialects, customs and traditions and philosophical doctrines and theories have emerged. As Linz remarks, fascist appeal is based on the need to affirm national solidarity against a system that allowed and was subsequently unable to control or reconcile cleavage and conflict within society. And like European fascisms, the Hindutva movement long symbolized the idiot fringe of defeated conservatism. But history teaches us that even the most tenuous phantoms can come to life if objective circumstances change. The fantasies of one generation can provide the mental furniture, even the lifeblood, of another. This happens not because these ideas themselves have any validity, but because objective circumstances change. Like 3 decades of FLN rule in Algeria, 4 decades of Congress hegemony in India generated these changed objective circumstances. Or perhaps they were not so changed after all. Addy's description of the central facets of the FLN regime seem as applicable to Congress: the egalitarianism they promised, the aspirations and liberties they suppressed, the critical sensibility they fought, the cult of leader for life, the confiscation of public space. These were so many elements that perpetuated the colonial social model. But most significantly, like Algeria's Islamist opposition, Hindu nationalists do not reject this model. They merely accuse the incumbent leadership of being incapable of realizing it. The BJP conception of monolithic nation and indivisible state sovereignty is a straightforward derivative of the conception patented and propagated by Congress, with the Hindutva ethic added on. The declaratory BJP stand on current economic policy does not appear very substantively different from the Congress position. On regional policy for South Asia, and on policy towards Indian nationalities, BJP merely subscribes to a more explicitly extreme version of the secular Congress view and practice. The BJP claim, rather, is that Hindutva will succeed where the regime's formula of national unity and integrity has failed. Gramsci's analysis of fascist Italy, in his celebrated Lyons thesis, has some relevance to the crisis in contemporary India. In substance, fascism merely modifies the program of conservation and reaction which has always dominated Italian politics, through a different way of conceiving the unification of the reactionary forces. It replaces the tactic of agreements and compromises by the project of achieving the organic unity of all the reactionary forces in a single political organism under the control of a single center. Fascism fitted into the framework of traditional Italian state policies. It was therefore favored by the old ruling groups. Socially, fascism found its base in the urban petty bourgeoisie and in a new rural bourgeoisie. But this project also allowed fascism to win the support of the most decisively reactionary part of the industrial bourgeoisie and of the landowners. Asterisk. It is thus possible, in a historicist and structural framework, to interpret the rise of Hindu nationalism as a rearguard defense of the Indian state as presently constituted. It remains to explain why Hindutva ideology is so well tailored to this classic project of passive revolution. The ideological alternative of Hindu nationalism. Hindutva, the core concept of Hindu nationalist doctrine, is an explicitly modern political formulation of Indian nationalism. Vinayak Savarkar, a convinced atheist who invented the idea in the 1920s, was emphatic that his was a comprehensive, totalizing concept, of which religious identity formed merely one component. The concept of Hindutva is more comprehensive than Hinduism. It is to draw pointed attention to this distinction that I coined the word. Hinduism concerns the religious systems of the Hindus, their theology and dogma. But this is precisely a matter that Hindu nationalists leave entirely to individual or group conscience and faith. Hindutva refers not only to the religious aspect of the Hindu nation, but comprehends their cultural, linguistic, social, and political aspects as well. Hindutva is thus the conceptual expression of common affinities, cultural, religious, historical, linguistic and racial, which through the process of countless centuries of association and assimilation molded us into a homogeneous and organic nation and induced a will to lead a corporate and common national life. The Hindus are an organic national being. It logically followed that the Hindustan of tomorrow must be indivisible, a Unitarian nation from Kashmir to Rameshwaram, from Sindh to Assam, and that the organic nation must find consummation in an internally centralized state. Asterisk. The Hindutva program, past and present, thus seems to fit Ashis Nandi's category of religion as ideology, as distinguished from religion as faith. While the latter is definitionally non-monolithic and operationally plural, the former denotes religion as a subnational, national, or cross-national identifier of populations contesting for non-religious, usually political, or socio-economic interests. 2. Proponents of religion as ideology, mobilization based on religious identity and issues serves a purpose. It is an ideological principle useful for political mobilization, for it helps homogenize co-believers into proper political formations. Asterisk. Religion is then simultaneously an instrument of and subordinate to a political project, which, in this case, is the capture of the Indian state via a protracted war of position. Hindu nationalism, far from representing a retrogression into primitivism and a pathology of traditions, is therefore a byproduct and a pathology of modernity. For whatever the revivalist Hindu may seek to revive, it is not Hinduism. As Bhattacharya has succinctly expressed it, the discourse of Hindutva communalism criticizes other religions for being monolithic, but aspires to build a monolithic unity. It glorifies diversity within Hinduism as a mark of its superiority over Semitic religions, but seeks to repress this diversity. It identifies aggressiveness as an evil intrinsic to other religions, but attempts to instill the same quality in all Hindus. It talks of patience and tolerance as innate virtues of Hindus, yet sees these traits as the basis of Hindu weakness. It condemns other religions for their politics of religious repression and temple destruction, but organizes itself around the same politics. It demeans both religion and tradition. Far from representing religious fundamentalism, it seems then that Hindutva has precious little to do with the doctrinal inheritances and historical legacies of Hinduism. If anything, it bases itself on a negation and rejection of much of that inheritance and tradition, the profusion of religious rhetoric and emotive appeals to religious symbols notwithstanding. But if the Hindutva movement is not a manifestation of fundamentalism, then what is it? It is essential to answer this question to understand the nature of the role, and the salience of the appeal, of this particular religion as ideology in India of the 1990s. I argue that Hindutva represents an understanding of Indian nationalism that strips the concept of all nuance, historicity, and complexity, and reduces it to a brute, and utterly mythical, Hindu majoritarian. But it is quite similar, in its basic emphasis and content, to the monolithic, unitary conception of Indian nationalism that has increasingly served as the official ideology of the post-colonial Indian state. This helps explain why Hindu nationalism as a political creed has assumed salience and potency in the context of the organic crisis of state power in India. A more explicitly extreme and exclusive version of the same worldview as that propagated and practiced by Congress regimes will, or so Hindu nationalists claim, solve India's problems and conflicts and foster a renewal of that organic entity, the Hindu nation. Where Hindu nationalism does differ from its post-colonial Congress counterpart is in its explicitly communal, anti-Muslim, focus. Indeed, the Hindutva concept was originally concocted with the specific purpose of excluding Muslims from membership in the Indian nation, and from citizenship in the independent Indian state. But as we have seen, even this divergence has been, in recent years, more at the level of rhetoric than of praxis. The similarities, on the other hand, are compelling. Hindu nationalists do not at all reject the Congress model of post-colonial nation building. They accuse it of impotence and ineffectiveness because it has not gone far enough. The secular state and communal politics, far from being binary opposites, have in reality been interwoven and implicated in one another. They are two sides of the coin of a monolithic and state-centralist conceptualization of Indian nationalism. As I argued at the outset of this essay, their relationship is therefore dialectical, not adversarial. As Vinayak notes, the most powerful collective identity of our times is nation and nationality. The Hindu nationalist, consequently, does not seek to confront nationalism in the name of a greater religious loyalty, but seeks to co-opt it. And as Rampersad has persuasively argued, whereas the religious fundamentalist takes the scriptural source to provide the priorly determined essence of identity, the Hindutva ideologue takes the Hindu nation to be that source, and the special nature of Hindutva ideology lies in the way in which Hinduism can be conceived of as a culturally derived, nation-forming religious tradition. Hindutva ideology is above all an extreme form of state-led nationalism. The dialectical relationship of secularism and communalism in post-colonial India has, moreover, deep roots in the decades of popular mobilization against colonial power. Fox has demonstrated how amenable many aspects of Gandhian thinking proved, from the mid-1970s onwards, to appropriation and reconstitution by Hindu nationalists. It is indeed undeniable that the Hindu nationalism of contemporary India has vital historical precedents and foundations in the anti-colonial movement. As Pandey puts it, far from being binary opposites. Communalism and nationalism, as we understand them today, arose together. The age of communalism was concurrent with the age of nationalism, they were part of the same discourse. A Congress document from the 1930s, for example, stated that from the beginning of history her India's one mission had been to weld her myriad children into a harmonious people by giving them a political, economic, and cultural unity. This view found echoes in the writings of the arch-secularist Jawaharlal Nehru. Ancient India was a world in itself, a culture and a civilization which gave shape to all things. Some kind of a dream of unity has occupied the mind of India since the dawn of civilization. Hindu nationalists, the communalists of the post-colonial dispensation, did not, and do not, disagree with this Nehruvian vision. For instance, Savarkar writes in the late 1930s that ever since the Vedic ages, for some 5,000 years, our forefathers had been shaping the formation of our people into a religious, racial, cultural, and political unit. Indeed, he claims that he is the last man to ignore the benefits that, we, have reaped from the Indian National Congress. For it had, contributed immensely to the consolidation of Hindutvam. By rubbing off, provincial, linguistic, and sessional angularities, divisions and diversities. Percent degree. And in 1951, Jan Son's founding document asserted that the whole of Bharatavarsha, from the Himalayas to Kanyakumari, has been through the ages a living organic whole, geographically, culturally and historically. The one factor that made Congress pseudo-nationalists and Hindutvates the only real Indian nationalists was, according to Savarkar, the Congress-side pursuit of the silly fad of Hindu-Muslim unity. Otherwise, Hindu nationalists found nothing amiss with notions of a culture and a civilization. Indeed, they vigorously asserted that Bharatiya culture was one and indivisible, and that any talk of composite culture was unrealistic, illogical, and dangerous, for it tends to weaken national unity and encourage vociferous tendencies. Registered the difference lay in that Hindu nationalists also equate national culture with what they call Hindu culture, a concept not necessarily any more dubious than Nehru's dream of a unified, uniform, and secular culture. Thus, in 1969, the Jan Son, proclaiming Indianization its ultimate goal, defined it as the subordination of all narrow loyalties like religion, caste, region, language, or dogma to the overriding loyalty to the nation. As to what was constitutive of this nation, a leading Hindutva ideologue was unambiguous: it is the Hinduness of a man that makes him a national of India. And RSS did not disagree at all with the goal of harmonizing the people. They only claimed, in a letter to Nehru in 1948, that Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sanghs is the only ideology that can harmonize and integrate the interests of different groups and classes. But what seems missing from both the Hindu nationalist and secular nationalist constructions is any sense of the peoples and classes of the subcontinent struggling to realize their many versions of truth, honor, and a just life. There was no room here for the class-divided and regionally diverse perceptions of the imagined community, out of the struggle for which Indian nationalism and the Indian national movement arose. Little wonder, then, that after independence, Nehru's secular regime almost reneged on the long-standing Congress promise concerning linguistic reorganization of India's provinces, attempting to perpetuate, instead, the administrative zones of the British. At that time, RSS and Jan Son too resolutely opposed linguistic provinces, citing their disintegrative potential, and similarly upheld the merits of regional administrative zones under a centralized system. Or that the first post-independence cabinet of secular India prominently featured the top Hindu nationalist, communal, politician of that era, Shyamaprasad Mukherjee. He was Nehru's industries minister from 1947 to 1950. Or that a post-Nehru Congress regime tried to impose Hindi as the sole national and official language, and almost precipitated the secession of Tamil Nadu from the Union in the process. Hindu nationalists have always been die-hard Hindi chauvinists registered. Or, indeed, that Congress I and BJP are engaged, in the 1990s, in a demagogic contest of competitive chauvinism, with assorted external villains, led by Pakistan, and their agents being scapegoated by both for India's ills. Conclusion. So what solutions does Hindu nationalism have to offer to the crisis confronting India's state and society? The short answer is that as the highest stage of the anti-democratic politics that has caused this crisis, it has none, at least none capable of bringing about lasting peace, justice, and stability. Indeed, its entire platform is reducible to two complementary core ideas: repudiation, denial, suppression, or neutralization of the manifold forms of diversity, conflict, cleavage and oppression in Indian society, on the one hand, and a glorification of the monolithic, organic unity of the nation, preferably in its natural hierarchy, though this is sometimes oblique and qualified, and a concomitant deification of indivisible and unitary state power, on the other. This is true of Hindu nationalist declaratory positions, and of the praxis of various functional groups of the San Parivar, such as the labor, peasant, youth, student, teachers, and women's affiliates, on practically all substantive issues. These include Indian nationalities, federalism and regional autonomy, caste contradictions and oppression, poverty and class conflicts in the agrarian and industrial sectors, and women's subordination. On the national question, currently an exceptionally urgent issue in the subcontinent, Gulwalkar, the revered Shri Guruji of the present generation of BJP leaders, the vast majority of BJP officials, at all levels of the organization, have had their political socialization in the RSS, has this to say: the most important and effective step will be to bury, for good, all talk of a federal structure, to sweep away the existence of all autonomous and semi-autonomous states within Bharat and proclaim one country, one state, one legislature, one executive, with no trace of fragmentational, regional, sectarian, linguistic, or other types of pride being given scope for playing havoc with our integrated harmony. Let the Constitution be redrafted, so as to establish this unitary form of government. Bunch of Thoughts, pages 437-8. On the question of caste, Gulwalkar exemplifies the Hindu nationalist tendency to trivialize centuries of caste oppression, even while paying lip service to the iniquities of the caste system. He writes that while in the 20th century the caste system has degenerated beyond all recognition, the hierarchy has in fact served as a great bond of social cohesion, for thousands of years of our glorious national life. On class inequality, he claims that such disparity is an indivisible part of nature and we have to live with it. Bunch of Thoughts, pages 18, 108-10. On the topic of socio-economic inequalities and class conflict, Savarkar advocates an organic statist system where the interests of both capital and labor will be subordinated to the interests of the nation as a whole, with the same principle applying to peasant and landlord in the agrarian economy. Hindu Rashtra Darshan, pages 109-11. In RSS, A Vision in Action, pages 242-8, RSS speaks glowingly of how its labor affiliate, Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, BMS, works in accordance with the Bharatiya concept of the industrial family, with the capitalist, the laborers and managerial staff forming harmonious parts of this fraternal brotherhood. It rejects the theory of class conflict, as well as the idea of collective bargaining by workers, for such notions ill-fit this integral concept and encourage a separatist labor consciousness. Instead, BMS gives priority to the welfare of the nation. The concept of the agricultural family and yet the rise of Hindu nationalism is no chance, arbitrary phenomenon. It is deeply rooted in the historical development of India's post-colonial political and social structures, and it is an expression of the organic crisis of the Indian state. So long as regime efficacy and effectiveness remain grossly deficient, and the Congress's crisis of hegemony, and the resulting instability and fragmentation of the party system, persists and deepens, its malignant symptom, Hindu nationalism, is likely to endure as a dynamic and disruptive political force. It will not do to wish away the Hindutva movement simply on the grounds that Hindus have historically never constituted a unified, solidary collectivity, but rather the opposite. To the extent that all modes of collective identity are social and political constructions, invented or concomitant spirit of harmony among the several limbs of agricultural production similarly informs the activities of RSS peasant affiliate, the Bharatiya Kisan Sangh, BKS, thereby eliminating class conflict and other socially self-destructive propaganda. Identical ideas are to be found in Makani. Principles for a New Political Party, a founding document of Jan Sangh. Makani is presently senior vice president of BJP. Indeed, the Sangh Parivar applies its concept of integral harmony, a euphemism for organic statism, even in the educational field, as reflected in the guiding ideology of its student wing, the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, ABVP. C. Anderson and Damle, The Brotherhood in Saffron, pages 119-21. As for the oppression of women, RSS, the engine of national resurgence, is an exclusively male fraternity, with membership denied to women. The RSS does claim, however, that its rather obscure women's affiliate, the Rashtra Sevaka Samiti, exemplifies organized Stree Shakti. Woman power. The manifestations of organized woman power, as listed in a recent RSS publication, include serving food, looking after children, rendering her husband's work easier through her spirit of adjustment and efficient management of daily chores, and producing sons who later also became full-time RSS activists. C. Seshadri, ed., RSS, A Vision in Action, pages 151-3. The high-profile participation of female activists like Uma Bharti and Sadhvi Rithambara in Hindutva agitations should, I believe, be seen in this overall context of a completely male-dominated organizational hierarchy and male-centric political ideology. Several articles on the relationship of Hindutva politics to women's rights and activism appear in the Bulletin of Concerned Asian Scholars, 25, 4, Octec 1993. Imagined in some way, registered, there is nothing ipso facto illegitimate about the late 20th century political phenomenon of Hindu nationalism. In fact, in its role as rearguard defender of the present Indian state, this movement's otherwise impoverished program does hold out the, I think illusory, prospect of suppressing or neutralizing conflicts, cleavages, and contradictions in the social structure that have become not just salient but explosive. Hence the inordinate appeal of its passive revolution project to those very sizable and influential elements of the national bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie and rural dominance who identify strongly with the present constitution of the Indian state and/or the social status quo that has prevailed since independence, and feel threatened by the multidimensional strife visited upon India by and under Congress regimes. It is no accident that the Hindutva support base reflects, in addition to its regionally skewed nature, predominantly northern and western India, an upper caste, urban/semi-urban bias. From Uttar Pradesh to Karnataka, and Gujarat to West Bengal, it is the desertion of the most decisively reactionary part of the traditional Congress constituency that has, to a large extent, made possible the expansion of Hindutva's social base. Yet India's massively complex and diverse social structural formation still represents a serious obstacle to the taking of state power by the Hindutva movement. The Hindu nationalist worldview, deeply rooted in the outlook of its core base, the Baniyas and upper caste Hindi-speaking Hindus of North India, and to some extent Maratha Brahmins, the founders of RSS, continues to have rather little resonance with numerous caste, ethnic, linguistic and regional groups throughout India, even in the present situation of enemy and confusion in civil society. The Hindutva movement's war of position will doubtless continue, yet it remains uncertain that this mobilizational effort, beset with internal contradictions and external challenges, will be able to translate the movement's agenda into reality. Ironically, but appropriately, it is the enormous heterogeneity of a country which is in its essence a panorama of minorities that stands as the most formidable barrier to the triumphant consummation of the majoritarian myth *. Development strategy in India. A political economy perspective. Jyoti Ghosh. The debate on development strategy in India has mirrored and provided a synoptic outline of the worldwide debate. This has been true throughout this century, from the controversy between nationalist and imperialist positions on the causes for the lack of development of the colonial Indian economy, to the elaboration of a state-led planning strategy in a mixed economy during the Nehru era, to the later moves towards liberalization and greater market orientation that have marked the past decade. As elsewhere, the debate has been characterized by sharply drawn theoretical and ideological positions, which have found expression in a much more muddy, confused and complex reality. And as in other parts of the world which have, in the second half of the century, been obsessed with the necessity for rapid industrialization, the actual workings of any strategy have been fundamentally affected by the political economy context and the dynamics of class relations which have determined its functioning. In this paper, a brief, and necessarily sketchy, attempt is made to situate the broad strategies of development and their effects in India, in such a socio-political context. To begin with, the general experience of growth and development in India is briefly outlined, and then I consider some of the alternative explanations that have been advanced within a political economy framework. These provide the background for an attempt to capture some of the important forces behind the particular pattern of development, or lack of it, that the post-independence Indian economy has experienced. Strategies of development. The Nehru-Mahalanobis strategy of development, which marked the first few decades of post-independence Indian economic growth, was not simply the brainchild of a few leaders, but actually had its roots in the nationalist struggle for independence. In India, as elsewhere among newly independent nations in the middle of the 20th century, it seemed evident that the need to free the economy from domination by metropolitan capital and provide for a measure of economic autonomy required the active intervention of the state in a planning framework. So widespread was this perception among ruling elites as well as in mass consciousness, that it achieved the status of national consensus. Thus, the group of industrialists representing large capital who were responsible for the Bombay Plan of 1944 were insistent upon the need for a mixed economy in which the state would take responsibility for the provision of infrastructure as well as large and heavy industrial investment. The more radical approaches also emphasized the crucial role of government, not only in redistribution and reduction of poverty, but in providing a pattern of growth which would provide for a diversified industrial economy catering to mass consumption needs as well as mitigate the usual market failures. The mixed economy that developed subsequently had a mixed record. There were some definite, albeit relatively modest, successes. These include the pushing up of the rate of growth in both agriculture and industry from the earlier stagnant colonial levels, some degree of industrial diversification and the achievement of national self-reliance in certain important sectors, notably food. However, the strategy has also been much criticized on many fronts, from both right and left perspectives. To consider the achievements first, there has been from the 1950s a dramatic step up in rates of both industrial and agricultural growth as compared to the near stagnation of the colonial period. Thus, compared to the estimates of per capita national income for the period 1880 to 1947 of between 0 and 0.4% per capita at a compound annual rate, the corresponding rate for the period 1950 to 1990 to 1 has been 1.7%. The decade of the 80s actually witnessed an acceleration of the overall growth rate, although this was less evident in the material-producing sectors and much more marked for services. Agricultural growth over the entire period has been roughly stable at a rate of around 3% per annum, while manufacturing industry has shown distinct phases, an acceleration in the period 1950 to 64 during the first period of systematic planning, followed by a deceleration until the late 1970s, and a renewed spurt thereafter led primarily by an expansion of state expenditure. This overall growth has also involved a considerable diversification of industrial production, essentially following from the import substituting industrialization strategy which allowed various capital goods sectors and other infant industries to come up and achieve some level of production. This itself was a sharp break from the colonial period when only very specific manufacturing industries could come up, at first those with special transport advantages such as cotton and jute textiles, and later those which benefited from the interwar system of tariff protection, such as sugar and certain light consumer goods. The pattern of planned investment by the state engendered the development of a significant capital goods sector in both public and private hands, as well as related intermediate production. The diversification was reflected in the changed structure of exports, from being primarily an exporter of primary commodities in the colonial period. Exports were now dominated by manufactured goods, and during the 70s one of the fastest growing elements of these exports was actually engineering goods. The other chief success of the overall growth strategy has been the achievement of domestic self-sufficiency in food production, in particular from the crisis period of the mid-1960s when India had to import food grain on an urgent basis to tide over domestic shortage. It must be pointed out that this self-sufficiency has been achieved at a rather low level of per capita consumption, which has increased only marginally from the early 1970s. What it means is that this increase has occurred along with an elimination of dependence on imports, which amounted to as much as 12% of domestic availability of food grain in the period 1964-6. In recent years there has also been a marked increase in domestic production of oilseeds, which had become a major item of imports during the 1980s. These achievements may appear rather modest, especially when seen in relation to the growth performance of the rapidly growing economies of East and Southeast Asia during the same period. But they do represent a marked break from the colonial period, and it is also notable that until the 1980s, these had been attained without very sharp fluctuations in output growth or a build-up of external debt as in Latin America. Nonetheless, the overall record of post-independence economic growth is clearly inadequate in many crucial respects, and it was evident from at least 2 decades earlier that a drastic refashioning of the entire growth strategy was required. The subsequent policy revisions and reforms of the late 1980s and early 1990s have been identified as reactions to the perceived inadequacies of this growth pattern, although in effect they represent only one alternative path of reform which is not necessarily the most effective for addressing the primary economic ills of the country. The major criticisms of the past growth experience which are currently in vogue have actually been part of a right-wing critique for some decades now. These relate to the export pessimism which underlay the import substituting pattern of industrialization and contributed to price incentives against agriculture as well as a high-cost industrial economy, and the emphasis on state control and regulation of economic life which created a complex and wasteful system involving corruption, delays and numerous micro-level inefficiencies. Such perceptions have also informed the official moves towards deregulation and liberalization which become explicitly a part of the government's economic strategy. These were undoubtedly significant problems, and the critique which emphasizes them bears an essential descriptive validity. But it can plausibly be argued that the real failures of Indian development lay elsewhere. The most prominent deficiencies reflect the fact that such growth as did occur was fundamentally unbalanced and in crucial respects unsustainable, even as it failed to provide minimum basic needs to the bulk of the population and allowed for the persistence of absolute poverty among a fairly large section of the population. The pattern of growth has been unbalanced on various levels, in terms of the relative development of the different material and non-material sectors, the rates of urban and rural per capita income generation, the spatial spread of growth which has actually been highly regionally concentrated, and the accentuated income inequalities associated with the growth process. Agricultural growth has been focused on a pattern of commercialized farming based on green revolution techniques which are energy-intensive, high in material input use, very dependent upon assured water supply, and increasingly subject to problems of diminishing returns and increasing per unit costs. The whole domain of dryland farming has been generally neglected, and with it the development of sustainable agricultural packages which are less ecologically damaging and cater more directly to the needs of diverse local populations. Related to this is the unfortunate reality that 4 decades of planned development have not created a situation in which state and market operations combine to provide basic needs to the bulk of the population. This inadequate provision to the masses of essential items of survival, including both goods such as food, clothing, and minimally acceptable housing, and services such as universal primary education, adequate health care and sanitation, must be counted as the single most damaging aspect of the development process. Not only is the availability deficient in aggregate terms, but access to such basic minimum goods and services is very unequally distributed, and is determined not only by wealth and asset positions, but by a complex system of patronage and clientelism in both rural and urban India. Women face particular difficulties in male-dominated society, not only in terms of access to goods and services such as health and education but also as regards employment and intra-household distribution of resources. The developmental process thus far has, if anything, further marginalized women, other than a minority in the upper income groups. The persistence of large pockets of absolute poverty, defined in the strictest sense of the lack of an income sufficient to ensure the minimum calorific consumption of members of the household, is another major failure. Although all the different estimates of the extent and severity of poverty indicate that poverty in both absolute and relative terms has declined since the mid-1970s, it remains significant in aggregate terms, with around one-third of the rural population and one-fifth of the urban population falling below the poverty line towards the end of the 1980s. Further, since the rate of decline of poverty has not been uniform across regions, it has become increasingly concentrated in the central and eastern regions of the country, and still remains primarily a rural phenomenon, indicating the lack of adequate rural development in large parts of the country. These tendencies are related to a broader pattern, which is that of the low level of labor productivity across the economy as a whole. Productivity growth has been confined to a few isolated sectors, and these have had few linkages with the rest of the economy, so that the high-growth enclaves have not generated a virtuous cycle of economy-wide productivity enhancement. Most wastefully of all, there has been an inability to make productive use of the large reserves of trained and untrained labor. The consequent slack in resource use in the form of continued open and disguised unemployment must count among the crucial areas of failure of the economic strategy. These long-run inadequacies combined in the recent past with short-run mismanagement, particularly over the decade of the 80s, to create a situation of economic crisis by the beginning of this decade. To a large extent, the changes in economic strategy in the 1980s stemmed from the limitations of the earlier strategy as well as the nature of the state and the ruling elites, which allowed only one type of response to the perceived economic problems of the country. The 1980s were marked by a dramatic increase in overall fiscal deficits, and for the first time in the post-independence era, deficits in the current revenue account of the government. The substantial growth of government expenditure that this was associated with, even though some significant proportion leaked out in the form of defense imports, led to a Keynesian-type spending boom in the economy, in which growth rates averaged around 5% per annum over the decade, above the Hindu rate of growth of 3% which had been the norm in earlier decades. The multiplier effects of this process meant that employment even in the rural areas appears to have registered growth, although employment elasticities in all the important sectors are estimated to have fallen. Inflationary pressures were limited by the gradual moves towards import liberalization, which allowed for a substantial growth of non-oil imports over the decade and the increasing import intensity of domestic manufacturing production. Such expansion was obviously not sustainable, driven as it was by fiscal deficits financed by increasing public debt and associated with continuous balance of payments deficits and growing external debt. These internal and external imbalances pushed the economy towards a situation in which a crisis of payments was more or less inevitable. The only question was the precise timing. The response of the government to the external payments crisis of 1990-1 was to approach the multilateral lending institutions, and in particular the IMF, for special financial assistance, and embark on a program of stabilization-cum-adjustment which essentially involved continuing the moves towards liberalization which had been instituted in the earlier decade. The chief point of interest about the current package is that the liberalizing structural adjustment measures are being implemented in a context in which stabilization policies have been at best partial and in crucial senses unsuccessful. Thus, although the balance of payments appears to be far more stable, this was due first to enhanced official borrowing, which has meant that the external debt of the country continues to increase, and subsequently due to the inflow of portfolio finance in Indian securities, which reflects a worldwide phenomenon of investor interest in emerging markets. Meanwhile, internal balance in the sense of a balance on the revenue account of the government was never achieved. The revenue deficit has grown to historic proportions, and consequently the overall fiscal deficit also has increased once again. At the same time, the cuts in capital expenditure of the government have involved a recession in manufacturing industry and declines in employment generation even compared to the earlier sluggish levels. Theories of the state and India's macroeconomy. It would be simplistic in the extreme to attribute either the failures or the successes to government policy in itself or to the merits or demerits of any particular strategy. Clearly, the past experience can only be understood with reference to the nature of the society and the historical evolution of both markets and other social institutions, the relative power configurations across classes and groups, and the interaction between politics and economics that expresses itself as the outcome of various forms of government intervention. there is a tradition in the Indian economic literature which has explicitly concerned itself with assessing the nature of government intervention in the economy with reference to its political economy. Some of these arguments are briefly considered in this section. It was true that the immediately post-colonial literature on the Indian macroeconomy assumed a broad consensus in favor of industrialization, a mixed economy and certain obvious developmental goals. It thus ignored the possibilities of internal conflicts and competing claims for resources in the mechanics of state action, and concentrated instead on the technicalities of the matter of rapidly increasing production and incomes. The macroeconomic literature of the 50s, for example, was completely technocratic in its discussion of state involvement. Not only was the necessity for state intervention taken for granted, along the lines of development literature of that period throughout the world, but it was also assumed that the state was, unlike its colonial predecessor, inherently benevolent in its desire for the material betterment of the people, and essentially oriented to the development of the whole economy rather than favoring particular classes or groups. The issues that dominated the discussion were those relating to the type of trade and industrial strategy, import substituting versus export oriented, the investment allocation in the plans, etc. The Nehru-Mahalanobis strategy that became the hallmark of the 50s and 60s assumed a developmental state, so much so that even in the framing of the 5-year plans themselves it was taken for granted that successful land reforms and other state-directed institutional changes relating to agriculture would increase output in that sector without additional expenditure by the government. A similar idea has imbued other recent considerations of the macroeconomy in which the interaction of the state with the economy is largely seen as a problem of correct formulation of policy and design of intervention, as well as subsequent implementation. Thus, Chakravarti, in what is otherwise an excellent account of the experience of development planning in India, concentrated essentially on the economic and technical constraints facing state policy, with an implicit assumption that the state itself essentially pursued its stated developmental goals, only coming up against difficulties posed by the political and economic structures outside it. While this is useful in highlighting the precise economic difficulties associated with the planning process, it does leave the picture incomplete, since many of the constraints which appear to be external to the state are actually related to the nature of the state itself. In a similar vein, Jalal has spoken of redefining the role of government in India, arguing that the primary failure in several developing countries, including India, has been in implementation and in the tacit assumption that the state had an unlimited capacity to intervene. This tends to ignore the point that it was the nature of the state itself and the other political, social, and institutional realities which created a certain role for government in the first place, and meant that this role had very definite implications for growth and distribution quite separate from its stated designs. The subsequent evolution of the economy, as well as both the successes and failures of state intervention, have tempered the idealistic vision of the developmental state untainted by the dominance of class interests and above the fray of social antagonism. Indeed, the reaction to the simpler version of this position, from the mainstream neoclassical perspective, came fairly swiftly. Early critiques of the strategy of development were provided by Bhagwati and Srinivasan among others until these actually came to dominate economic policy discussion in the late 80s. The early works essentially identified government failure as the root cause of all the major developmental problems of post-independence India. Thus the combination of the strategy of planning with import substituting industrialization and regulation of private industry was seen to have resulted in a high-cost economy replete with inefficiencies, corruption, delays, distortions due to perverted market signals, stifling of entrepreneurial zeal through bureaucratic control, etc. In addition, the specific strategy based on export pessimism along with substantial dependence on public sector industrial investment came under fire not only for discriminating against agriculture and labor-intensive production but also because it created a gargantuan state sector whose performance was seen to be well below desired levels. The basic premise in this approach has been that all state intervention, other than in the most basic functions of law and order and protection of private property which are essential for markets to function, is undesirable and leads to inefficiency creating distortions. Not only is this rather simplistic and absolutist in position, but it also does little to explain why the actual functioning of state policies occurred in this particular manner in India, nor why the state policies themselves have altered over time. Other than describe the negative fallout in terms of the propagation of rent-seeking activities, therefore, this approach does little to advance a political economy understanding of Indian macroeconomic processes. Another type of reaction to the developmental state perception in India has come from the view that the state is not autonomous at all but rather is completely subordinated to the pressures and pulls of interest groups. This view is best expressed by Bardhan. Indian public economy has thus become an elaborate network of patronage and subsidies. The heterogeneous interest groups fight and bargain for their share in the spoils of the system and often strike compromises in the form of log rolling in the usual fashion of pressure group politics. Since none of the classes or interest groups has been individually strong enough to dominate the state's resource allocation process, the result is a proliferation of subsidies and transfers to placate all of them. This in turn involves a government that is quantitatively enormous and has a large body of regulatory practice, but is nonetheless rather weak in shaping the economy. This argument is really only a post facto explanation of observed failure rather than a theory of state and macroeconomic interaction. Indeed, similar evidence of clientelism and corruption can be found not only in fast-growing economies like those of Japan and South Korea, but also less successful economies such as Pakistan, the Philippines, and Turkey. This argument is essentially an application of the theory of coalitions to the macroeconomy. There is no insight into why particular groups have been dominant or are able to influence the Indian state, why and how the relations between these groups, the rest of society and the state have changed over time, and what has determined ideological and policy regime changes such as the shift in emphasis from planning to liberalization. In contrast to this conception, there is a view of the relative autonomy of the Indian state that comes from its sheer size in the economy as well as its ideological position in the society. The state's dominance is related to its material condition, to its overwhelming control of investment and employment in the organized sector, and to its ideological advantage, as the presumed defender of the collective interest and socialist purposes and as the enemy of private and partial gains. Thus, the resources it controls and the state's strategic and bargaining advantage make it possible for the state in India to be not only relatively autonomous and self-determined but also self-interested. This autonomy of the state as a third actor in Indian politics is in turn seen to have contributed to a centrist-oriented social pluralism in which class politics has been marginal and subordinate to other social formations such as caste, religious and language communities and regional nationalisms. Here too, the macroeconomic processes are not really explained. Thus, as this powerful third actor, what has prevented the state in India from achieving its stated developmental and distributional goals? And why, over time, have both the rate and pattern of growth as well as its sectoral, regional, and class-wise distribution varied? In Marxist and other radical assessments of the Indian economy, there has been explicit consideration of the nature of the Indian state and its dynamics in relation to the stated goals of modernization within a socialistic pattern of society. Doubts were expressed about the ability of a mixed economy to function efficiently, since official plan targets depended crucially on private sector responses, and the pattern of income distribution dictated a likely pattern of private resource allocation behavior completely at variance with the official goals. The limits to, and problems with, regulation and control over the private sector were clearly recognized. This literature gave great emphasis to the importance of institutional change prior to the planning process, since asset redistribution, in particular land reform, was seen as essential in altering initial endowments in a way so as to ensure balanced growth. The inability to achieve land reform, or any other asset redistribution of significance, or indeed to control the acquisitive tendencies of the elites, was seen to reflect the nature of the state itself. Some early writings described the nature of the state as one of an uneasy alliance between the rural landed classes and the big industrial bourgeoisie, influenced also by the interaction with metropolitan capital. However, since the relationship between state and society was seen as a dialectical one, the nature of the state was not viewed as immutable, but constantly changing along with the shifting configuration of class forces. Mitra used the idea that the different dominant classes had divergent economic interests to point out how shifts in the intersectoral terms of trade could be instigated by state action. The rich farmer lobby was able to ensure high farm output prices through influencing the government procurement price, which operated as a floor, and this meant that terms of trade shifted in favor of agriculture. This not only worsened the material condition of both industrial workers and the rural workers and small peasants who were net purchasers of food, it also contributed to industrial stagnation in various ways. While numerous difficulties exist with this argument, most notably that in a context of oligopolistic industry such political manipulation of farm prices would affect the level of agricultural prices but not the terms of trade, since industrialists could choose to raise their prices in order to maintain profit margins. The political economy perception of the state implicit in this argument is a useful one. Thus this analysis highlighted not only the ability of particular classes to affect specific sectoral policies, such as in this case, the farm procurement price, which was also seen to differ according to region and crop depending on the political strength of the concerned farmers, but also the impact that this has had on the macroeconomy, and in turn how the behavior of the economy affected the government's decisions in the next round. Other writers have explored this interaction also with the specific aim of explaining macroeconomic trends. Thus Patnaik modeled the growth process in terms of the state interacting with capital and labor, in a context of an inflation barrier posed by the political sensitivity of the state to the impact of inflation on the more vocal social groups. This inflationary barrier forces the state to cut back on its own real spending since it is also politically constrained from raising more tax revenues. In turn, this contributes to the decline in overall growth given the close association between public and private investments. The fiscal crisis of the state brought on by political economy reasons relating to its very nature thus leads to a more general economic stagnation. In later works, Patnaik has explained the expansion of the 1980s in terms of a resurgence of government expenditure, this time based on the accrual of internal and external debt. This has also rendered the economy as well as the polity more vulnerable to external pressures and more dependent upon acceptability by international capital. Chandra has analyzed official regulatory practice with reference to the external sector and multinational corporations, and has discussed both capital inflow and technology transfer in the context of a state which has a contradictory relationship with external capital, simultaneously dependent and striving for some autonomous space. Bugchi has considered the various facets of intermeshing of government decisions relating to the economy and the configuration of class forces and social institutions, to try and explain why the Indian case differs in significant ways from both the Latin American and East Asian stereotypes. It is obvious from all this that the more critical political economy question relates not merely to why particular macroeconomic strategies have been adopted by the Indian government, but rather why the actual workings of the strategy were so much at variance with the planned processes and desired results. In the post-independence period, three major factors contributed to the disparity between the stated objectives of government economic policies and the observed outcomes. First of all, the official strategy was predicated on no major institutional change such as land reforms or other types of asset or income redistribution that were important preconditions for sustained growth, for instance, in the more successful Asian countries. The absence of such change, given the prevailing inequalities in income distribution as well as unequal access to social and political power, meant that the base for economic growth and industrialization continued to be a relatively narrow one, and that the gains from this limited growth were also appropriated to a disproportionate extent by a relatively small segment of the population. This was especially important because of the nature of those dominant classes which were the beneficiaries of the growth process. In the rural areas, the landed proprietors and rich farmers who largely garnered whatever gains emanated from development, and in particular from the Green Revolution, were typically concerned with maximizing short-term gains. This meant that in some contexts trading and money lending became more attractive and significant as sources of rural surplus appropriation. Further, where agriculture remained or became the primary source of profit and rent, unsustainable patterns of cultivation became widespread. This reflected the greater commercialization of agricultural production, the more intensive use of monetized inputs, and the concentration of crop expansion efforts into green revolution techniques involving reliance on a package of high-yielding standardized seeds, chemical fertilizer and pesticides and assured water supply through irrigation. The problems of diminishing returns and rising per-unit costs of cultivation that plague large parts of Indian farming today, as well as the widespread degradation of land, water, and forest resources, can be associated with this general tendency. In industry, the dominant business class was one in which the spirit of independent and autonomous entrepreneurship was not fully developed. The very history of the formation of the industrial bourgeoisie from the colonial period onwards determined this deficiency, dependent upon the nationalist state for providing both infrastructure and large heavy investments and protection, and upon international capital for technology. It presumed state assistance for its own expansion and had a contradictory relationship with international capital. Thus industrial investment was typically directed into safe areas which either met demands generated by the public sector through its own investment and expenditure, or produced consumer goods largely for the better-off sections, in a protected domestic environment, and both more efficient production of mass consumer goods and export markets were relatively neglected. The other politically significant category of urban middle classes, which grew in number throughout the post-independence period, was also notable for its direct or indirect dependence upon state expenditure both for its existence and for its sources of income. The nature of these dominant classes gave a greater force to the third factor that operated in determining the lopsided pattern of development: the sheer inability of the state to restrain the acquisitive tendencies of these richer groups. Of course, the interaction between state and society is a complex process and cannot be captured by any simple unidimensional description, but it is clear that this factor was at the heart of many of the imbalances and distortions that emerged over time in the economy. The inability to control the acquisitiveness and aggrandizement of a shifting minority in the society had several manifestations and results. In a mixed economy with the private sector investment and production decisions determined by the unequal distribution of purchasing power, it meant that government allocations were often out of line with flows generated by private agents. This made the planning process more difficult to implement according to intention, and also increasingly irrelevant as private sector allocations actually determined the course of the economy. The substantial growth of the parallel or black economy, which has been variously estimated at between 1/5 and 1/3 the value of recorded national income, was a further indication of this general tendency. The incapacity of the government to tax the rich meant not only that direct taxes as a proportion of total income decreased continuously over the entire period, but also that taxes themselves declined in importance as sources of government income. From the mid-70s onwards, state expenditures also became increasingly oriented towards subsidies to favored groups, whether in industry or agriculture, and to providing largely middle-class employment in the government and public sector. The combination of constrained taxation and increased expenditure, particularly in the 80s, implied growing fiscal problems of the state and culminated in the fiscal crises of recent times. It is important to remember that the fiscal profligacy of the 80s was not simply a sign of macroeconomic mismanagement. More significantly, it reflected the longer-term tendencies of political economy within the system. Finally, the proclivity to private enrichment at social expense permeated the ranks of bureaucratic functionaries as well, and made corruption a systemic feature which further added to inefficiencies. This perspective allows us to analyze the shifts in government policy as reflecting the interaction between state and political, economic, and social processes. The recent trend towards liberalization, just as much as the earlier explicitly dirigiste and protectionist strategy, primarily serves the interests of dominant groups within the society. In a sense, the shift can be dated from the early or mid-80s, although pressures for the change were evident even within government for as much as a decade earlier. The recent shifts represent not so much a change in policy as an intensification of the earlier tendency, although they have been designated as part of an economic reform process that was required precisely because of the crisis at the end of the decade of the 80s. One important social change which arguably has been influential in causing pressures for a shift in macroeconomic strategy is the growing globalization of Indian society. The NRI phenomenon, by means of which a qualitatively significant number of people from the Indian elites and middle classes actually became resident abroad, contributed in no small measure to the consumerist demands which fueled the drive for import liberalization and other forms of opening up of the economy. The political and economic importance of non-resident Indians stems not only from the fact that they are viewed as potentially important sources of capital inflow, but also because of their close links with, and in some instances, the fact that they are virtually indistinguishable from, politically dominant groups within the domestic society. In addition, in the very recent past, the media revolution and the growing importance of television, which have imparted a significant impetus to the international demonstration effect, have added to liberalizing and consumerist demands. The consequences of these tendencies in terms of overall economic growth and development indicators have already been described above. But there are further implications which have a bearing on the material conditions and social and political functioning of citizens. The first important point in this regard relates to the changed nature of government interaction with the economy and polity. Contrary to the standard representations of the process of economic liberalization, the recent transformations in economic strategy do not really represent a withdrawal of the state in the economic arena in India, but rather a transformation of the character of the association. Government and bureaucracy are still critical in economic functioning, whether explicitly or implicitly, and this is in a context in which economic and financial powers are being further centralized, both vis-a-vis the state governments and within the various agencies of the central government. In turn, this means that the rent-seeking activities which are often seen as the negative result of government intervention are equally, if not more, significant in this context when the range of active government involvement is supposedly declining, as in privatization of state assets. This reflects a political economy wherein not only is the primary economic role of the state that of protecting private property, but the state itself is seen to be effectively the private property of the elite, albeit contested and in need of periodic popular legitimization. The centralized, centralizing, and increasingly authoritarian state is in fact a necessary requirement for this type of liberalizing structural adjustment, as experience around the world makes evident. Interestingly, this greater degree of centralization and reduced devolution of power to people at more local levels, is part of an overall process in which the state is simultaneously weaker institutionally and the civil society is more cynical even about the state's basic functions regarding law and order and protection of the minimum rights of citizens. In such a setting, the proclivity of the state is essentially to seek forms of external legitimization, whether through the approbation of foreign financiers or the perceived discipline of international markets. The lack of genuine popular internal legitimization for the process of structural change reflects an essential aspect of such change: the substantially increased income inequalities associated with these policies and the processes they unleash. Commercialization and the greater play of market forces typically operate to increase economic inequalities, and the reduction of welfare activities of the developmental state which could, to some extent, have mitigated the harsher aspects of such a process are inhibited by the stabilization and structural adjustment which are part of this paradigm. Thus, even the so-called success stories of this overall strategy are those where a recovery has finally been achieved at far more unequal distributions of assets and income than prevailed earlier, while elsewhere the strategy has involved greater inequality at stagnant or lower levels of per capita income. This tends to reinforce the natural political economic tendencies in a country like India, whereby the more privileged groups seek to perpetuate and increase their control over the limited resources and channels of income generation in the economy. The growing inequality that is already becoming evident in India is reflected not so much in the narrowing of the category of the rich or upper income groups. Indeed, these may possibly increase in absolute numbers due to the proliferation of service sector and other white-collar activities that tend to expand in such periods. Of course, there is a concomitant centralization of private resources as much as public, and this centralization also involves the greater access and control of non-nationals and non-residents. However, the more important aspect is that of the effective economic disenfranchisement of important groups of people, sometimes those occupying whole physical spaces in rural areas, or urban slum dwellers who constitute both the reserve army of labor for industrialization and the most fertile source of labor supply for extra-legal activities. Within economic classes, particular categories are more disadvantaged, in particular women, who may become even more marginal in terms of market economies, even though their role in material production and reproduction obviously remains crucial. Related to this is the declining access of poorer groups to public goods and services, as well as public-generated employment such as rural employment schemes, which not only reduce their real material living standards but also further reduce their bargaining power vis-a-vis employers and richer groups generally. These simultaneous trends of greater centralization and greater income inequality have contributed significantly to the various regional, separatist, and vociferous tendencies that have become so prominent a part of the Indian society and polity. While it would be crude economic determinism to suggest that the prime motive force behind such tendencies is economic, there is no doubt that economic processes, and in particular the patterns of public and private centralization noted above, have played an important role in creating frustration and encouraging divisive forces. The lack of any genuine devolution of power from the central government to the states and from the states to locally elected and accountable authorities has been one source of frustration. The very spread of media and the advertising/distribution of large, often multinational, companies in a situation where access remains restricted is another notable source. Finally, another consequence of the patterns identified earlier is the general breakdown of the rule of law that has become characteristic of economic, and also of much social and political, functioning. This is not a recent change so much as the culmination of a process that has been at work for nearly half a century, since a prominent feature of the Indian government was its inability to impose the acceptance of rules necessary for efficient capitalism rather than promote short-term private enrichment. The extent and spread of government regulations and controls had spawned a huge parallel economy which ultimately reflected the state's powerlessness rather than its actual reach. The current government strategy is one of regularizing such incomes and bringing them under the white economy simply by doing away with the regulation or providing incentives for declaring such incomes, rather than punishments for not declaring them. This has the effect of actually giving official sanctity and recognition to this parallel black economy, allowing lawlessness to become a regular feature which pervades all aspects of civil society and allowing everything, including the fundamental rights of citizens, to become marketable and negotiable. The dramatic increase in public cynicism about and mistrust of those institutions which are essential for a healthy democracy and for a smoothly functioning democracy can be traced to this process. While this sounds extremely pessimistic and gloomy, it need not be so. Indeed, it has been argued that the strengths of the Indian economy and polity come from the same source as its weaknesses in the very vastness and diversity of its population and geographical spread, which restrains both absolutist tendencies and extreme strategies, and makes generalizations misleading. Further, there is no doubt that there have been major changes in public consciousness and in awareness of rights and duties amongst the people as a whole, largely stemming from the electoral process and the nature of political democracy in independent India. And equally, there is no doubt about the tremendous potential for rapid economic development and human creativity which exists in the country. It is possible that national and international configurations can change in such a way that this potential can be realized, in the context of a more decentralized and democratic state which is geared to providing infrastructure and basic needs of the people. Such a configuration can result, in turn, from the very political and economic processes that have been outlined above. 8. The state against society, the great divide in Indian social science. Discourse ***. Pranab Bardhan. Readers of the Indian economic development literature have long been familiar with the contrary views on the role of the state. These have, of course, been duly reflected in the continuous policy debates in India, on issues of trade and industrial policy, on nationalization and the priority of public investment, and the size of the public sector, right from the early days of planning, when, after the death of Patel, the leftists in the Congress Party under the leadership of Nehru gradually emerged victorious in formulating the development strategy, and these debates have continued down to the dramatic announcements of liberalization, first in the early days of his grandson's rule and again more recently since 1991-2. But in this paper we shall deal with a more fundamental attack on the attempted developmental role of the nation-state in India, that has come in recent years from a diverse group of writers, mostly social historians, cultural anthropologists, and political sociologists. They have questioned the agenda-setting presumptions and the legitimizing myths of state-directed development led by a rational, modern elite. The development economists, preoccupied with the much narrower debates on liberalization, have by and large failed to address the serious issues raised by this group of writers, whom, in the absence of a better unifying name, I shall call the anarcho-communitarians. Let us start by tracing some steps back in history on the tortuous relationship between the state and society in India. Pre-colonial India never had a strong civil society in the European sense of a dense network of social structures. But recent evidence has rendered largely untenable the description in colonial sociology of an Asiatic society with an Oriental despotic state ruling the roost over inert self-sufficient, timeless village communities organized on unchanging principles of caste and jajmani. This Orientalist caricature particularly ignores not merely a high degree of mobility in large sections of the peasantry but also a whole set of vibrant community institutions, temple sects, lineage groups, caste clusters, assemblies of landholders or local headmen, mercantile and other organizations of a vigorous exchange economy, etc., which served complex social, economic and political functions in medieval India and enjoyed a high degree of autonomy with their own claim to resources and their own system of rights. The imperial state had a great deal of ceremonial eminence, but its systems of bureaucracy were weakly articulated and difficult to control, and it had limited powers of interfering with the social group's internal organization or their structure of claims and obligations. To use the metaphor of Kaviraj, the state occupied only a kind of high ground in the middle of a circle of circles, each circle formed by a relatively enumerated, multilayered, active, and rather fluid community. From the 17th century onward, however, the pressure from the military fiscal state to tighten the loose tributary arrangements and to extend its extractive revenue and monopoly rights increased. The process of breaking down the authority of community institutions and stripping them of their economic and political functions culminated under the colonial administration. Washbrook, 1988, suggests, with obvious irony, that more than any time before in Indian history, the Oriental despotic state really came into existence in the middle of the 19th century under the British, claiming rights to all resources and delegitimizing all counterclaims from society to authority against it. The colonial state distorted an Indian, sultanist, tradition to suit its own preemptive purpose. In 1947 the national government inherited, and chose to retain, this apparatus of the colonial state largely unaltered, including that of the police, army, judiciary, legal system as well as the much vaunted civil service, which, at least at the points of its everyday encounter with the natives, was neither particularly service-oriented nor very civil. It was especially this bureaucracy that was harnessed by the new leadership to the tasks of promoting economic development. The anarcho-communitarian writers claim that a small modernist elite arrogated to itself the title to speak on behalf of the society in general and deliberately went about a state-directed program of heavy industrialization and modernization, with a grandiose vision of progress borrowed from the Western ideas of enlightenment and the nation-state, a vision unshared by the people at large and ungrounded in the vernacular everyday discourse of the local communities in the sprawling villages and small towns of India. In this view, the elite's discovery of India was in some sense really an invention. Their universalistic principle of development and nation-building was essentially a particular project for fostering the modern sector and the metropolitan culture catering largely to themselves. In this process they have allowed the nation-state to appropriate the social space, to stifle, distort, and marginalize the diverse local solidarities and traditions, to organize spectacular technological or military extravaganzas to boost national confidence, and preside over mindless gigantic development programs uprooting communities and disrupting the ecological balance. Among many such writers and activists, development has almost become a dirty word, unbeknown to most development economists. But then, it could be asked, weren't the masses actively involved in the vast popular mobilizations of the freedom movement, where national development was clearly a leading part of the agenda, and poverty and underdevelopment constituted a major nationalist indictment of the colonial rule? To this one may say that first of all, Gandhiji, I shall keep referring to Mohandas Gandhi in this name, in order to avoid unnecessary confusion with the other Gandhis in more recent Indian politics, who provided the rhetoric as well as the leadership in those mobilizations. Trying his utmost in bridging the ideological gulf between the elite and the masses, had a drastically different view about industrialization and centralized state power compared to that of the leaders of the state around the time of independence, not just Nehru, but also Patel and Ambedkar. The marginalization of Gandhian ideas, as opposed to their theatrical shell, particularly on the nature of the state and the development process, in the reinterpretation of the national mandate in post-independence India has been an important political phenomenon. Secondly, even during the freedom movement the nationalist leaders mobilized the people in a common cause against the British, but did not succeed in a hegemonic reconstitution of their beliefs or consciousness. As the many examples cited in the recent writings on subaltern Indian history suggest, the masses usually put their own interpretations on the aims of the movement and proceeded to act them out, often in complete contradiction with the stated goals and methods of the nationalist leadership. But again, haven't the goals of national development of the post-independence state been repeatedly ratified by a democratic electorate? In response one can say that the first few elections, based as they were on pre-existing local structures of power, political bosses and captive vote banks, were not representative enough. Over the last 2 decades or so the manufactured consensus has come apart as the masses became more articulate, and the increasing self-affirmation of hitherto marginalized groups and communities has put the homogenizing centralizing goals of the nation-state under severe strain. 2. Even this encapsulated description of some commonalities in the anarcho-communitarians' position should make it clear that their anti-statism is radically different from that of the liberal neoclassical economists. Not merely are the former opposed to the latter's nationalist modernist discourse and their preoccupation with economic efficiency based on supposedly universalistic postulates of human behavior in total insensitivity to localized contexts of cultural legitimation process, but they also deeply suspect the latter's frequent call for depoliticization of development policy. They look upon such attempts at sanitization of economic policy from the unclean processes of politics as part of the elite's strategy of keeping the masses at bay and subverting processes of political accountability. They are also usually against the liberal prescriptions of privatization, if it involves the onslaught of large-scale capitalism against small producers and local communities. The great divide in the Indian social science discourse today is on the fundamental issues relating to a strong nation-state and its projects of modernization and industrialization. On this question the traditional left-right distinction is largely irrelevant, and there are strange bedfellows, their continuing differences on other issues notwithstanding. On one side of this divide are the anarcho-communitarians, which include, among others, Gandhian anarchists, anti-industrial small is beautiful back-to-village utopians, cultural relativist anthropologists, intellectuals involved in grassroots movements for preservation of the environment and tribal autonomy, as well as the radical historians of subalternity, drawing upon Gramsci, Foucault, and Habermas, deconstructing nationalist historiography. On the other side are the usually positivist economists, neoclassical liberals in the uncomfortable company of state socialists, die-hard Stalinists, and leftover Fabians, Mandarin administrators and technocrats, ideologues of the military-industrial complex, nationalist anti-imperialist historians, as well as the right-wing intellectuals espousing a combination of Hindutva and Chanakya in statecraft. In some sense this intellectual divide was in part already inherent in the substantive differences in the vision of independent India between Gandhiji and Nehru during the freedom movement, but these differences had been patched up from time to time for the sake of short-run political expediency, lost in the overwhelming turmoil of the decade in which India won independence and overshadowed by the personal chemistry between the two leaders, with Gandhiji ultimately anointing Nehru as his chosen successor. But the denouement of the particular strategy of development followed in the first few decades after independence has now reopened this deep division of discourse, with new fissures arising from the accumulated tension in newly activated groups or the new flashpoints in society. In recent years this has been reflected, for example, in the ideological gulf between the followers of Nehru and those of Lohia, with the latter's trenchant critique of the modernizing elite and the populist mobilization of backward caste groups. I find in the anarcho-communitarian critique of modernization much that is persuasive and valuable. In particular, it highlights the arrogant ignorance on the part of development planners of the gaping ideological chasm that separates them from the masses for whom, and on whose behalf, they plan. State-directed technocratic development projects which do not involve the people but simply treat them as objects of the development process often end up primarily as conduits of largesse for elite groups, middlemen, contractors, officials, politicians, and favored special interest groups, and very little reaches the intended beneficiaries. Even when a significant amount reaches the latter, the benefits are sometimes of the wrong kind, inappropriate technologically and environmentally, unsustainable, corrosive of local institutions of community bonding and self-help, and always leaving untapped the large reservoir of local potential, ingenuity, and information. On these and other grounds, the case for decentralized autonomous development is, of course, very strong. But I also see several problems and glaring inadequacies with the anarcho-communitarian case. First, the all-pervasiveness of the state is not all the modernizing elites doing. The community institutions have been in decay for quite some time, at least partly out of internal reasons. The high degree of social inequality and caste, class, or gender-based oppression within the local communities made their continuous consolidation difficult, particularly as the expansion of the market nexus increased opportunities for exit and the democratic process slowly increased those for voice. With the decline of hierarchical authority and with the moral and political environment of age-old deference to community norms changing, the local overlords reneged on some of their traditional patronage functions and appeals to supralocal authorities for conflict resolution, arbitration, and protection became more common. The state's penetration was thus partly in response to invitation to fill an institutional vacuum. Popular demands, for example, of land reform legislation, for the abolition of revenue intermediaries, for rent control and security of tenure, however tardy and shallow it may have been in implementation, have brought in the state in the remotest corners of village society, eroding in the process the traditional functions of local landlords and institutions in maintenance of irrigation works and Takavi loans, while they are not quite being replaced by the local arm of what is after all an alien, large, and often corrupt bureaucracy. At the lower rungs of the bureaucracy, the petty officials and guardians of law and order, of course, interpret the modernizing nation-states writ in their own way and get involved in local community or class conflicts as partisans. The top leadership of the state has limited control or effective authority over their actual operations. The local people on their part approach their encounters with the state at this level with appropriate caution but total malfeasance. Since it belongs outside their MO community, it is just an opportunity to milk the state cow. One has only to be wary that the cow sometimes kicks nasty. The disproportionate benefits, of course, go to those who have the resources, connections and dexterity to manipulate the milking process. Faced with such acute agency problems in the lower bureaucracy and with the marauding instincts of the local people, or at least their indirect power of quiet sabotage and everyday forms of resistance, the state in some sense is quite powerless, even though it is more powerful than any of the past imperial states in Indian history in terms of its general command over economic and military resources, technology, and information networks, and even though it occasionally does lash out with a great deal of clumsy violence. At the local community level there is not just an institutional vacuum, there is a certain hollowness or formlessness at the core of the cultural tradition that binds it. Some of the supposedly timeless traditional ideas turn out to be of quite recent origin. As in many other societies there is a great deal of invention of traditions and of imagined communities, as Thapar has noted in some of the communal religious formations. Community identities have always been particularly fluid in India. Caste identity, for example, has changed its meaning quite a few times in the recent past. This fluidity gives considerable scope for political entrepreneurs to reshape the boundary and the concerns of the identity of a community. In recent years the processes of modernization and participatory politics and the access to media and other technological devices have actually increased the mobilization potential and sharpened the self-image of splinter ethnic groups and subnational identities, quite contrary to the homogenizing efforts and centripetal urges of the modernizing elite. Some of the anarcho-communitarians interpret the rising tempo of ethnic and communal unrest as an indicator of the diminishing hold of the modernist vision. But it may have more to do with another kind of institutional vacuum, more a weakening of the medium than of the message itself. We refer here particularly to the erosion over the last couple of decades of the political party as a mediating institution between the state and society. With the decline of the Congress system, widely noted by political scientists, the old structures and methods of compromise and accommodation are in great disarray. With the organizational channels of demand articulation and conflict resolution largely clogged, societal tensions spill over into the streets with increasing frequency in agitational politics, anomic violence, and intransigent extremism. Many political scientists have, of course, accused the state elite, particularly under Indira Gandhi and her sons, of wrecking the impressive political machine of the Congress Party that they inherited from their less short-sighted predecessors. Without minimizing their role in the deinstitutionalization and personalization of political power, one can, to be fair, point out that the inevitable logic of an open pluralist polity, with its ever-widening circle of democratic awareness and raised aspirations, has generated, in the prevailing politics of scarcity, pressures of an intensity not quite experienced in the earlier regimes. The demand overload that has short-circuited the Congress system is thus partly a consequence, possibly unforeseen, of the democratic project initiated by the modernizing elite. The masses seem to have taken to this Western Enlightenment-inspired project with a great deal of energy and assertiveness, and in a way the tensions and frustrations in the political arena seem to be partly generated by the increasing rather than diminishing hold of at least this part of the modernist vision. Decentralized development is, of course, a worthy goal. But the easy enthusiasm for this cause is not usually matched by an appreciation of the intricate questions it leaves unanswered. First, in situations of severe social and economic inequality, if the poor and the underprivileged are not organized, the local bullies and the powerful people find it easy to capture the local institutions, and the devolution of authority to the local level really works out to their advantage. Appeals to supralocal political authorities by the subalterns in such situations for protection and relief are not uncommon. Decentralized development is, for example, beginning to work in West Bengal villages, where the poor are to some extent organized by a relatively disciplined centralized party, but in the adjoining state of Bihar, without such organization, decentralization may leave the poor grievously exposed to the mercies of the local overlords and thugs. Second, local groups in rural areas often find it difficult to bear the brunt of locally covariate risks, and intervention by outside agencies becomes frequently necessary. For example, local development on the basis of locally raised resources and locally mobilized credit often becomes unviable because in a bad crop year everyone is badly off, and in the absence of a territorially diversified portfolio the local self-help credit institutions are likely to go bankrupt. Third, if one looks at the historical processes of development in the world, one always finds a certain trade-off between the informational efficiency and community bonding effects of small-scale localized development and the economies of large-scale production and specialization. The division of labor and specialization are severely limited by the extent of market defined by the personalized exchange process of a small community. One may not believe in a model of capital-intensive energy-guzzling environment-poisoning industrialization, but at the same time one cannot deny that under the continued demographic pressure, brought about largely by the mortality-reducing effects of modern medicine, on land, the escape from extremely low labor productivity and technological stagnation has to involve, after a point, expansion of the scale and complexity of production and exchange. As the economy becomes more complex and the network of interdependence widens far beyond the domain of face-to-face local communities, the state necessarily gets involved in devising coordinating principles and institutional structures aimed at reducing the uncertainty of social impersonal interaction. With state involvement and the exigencies of large-scale organization, there come the inevitable impersonal bureaucracy often insensitive to the nuances of local needs, the law enforcement authority arbitrary in its exercise of the state monopoly of violence, and the delegation of planning to a specialized technocracy of experts impervious to the contextual contents of popular consciousness and demands. A part of all this is, of course, avoidable, and one cannot exaggerate the importance of exploring the extent of feasible decentralization and of devolution of power to the level of locally shared values and goals. But one may not be able to wish away some of the inevitable organizational costs of a more complex economy and society, although one needs to do more about reducing the unequal incidence of these costs on the weaker sections of the population. Similarly, one cannot wish away some of the externalities of the development process which the decentralized authority of local communities are unable and sometimes even unwilling to cope with, and state coordination again becomes necessary. One such example of externality and inadequacy of local control mechanisms is in the case of upstream deforestation causing flooding and soil erosion in the downstream communities. Another case is when the local community is not very sensitive to larger environmentalist concerns, or when issues of local livelihood compete with preservationist issues, as in the case, discussed by Herring, of the Silent Valley hydroelectric project in South India, when the elitist state had to intervene to protect a rainforest in the face of local democratic pressures in favor of despoliation. The usual cases of the centralized state in alliance with large commercial interests threatening local conservation and livelihoods should not blind us to these alternative possibilities. Fourth, a complex economy necessarily becomes more involved in an interdependent international network of trade, investment, and transactions in technology. In dealing with today's world of giant transnational companies and state involvement in predatory trade and technology policies in other countries, a weak or loosely functioning state is at a considerable bargaining disadvantage. Autonomous local development also leads to a great deal of regional inequality, particularly because of differences in prior resource endowments and institutions. During the period of decentralized rural development under local communes in China, with serious restrictions on inter-area migration, regional inequality in incomes was quite high, and cases of poor villages trying, usually in vain, to join a more prosperous neighboring commune was not uncommon. In India, a part of the economic demands in the Punjab agitations for autonomy against the central government have been motivated by an unmistakable reluctance to share that region's relative prosperity with poorer regions elsewhere. In a large diverse multinational country like India, a very weak center may work to the advantage of the more powerful regions and dominant communities and against the weaker regions and groups, even if we dismiss as unlikely the more extreme dangers of pre-revolution Chinese-style warlordism or the African-style incessant intertribal warfare. In this context it is interesting to note how, sometimes, intensely parochial and traditional cultural communities look to the modernizing elite at the center as a protector and arbiter against other parochial cultural communities in the country. For example, over the years in Indian politics, indigenous groups and, usually anti-Brahmin, cultural solidarities in the South have often supported and looked up to the political leadership at the center of the members of a highly westernized, North Indian Brahmin, family the Nehru dynasty, even when the latter lost support with the traditional communities in the Hindi heartland, or the cow belt, in Indian journalist parlance. The extraordinary political durability of this family over several decades is a testimony to the usefulness of a westernized elite as a buffer amidst the clashing communities of regional chauvinism. Finally, while the anarcho-communitarians' emphasis on humane people-sensitive cultural solidarity sustaining development, decentralization of power and strengthening of popular resistance and involvement is widely shared, it is not always easy to go along with their moral postulates of human behavior and the essential presumption of the ideal of the Gandhian man, self-controlled and of limited needs. The development process in this view is suspect since it removes the traditional checks on competition, individualism, and consumerism. Not merely does this view underplay the elements of calculated pragmatism of peasants in their participation in the local community, there is also an underlying fear of the fragility of individual resistance to the lure of expanding wants and the competitive striving for their gratification. The young are particularly vulnerable to these temptations, as the threatened gerontocracy in control of traditional institutions are quick to point out. There is also a trace of patronizing elitism in questioning the projects of development that will supposedly spoil the habits and the moral fiber of the lower classes. This is not to deny the usefulness of campaigns to increase the popular awareness of the long-run costs, both economic and cultural, of some of the grandiose modernization projects the state undertakes in the name of the people.